I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President, I table documents pursuant to statute and returns to order as listed on the dynamic read.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Yes, President, a committee has lodged a proposal shown at item 3 of today's order of business.
If there is no objections, the meetings are authorised.
Clerk. Private Senators' Bills. Order of the day number 74, COVID-19 Response Commission of Inquiry Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Babet.
Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you. Now, I rise here today to speak on the COVID-19 Response Commission of Inquiry Bill 2024, a bill that I proudly co-sponsored with Senators Canavan, Antic, O'Sullivan, Rennick and Roberts. Now, this bill would not have been necessary if this Labor government had just done the right thing. This Labor Party, this Albanese government, should have initiated a full royal commission to investigate the response of federal and state governments to the COVID-19 pandemic. I and many other Australians, Deputy President, expected no less than this, but instead the Australian people got a narrow-scoped, watered-down, wish.com COVID-19 inquiry which barely touches the big issues. It's August 2024, well after our health bureaucrats got together and decided it was time to call off the so-called pandemic. But we are still none the wiser about what really went on during those COVID years. The entire country was shut down. We still can't really explain why. Nothing that was done made any sense. We threw out the pandemic handbook and we made decisions that were frankly crazy. The government spent hundreds of billions of dollars and the RBA did everything it could to flood the country with cheap cash. The banks loved it, obviously, but the Australian people continue to pay the price of high inflation and unaffordable housing to this day with no real accountability and no real answers. People's civil liberties were restricted in a way that would have made a communist dictator blush, and yet I still, for the life of me, cannot pinpoint the exact reasons why. We have real-world evidence from countries like Sweden, from states like Florida, where the worst of the draconian restrictions were not implemented, like what we had in my home state of Victoria anyway, or they were quickly rolled back. They didn't have rings of steel, they didn't have full-on curfews, and their police officers definitely didn't shoot people in the back with rubber bullets, and they arguably fared better than what we did. And yet our government's response has been to shrug, sweep it under the carpet and just insist nothing to see here. I am still waiting to find out why I was made to stand 1.5 metres from someone else. On whose advice was that? On what scientific basis was that decision made? On what scientific basis could I go to a restaurant and sit down and have dinner but not stand up? On whose advice and on what scientific basis is it that 1 hour of exercise outside was okay, but not 1.5 hours? On whose advice and on what scientific basis was I forced to keep within 5 kilometres from my house, but not 6 kilometres? How did any of this keep me safe from a virus with a near 100% survival rate for most healthy people? In New South Wales, people were told it's not safe to talk to your neighbour. Can you believe that garbage? Not safe to talk to your neighbour. In South Australia, people were locked down without the right to exercise or even walk their dog. Lockdowns. Whose idea was it to lock us down, and on what scientific basis? Like a prisoner in maximum security. Playgrounds were closed. Sport was banned. Why were children kept from going to school when they had an almost 0% chance of dying from COVID and bounced right back? Most of the kids who caught COVID recovered very quickly or just showed no symptoms at all. Who made that decision? What data was used to inform that decision? How was it that Victorian bureaucrats decided that it was too dangerous to play golf, or that a curfew was even the most effective way to fight COVID? Which health expert came up with the idea that I could have one friend come to my house and visit me, but not 4? Could go on and on and on and on, listing all the outrageous impositions that destroyed businesses and families and kept people from being by the bedside of their dying loved ones. And the maddening thing is that we are still, for the most part, completely clueless as to who decided what and exactly how those decisions were made during that time. As for the cost of those decisions, we can only guess, but it is in the hundreds and hundreds of billions. The Albanese government won the last election promising Australians answers. The Prime Minister stood up and he told Australians, if you put me in a lodge, I'll hold a royal commission or some other form of similar inquiry. Like I said before, I just didn't imagine that it would be Wish.com or Temu version of an inquiry. Australians trusted Mr Albanese just as we trusted our state premiers and their health officers during the pandemic. Well, I didn't trust them, actually. I didn't trust them because I could see through their lies. But sadly, most Australians did put their trust in these people, and they have been made to look like fools, The Prime Minister has announced, in my opinion, a sham inquiry that would address everything except the things Australians were demanding to know. Where were state premiers getting their advice from? Where? Were decisions to lock down based on science or perhaps on polling? Were restrictions on people's movements based on data or focus groups? Were the public being protected or were we being played? What is it in the vaccine contracts? Where did all the money go? Where did COVID come from? Was COVID a bioweapon? Was it a mistake? Was it bat soup? Was it released on purpose? Was it an accident? The Prime Minister promised responsibility, accountability and transparency. But no sooner had he unpacked his bags than he gave us a weak inquiry that will provide neither responsibility, nor accountability, nor transparency. Australians just want the truth. When will we get it? Australians want some accountability. So many lives were destroyed by the pandemic response. Will anyone admit fault? Will anyone put their hand up and just say they got it wrong? To simply move on as if nothing ever happens would be an outrage greater than the multiple outrages perpetrated during the pandemic itself. This Commission of Inquiry bill will finally give us the best chance to forensically examine how government and public institutions handled the COVID era. To deny Australians that opportunity would represent an epic failure of curiosity, a dereliction of public duty, and would heap insult upon injury to the millions of Australians whose lives were devastated not by the virus, but by the government's response to the virus. University of New South Wales Professor of Economics Gigi Foster analysed the economic, health and social impact of government-imposed COVID lockdowns and estimated that the cost was 68 times greater than any benefit provided. If she's even half right, just half right, we need to investigate that. A panel chaired by former top bureaucrat Peter Shergold found that the government response to COVID smacked of overreach that lacked compassion, consistency and clarity. and that actually worsened inequalities. If this is even partly true, decency, let alone duty, demands a full and frank inquiry. Now, I could stand here all day, give you examples of how state and federal governments, first driven by fear and then drunk on power, hurt and harm citizens with their manic COVID response. All of this demands a full investigation, and that's to say nothing of vaccine mandates, which threaten free men and women with punitive measures, effectively turning them into second-class citizens, destroying their livelihoods, breaking up their families if they declined a drug that has since proven to be, shall I say, less safe and less than effective than what was promised. Worse, there's now overwhelming evidence of vaccine injuries and deaths. Are we not the least bit curious? Do we not care even a bit? Are we really going to tell Australians that we're just disinterested? If there is any truth at all to these reports, should we not investigate to ensure that lessons are learned and mistakes are never again repeated? A once-in-a-100-year pandemic demands a once-in-a-lifetime commission of inquiry, and that is why the COVID-19 Response Commission of Inquiry Bill 2024 is not something which we should merely consider. It is something that we should approve, and with haste. Now, to the Liberal Party, you were in power for most of the pandemic. If you have nothing to hide, just support this bill. To Labor, you were not even in power for most of the pandemic, and your Prime Minister didn't wear 5 ministry hats at that time. Crossbenchers, you've got nothing to lose by pushing for transparency and accountability. My Senate colleagues, support this bill. It is the least that we can do for those that we represent. Thank you.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. One Nation strongly supports the COVID-19 Response Commission of Inquiry Bill 2024 that I've co-sponsored, proudly co-sponsored. To use the words of a former Prime Minister, it's time. It's time to accept our duties to the Australian people, not to ourselves and our colleagues. It's time for courage and for truth. My Senate office held the first inquiry into COVID and response measures, called COVID Under Question, on 23rd of March 2022. Another was held, our second, on the 17th of August of the same year. Witnesses included Australian and international experts on health and relatives of people that the COVID injections killed or maimed. All aspects of Australia's COVID response were questioned. Several political parties have participated, making it a true non-partisan, cross-party inquiry. Because of the 2 full days of testimony at these inquiries, my decision-making has been better informed ever since. And that's what a senator must do: inform ourselves. The increasing interest from mainstream media in reporting the harm our COVID measures have caused indicates time is running out for those engaging in a cover-up. The public remains deeply dissatisfied and concerned, gravely concerned about government's COVID response, state and federal. The people have many questions to be answered before trust can be restored in federal and state governments, politicians, health departments and agencies, medical professionals, medical professions, media and pharmaceutical company. I find it surprising how health bureaucrats and politicians oppose a judicial inquiry into COVID. To listen to their responses in Senate estimates hearings over the last 4 years, it's clear they do not want to admit to a single mistake. In fact, their answers suggest they consider their performance as being exemplary, worthy of medals and parades. The United Kingdom even called upon the whole country to stand every Thursday evening on their front doorsteps and applaud their health professionals. Can you believe that? The inventor of the Moderna vaccine was given a stage-managed standing ovation at Wimbledon. Certainly, Big Pharma thought so highly of the head of the TGA, our TGA, Therapeutic Goods Administration, that Professor Skerritt, they offered him a thank you job on the board of Medicines Australia, which, despite the grandiose name, is the main pharmaceutical industry lobby group. Heady days indeed. Those days are over. That's it. To those in this place fighting a rearguard action, Against a tidal wave of knowledge and accountability, it must be now clear to you the battle is lost. Public anger is not going away. It's here to stay until you restore trust. Trust in the medical profession is lower than at any time I can recall, and I fear where that will lead if not corrected. Every new unexplained death, every new heartbreak increases public realisation of what was done to the people, our people in Australia. Despite statistical sleight of hand, excess deaths are not falling. The genetic time bomb of mRNA vaccines is still ticking. More people are dying and more will die. The failure of our regulatory authorities to protect us is a crime. Approving a novel vaccine that killed people is a crime, homicide. Banning existing products that had proven efficacy and safety in order to drive sales of the so-called vaccine is a crime. And finally, covering up this corrupt process is a crime. Those who approved the vaccine knew, or rightly should have known, it was a gene therapy of a type which has failed a generation of safety testing. Five United States, Texas, Utah, Kansas, Mississippi and Louisiana, are currently suing Pfizer for knowingly concealing vaccine-caused myocarditis, pericarditis, failed pregnancies and deaths. The complaints allege Pfizer falsely claimed that its vaccine retained high efficacy against variants, despite knowing the reverse to be true. Protection dropped quickly over time and did not protect against new variants. Marketing the vaccine as safe and effective despite its known risks is a violation of consumer law in these 5 states. The lawsuit alleges Pfizer engaged in censorship with social media companies to silence people criticising its safety and efficacy claims, proof of which has been public knowledge since Elon Musk released the Twitter files in December 2022. The lawsuit charges civil conspiracy between Pfizer, the US Department of Health and Human Services, and others, quote, this is the quote, to willfully conceal, suppress or omit facts, material facts relating to Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine. Under America's PrEP Act, Pfizer has indemnity for injuries. That indemnity is invalidated through making false and misleading claims. The reason this relates to Australia and to Australians is because our contract with Pfizer, which provided indemnity against injury, can be negated through Pfizer's misconduct. And misconduct there was, as I'm sure this Commission of Inquiry will discover. To taxpayers wondering why the expense of this inquiry is needed, here's a thought. If we have a chance to move the cost of vaccine harm from the taxpayer to the perpetrator, we must take that opportunity. The guilty should pay. Taxpayers should not pay. The grand jury evidence gathered to prepare the United States court case from 5 states that I mentioned earlier applies to Australia as well. It makes horrifying reading. 1. Pfizer's chairman and CEO, Dr. Baller, a veterinarian, not a doctor, declined government funding in order to prevent the government's ability to oversee the vaccine development, testing and manufacture. That's not something one does with a safe and properly made product. 2. Pfizer's independence from Operation Warp Speed allowed it to demand a tailor-made contract that did not include the normal clauses protecting taxpayers' interests. 3. The investigation found Pfizer willfully concealed, suppressed and omitted safety and efficacy data relating to its COVID-19 vaccine and kept hidden through confidentiality agreements. 4th, Pfizer had a written agreement with the United States government that Pfizer had to approve any messaging around the vaccine. I suspect the inquiry will find the same arrangement applied in Australia. In effect, Pfizer told our regulators what to say about their product. 5. Pfizer used an extended study timeline to conceal critical data relating to the safety and effectiveness of its COVID-19 vaccine. The study timeline was repeatedly pushed out to avoid revealing the results of the clinical trials until after billions of doses had been given. I'll say that again. To avoid revealing the results of the clinical trials until after billions of doses had been given. Instead, Pfizer submitted a Hollywood version of the safety trials which showed efficacy and safety that their real trials did not, and their health authorities bought it. Our health authorities bought it, state and federal. We're 3 years into COVID and scientists still can't review Pfizer's COVID-19 raw trial data. 8. So when Professor Skerritt said in Senate estimates hearings that the TGA, the Therapeutic Goods Administration, his Therapeutic Goods Administration, had analysed all of the trial data, that was a lie. They used Pfizer's special data. 9. Pfizer kept its COVID-19 vaccine's true effects hidden through destroying the trial control group, invalidating the whole study. This was not gold standard research. This was dangerous and fraudulent behaviour. 10. Pfizer rigged the trial through excluding individuals who had been diagnosed with COVID-19, who were immunocompromised, pregnant or breastfeeding, or who were simply unwell. Why did the TGA claim the vaccine was safe for these very people when the vaccine was not tested on these people? 11. The statement that the vaccine worked, even if you already had COVID, is therefore a lie. Yet that lie was used to expand the market and more money. 12. Pfizer maintained its own secret adverse events database, which was obtained in court process and showed in the first 3 months of the rollout 158,893 adverse events resulted, including 1,223 deaths. 13. Pfizer was receiving so many adverse event reports that it had to hire 600 additional full-time staff, 600 extra people to monitor the adverse event reports. 14. And finally, while Pfizer tested its COVID-19 vaccine on healthy individuals in 2020, Pfizer and its partner BioNTech quietly tested its COVID-19 vaccine on pregnant rats. Test rats produced fetuses with severe soft tissue and skeletal malformations, failed to become pregnant, and failed to implant embryos at more than double the control group rate. Amongst other side effects, some rats lost their entire litter. Pfizer did not issue a press release announcing the rat fertility study's findings, and when asked, lied about the outcome. And I can't help but think about women, humans, suffering as a result of this. We know that. The United States is achieving what Australia is not: rigorous inquiry and testing of the law. What are you afraid of? In Australia, this is behaviour which, under normal circumstances, would already have resulted in a commission of inquiry. Our delay in calling that inquiry damns us. Other nations are now ahead of us. South Korea has produced a study which analysed 4.3 million individuals, 4.3 million, comparing the rates of various new medical conditions in vaccinated versus unvaccinated groups over 3 months. The study revealed that the vaccinated experienced a 138% increase in mild cognitive impairment, a 93% increase in sleep disorders, a 23% rise in Alzheimer's disease, a 44% rise in anxiety and related disorders, a 68% rise in depression. In Australia, following my questions to the Institute of Health and Welfare at the inquiry into excess mortality in Australia, evidence was presented that the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare could have done this same research. It chose not to. Our health authorities are not conducting this research because they don't want to know the answer. They want to hide from the truth, hide from the homicide that's been caused in this country. I asked the Senate to pass this bill so we can get the answers ourselves, which is, as senators, our sworn duty.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Deputy President. COVID-19 was and continues to be deeply impactful for the community. Government decisions had deep and significant consequences on the lives of all people in Australia, and for many, including our disability community, the impact of those decisions continue today. We must ensure that governments are better prepared to respond in the future to pandemics and other health emergencies. And the only way to do this is to have a frank and to have a transparent look at the decisions that led us here. Now, we acknowledge that there is currently an independent inquiry into government response to COVID-19 that is being undertaken by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. The Greens are eagerly awaiting the recommendations of this inquiry. The Australian Greens have clearly expressed previously that we support the establishment of an inquiry into COVID-19 that is and has the powers and that it is important that the inquiry have the powers of a Royal Commission. A Royal Commission would provide the powers to compel. It would ensure states and territories' decision-making processes and the decisions that they made are reviewed. It would allow our community to share the impact that government decisions had on their lives. Lastly, the Australian Greens are calling once again for the Australian Government to hurry up and meet their election obligation, their election promise, to fully fund the Centre for Disease Control. We need a coordinated and comprehensive approach to managing future pandemics, and a fully funded CDC is a key milestone in achieving that goal.
Senator Ayres.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Well, the government doesn't support this bill. There's already an inquiry into the COVID-19 response, and it's motivated very much by the public policy concerns that that Senator Steele-John just alluded to. The Prime Minister announced the independent inquiry. We'll get to you in a minute. We'll get to you in a minute. In September, the Prime Minister announced the independent inquiry. Ms Robin Cruck, Professor Catherine Bennett and Dr Angela Jackson were appointed as the inquiry's panel members, and the inquiry will go on. The panel members have heard from thousands of Australians in consultations and are due to report to the government shortly. It's reviewing what worked well and what we can do better to improve Australia's preparedness for future pandemics. More than 2,000 people and organisations have taken the time to share their insights and experiences with the inquiry, ensuring that the inquiry will be informed by a substantial evidence base. It will consider the findings and work of other relevant inquiries and reviews and identify knowledge gaps for further investigation. It is founded in a proper public policy purpose. How is it that governments, the Australian government and the states and territories and our public institutions respond in the event of future pandemics? That is a good motivation for a response. That is not what this proposal is founded in. There is a wellspring, a sort of fetid wellspring of COVID conspiracy theorists, and some of them inhabit the benches over there. We know that Senator Babbitt comes from the outer reaches of some of the more kooky conspiracy theorist views. We know that. It is obvious. The One Nation Party have always sought to manipulate these kind of conspiracy theories for their own purposes. That is well known. And there is, of course, always has been, a group of people in the community who, mobilised by concerns about chemtrails or lizard people or fluoride conspiracies, which some of these characters are also attracted to, also into the fluoride conspiracy theory stuff. They're on the Pizzagate material. They're on all of these things on the drip for every internet conspiracy theory that there is. The JFK stuff, the Roswell stuff, you're all into all that stuff. I get it. Senator Rennick thinks that the CSIRO is part of some global conspiracy. You don't have to reach too far. You don't have to reach too far from these. You sook.
Senator Canavan.
Point of order on relevance and also on reflecting on senators. This bill is about establishing a royal commission, commission of inquiry into COVID-19. I'd ask the senator to come back to the topic of the bill, and also just keep in mind reflecting on other senators. I think we're getting into some pretty ridiculous statements about other people in this chamber.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Senator Ayres, I've only just come into the chair. I will listen carefully to your contribution.
And the truth is, in the history of these kind of conspiracy theories in Australia, mobilised on the fringes, the history is that always there's an element of anti-Semitism that's not too far away. Always been the truth. Always been the truth.
Senator Rennick.
Point of order, Chair. I ask that be retracted. That's outrageous slur.
That was not a reflection.
Excuse me, Senator Ayres. Please resume your seat. I don't believe that the senator was directly speaking about an individual senator in the chamber. What I heard was an assertion that was general in nature. I will continue to listen, and I will continue.
Separate point of order, if I could. There seems to be something wrong with the clock. The minister's clearly been going for longer than. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Senator Canavan. Senator Ayres.
Thank you. Always the grandiose claims being made by these people. And at the heart of conspiracy theory, including the COVID conspiracy theories that mobilise this lot, is an attempt to undermine confidence in science, in rationalism, in public institutions. It is a key tool of the far right. Marshalled historically, as I've said, by people like the League of Rights, who used to hand out the Dodgers at the country shows, historically marshalled about anti-Semitism, but now these pseudo-scientific claims are made about the COVID pandemic. And there's always the pseudo-scientific language, always the sort of resort to things that sound important but aren't. Always discussions about gene therapy as if something's really going on here that is different and new, always used. And if you can encourage people to believe this set of conspiracy theories, it's part of the radicalisation pathway that is designed by people who sit at the heart of these. And sometimes people don't know that they've been engaged in a radicalisation pathway. And if you can encourage people to believe this nonsense, to accept the set of premises that underline the sort of fetid swamp of conspiracy theories that this comes from, you can get them to believe anything. And the radicalisation pathway that is engaged here by these propositions is a pathway to violence. It is a pathway to social disharmony. It is a deliberate pathway engaged on, sometimes knowingly, sometimes not, because the unwitting dupes of this kind of conspiracy theory often don't realise that they're on a conspiracy pathway. These are the kind of ideas that mobilised the recent terrorist incident in Wieambilla. They were attracted to COVID conspiracy theories. It was a core part of what they believed, a core part of what they believed. And we need to be very careful indeed.
Senator Henderson.
Acting Deputy President, on the point of order, the Senator has just drawn a very serious and disgusting imputation in relation to the most heinous crime in Queensland.
Senator Henderson,
I would ask him
that's not a point of order. It's not a point of order. He was not impugning a senator. It's not a point of order. If you would like it referred to the President, we can do that, but I was listening and I don't believe it's a point of order, but we can refer it to the President. I didn't hear anything then that was impugning anyone in this place, but I will refer it to the President and they can make an alternative ruling if they think that's what they should do. Senator Ayres.
My point exactly, Senator Henderson. People should think about the claims that are made and think about who else is making them and think about what is the motivation behind these claims that are being made. The truth is that this motion emerges from that same swamp. It emerges from that same swamp. And what should be of more concern is not that the extremists are the only ones engaged in this. It's also that they have support within the alternative party of government. That the extremists are developing relationships and support amongst a party that tries to position itself as the alternative party of government. We know that Senator Antic and Senator Rennick and Senator Canavan are all on board for the conspiracy theory stuff. We know that they are.
Senator Rennick, please resume your seat, Senator.
Imputation, he's named names there, and by doing that, he has just imputed everything he said prior to that, and that is completely outrageous, and I call on this man to be censured. He's a disgrace to the Senate.
Senator Rennick, I think your point of order potentially crossed a line there, but Senator Ayres, I do believe that that was an imputation, and I am going to ask you to withdraw.
I withdraw. Senator Rennick is often in estimates and often in here repeating those same conspiracy theories. The other senators who I referred to do the same thing. Interestingly,
Senator
this
Ayres,
is not just...
Just resume your seat for a moment. It might be helpful to the chamber if you direct your remarks through the chair. Senator Ayres.
The interesting thing about this is not that these senators are the only people within the Liberal and National parties who support these propositions. The interesting thing is it accretes its way across all of them, almost all of them. So few now are prepared to call this nonsense out for what it really is. So few are brave enough. So few have the moral character and moral fibre that is required to stand up to the far right and conspiracy theories that now, what does the Liberal and National Party do? They accommodate it. They accommodate it. And previous serious Conservative leaders, Mr Howard, Mr Fisher, former Senator Ron Boswell, others, understood the danger of far-right extremism, particularly in the bush, and they took a hard line against the League of Rights characters and all of the other kooky conspiracy theorists. But no longer, it's part of the political strategy. Mr Dutton supported Senator Rennick's ill-fated bid for pre-selection, despite his obvious extremist tendencies and behaviour.
Senator Henderson.
On the point of order, Acting Deputy President, we are continuing to hear the most outrageous imputations from this senator. If he cannot comply with the rules of the Senate and the standing orders, I would ask him to sit down, but could you please rule again that he cannot make imputations against any senator? This is just absolutely disgraceful what he is doing.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. I don't believe that there have been continuous ones. However, I do believe that that last comment did cross a line, and Senator Ayres, I would ask you to withdraw.
I'm happy to withdraw. The problem here is that propagating these extremist views could lead one to think that the propagator of extremist views is indeed an extremist. And accommodating extreme views and conspiracy theories is a sign of the ill health of the political institution that allows it to happen. It is a sign of their unfitness to govern. It is a sign that they don't take the relationship between public policy and their role seriously, and that they engage the most loopy, far-right extremist and kooky views in order to suck up to an emerging and stronger group within their political party. And I understand that is uncomfortable. I understand that people don't want to hear it because they want the easy ride in politics. They don't want to have to call out extremism. They want to have to call out bad behaviour because it's so much easier to do the backslapping and the she'll be right, mate, and don't worry about that, and to surf in on the support of some of the nastiest, extreme, kooky elements in Australian politics. And the problem is that it then infects other areas of public policy. You can see it in the way that not just a small group over here, but almost all of them approach questions on climate and energy policy. The kind of grandiose claims, the kind of wild assertions made, by example, Mr Joyce in his sort of chaotic tilting at windmills campaign against sections of the energy industry, he engages the same wild rhetoric, the same conspiracy theory behaviour. You talk about pandemics, this is a pandemic of kookiness that has taken over the thinking of Liberals and Nationals, not just in Queensland, but right around the country. And Mr Dutton, if he's ever to be taken seriously as the leader of an alternative government, needs to take seriously his responsibility as a political leader. And that is, you don't back the cranks. You don't back the conspiracy theorists. You draw a line. You draw a line. And this political party should stand condemned for its incapacity, for party discipline, for a focus on the public interest, and instead engaging some of the worst and nastiest elements of Australian politics, in their conduct. It makes them utterly unfit to stand in the mantle of what was a once proud set of conservative parties. Now it is a conspiracy theorist rump, and Mr Dutton stands condemned for his incapacity to lead.
Down, Senator Ayres.
Senator Henderson.
Acting Deputy President, in the last few words of the Senator's contribution on this bill, again I raise the point of order that the imputation that he's made against Mr Dutton. He has tried to sneak that in at the last moment.
Senator Watt, it
Senator
would be very
Watt,
helpful if
would
you
you
could
mind?
hold fire.
Show some respect. show some
Senator
respect.
Sanders, can you resume your seat, please? Can you resume your seat, please? I've heard your point of order. I'm not going to ask the senator to withdraw because I don't believe that there was an imputation in that last sentence. Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And I rise today to speak to this bill that simply recommends a COVID-19 Royal Commission. And the 15 minutes of diatribe and vitriol from Senator Ayres there was one of the most disgusting speeches I've ever heard. Actually, it is probably the most disgusting speech I've ever heard in this chamber. This is a genuine attempt at dealing and looking at the way the COVID pandemic was recommended, the way the COVID pandemic was handled, and all we're recommending here today and supporting is that we have a thorough inquiry to look at how the consequences of that pandemic can be dealt with, in particular, of course, the people who've been injured by the vaccine, but ways in which going forward we can also be better prepared for whatever may happen next. But I just want to point out the sheer and utter hypocrisy of the Labor Party, because in the prior government, under the government led by the former Prime Minister Scott Morrison, there was a select committee on COVID. And the recommendation of that select committee, led by none other than Senator Katie Gallagher and comprising of Labor members Senator Murray Watt and Tony Sheldon, was that a Royal Commission into the handling of COVID be held. Be held. And yet today, when we have tried to move a bill that the Labor Party themselves supported, it was a recommendation by the Labor Party themselves when they were in opposition, we've just copped some of the most outrageous accusations and slurs of anti-Semitism. Somehow we're tied up with the horrendous murders that occurred in Chinchilla. There's just the Labor Party really needs to have a good look at the way it conducts itself in the chamber and in general, because there has been an uplift in the last few weeks by the Labor Party members of calling anyone that disagrees with them cookers, conspiracy theorists. And you know what? The general public is waking up to this. The general public don't condone this sort of schoolyard bullying. And that's what it is. And it's a reflection of the low intelligence of the people that represent the Labor Party, who are incapable of actually, A, treating other people with respect, which is extremely important. I mean, we are serving the people here, and B, being able to engage in a rational debate about the facts of the matter. That is what this chamber is about. It is about having rigorous debate, talking about different ideas and being able to find, middle ground, compromise, whatever. But instead, what we have is just day after day of name-calling, of deflection, of censorship, of propaganda. And, I admit when I first became a Senate candidate, I was bullied relentlessly by the ABC for 4 days, and it rattled me. I'll admit, it rattled me, but I've grown a thicker skin, and Muzz, I well remember my first TV interview with Senator Murray Watt and Tom Connell, and they had a go at me over my allegations about the Bureau homogenising data. And, I've gone back to Tom Connell many a time with the documentations, and I'll quote the paper, it's Blair Trind's paper of 2017 that shows that homogenisation has lifted the weather records by 0.6 of a degree. It's all there, Senator Watt, so if you ever want to debate me with Tom on Sky again, I've got the records to prove that what I said was exactly right. But of course they won't actually engage in debate. They would rather, hide in the shadows, hide behind thugs like Senator Ayres, and, we've just spent...
Senator Rennick, can you resume your seat? That was a personal reflection. I'm going to ask you to withdraw.
Sure. But that behaviour we saw by Senator Ayres is the behaviour that the CFMEU goes on with. And we've just spent most of the last 2 weeks in this chamber calling out bullying behaviour. And it doesn't matter whether you're on the workplace, the building site, wherever, it also occurs in here. And the fact that the Labor Party sit there and grin and smirk, and Senator Ayres' colleagues, think that this is all a big joke, it's an absolute insult to the people that had their lives destroyed throughout the COVID pandemic. And I think that the Australian people, many whom today are still suffering, and it's not just, vaccine injuries, it's people that didn't get to see their loved ones. I've got a very good friend whose sister died in New South Wales, her younger sister, I might add, and she died prematurely. She died in her late 40s. She could not be there when that person, her sister, died. I copped, heaps of stories way before the vaccine injuries ever occurred of people who were locked out of their homes, couldn't afford the hotel bill, were worried about losing their jobs, couldn't go to their loved ones' funerals, couldn't be there when their loved ones die. We know the story of the mother in New South Wales who wasn't allowed into Queensland to give birth. These things deserve a voice. These issues deserve a voice. We had 10,000, reportedly thousands, I'll say thousands of Queenslanders locked out of Queensland, living in tents in Murwillumbah. And some of these people, ironically enough, were vaccinated and didn't have COVID. But the Queensland Premier wouldn't even let them back into the state. So these people were roughing it in the back of their cars or wherever they could find accommodation. But why does the Labor Party not take this seriously? Surely in what was the biggest disruption to our lifestyle and country, outside of war, warrants a proper investigation. And look, I'll be honest here. I'm not necessarily convinced we'll get that from a Royal Commission, because I'm not convinced the judges necessarily have their head around all the biochemistry of a virus and things like that. But I'll take it if I can get it. And I'm also not convinced, if we were to get a Royal Commission up, that the Labor Party, and we know that we've just seen their motives and their intentions, they're clearly not interested in being completely open and transparent about this, is whether or not the terms of reference would actually go to the heart of the issue. And the other thing that I think we really owe the Australian people is for public hearings, is for the ability to hear from the people themselves who suffered as a result of government consequences. And look, I get it. When the virus first came out, COVID first came out in March 2020, we didn't know what it was. People were understandably concerned and cautious. Okay, and I didn't speak out in the first year at all. I was sceptical that it was being used for political purposes. There's COVID in the sewage, and if you don't line up for a vaccine, you're going to get a vaccine, you're going to line up for a machine to help you breathe, and all these ridiculous, outrageous statements made by the state premiers. But I admit we had to display caution early on. But where I really want to start seeing accountability is when it became apparent that those vaccines were causing injuries, and then those people who were injured were being gaslighted. That's, to me, and then the mandates as well, where we were told for 18 months or almost 18 months that you weren't going to be mandated to take it, and then bang, we were. And those mandates were being implemented at the same time people were becoming injured. And the government just turned, all governments, and I've been very impartial about this, and I'm glad, Senator Ayres, I did lose my Senate pre-selection because I withheld my vote from a party because Greg Hunt didn't take my concerns seriously about those vaccine injuries. And I'm happy to lose my position in this party over that, because that's what representing the Australian people is all about, is putting the people first. Okay, and just listen out for that name in future. Putting the people first. And I make no apologies for doing that. So I come in here as a genuine, impartial person who cares deeply about the Australian people. And I would ask that the chamber support this, or some sort of Senate inquiry, so that we can give the people of Australia a say in how they suffered under COVID and the management of COVID, and a say in how they want future pandemics, whatever that may be, government contrived or not, dealt with in the future. Thank you.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise and firstly want to thank Senator Canavan for putting this bill together, and Senator Ralph Babet for bringing it before the Senate today. I do support this bill, and I want to outline my reasons. And it's certainly not for the reasons that Senator Ayres, in his atrocious contribution, laid out. I'm rising and supporting this for a number of reasons. Firstly, it's for those people that throughout the pandemic contacted me, and I'm sure they were contacting everyone here, particularly in Western Australia, like those people that couldn't make a funeral, those people that couldn't go and see a loved one in a hospital. I dealt with hundreds of people that were dealing with those situations. I know of one person that was not able to go and sit beside the bed of someone that they cared for because they were from interstate and they couldn't get into Western Australia. Now, what we need is proper evidence. To date, the West Australian government has not revealed the medical advice that they were relying on. There were different decisions that were being made across the country. We were seeing medical data here that prompted the federal government to make the decisions that it made, but then you'd see different states and jurisdictions make completely different decisions with completely different advice. So that sort of information should come out. And it's not about the conspiracy theories and the rubbish that Senator Ayres was talking about. This is about real people and the anxiety that was caused during that time, and many people are still living with it today. Now, I would say that probably 99% of the population just want us to move on. I mean, when you go to the barbecues and you sit around the pub and you say, remember those COVID years? And people sort of laugh about it and sort of like, wow, yeah, how crazy that we had to do all those things. And most people have moved on. That is true. That is true. And I think most people do just want us to move on. But we owe it to the next generation. It could be 10 years, it could be 20, it could be 50 years' time when we face a similar situation, that we have the evidence of what went right. A lot went right. We did a lot right as a country. I think we fared better than most countries in the world. So we should be recording that. We should be looking at what went right. But there were some things, there's some questions over whether the decisions made entirely were correct. And I think there's many instances where that wasn't. I'll give you an example. In Western Australia, we had a vaccine mandate that applied essentially across the entire working population. Almost everyone, almost every occupation was in a category that required you to be vaccinated. There were people, like farmers, for example, driving a tractor in the middle of a field on their own, were in contact with nobody, had to be vaccinated. Now, there were people that didn't want to be vaccinated, and that is their right, I believe, particularly when there was no evidence anywhere to say that the vaccine was going to reduce transmission. So their decision to not be vaccinated was simply just about themselves, because it wasn't about a community benefit. There was no community benefit to it, because there was no evidence to show that it was reducing transmission. And at that time, when the mandates were implied in Western Australia, we had the Omicron variant, which was a much less lethal and serious strain of the vaccine. So it wasn't clogging up our hospitals. It's not like there were a bunch of people that were getting sick that were clogging up our hospitals. So there was no evidence to show that it was required then. But decisions were made, and those decisions were made on the eve of an election. And the Premier was riding extremely high in the polls, and so there are criticisms, or there are suggestions that decisions were made on a political basis. So the point that I'm making here is that we should get the proper evidence. We should get the proper evidence done in an independent way, have public inquiries, have public hearings, so that that evidence can be heard to check whether or not there was undue political influence over decisions that were being made. We owe it to the next generation to support this. We owe it to the next generation to ensure that we have a proper inquiry with public hearings, a commission of inquiry that is essential to get to the bottom of what was happening at that time.
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Hanson.
I move that the question be put.
So the question is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. So the question now is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of that opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. And division required? Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
I'll lock the doors. So the question is that the second reading on the private senator's bill be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. Senator Canavan, I point you teller for the ayes, and I understood you were leading on the bill, Senator. Yeah, and Senator Grogan for the noes. And 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Yep, I know.
Senator Cox.
Mr President, I seek leave to move a motion relating to missing and murdered First Nations women and children as circulated in the chamber.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted.
Pursuant to contingent notice standing in the name of Senator Waters, I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give precedence to a motion relating to missing and murdered First Nations women and children. It is now time to declare that this is a national emergency regarding not just missing, but disappeared and abducted and murdered and slaughtered First Nations women and children in this country. Last week in this chamber, there was a report that was tabled by the opposition chair, Paul Scar, a Thursday at 4 o'clock, when everybody was on a plane and everyone decided to go home and there was no media watching. That was systemically done to not bring attention to this issue, to not make it a priority for this government. After women and children and men in this country have marched for the last few months with what you were wearing to bring attention to this national emergency, and on the back of this report, we still see First Nations women and children dying in this country. We still see them being over-policed and under-supported. We still see them having systems weaponised against them and being wrongly identified as perpetrators in this country. They are left alone to fight a system. They are terrified to ask for help in this country, with their kids in tow sometimes because of the violence they are being presented with. Yesterday I sat at the National Press Club and listened to the Commissioner for the Family and Domestic Violence Commission, with little to no, apart from myself and Senator Waters, absolute silence from other politicians in this place. We didn't even have the Shadow Minister for Child Protection and Family Violence turn up. There was Miss Lay and the Assistant Minister Justine Elliott turn up. And when Commissioner Cronin talked about the human aspect of this, talked through why we should listen to people with lived experience, as the only black woman that was sitting on that committee, I was silenced. I was silenced with putting forward the Greens' recommendations, the 13 of them, that were ignored by this committee. Now, Commissioner Cronin drew to my attention yesterday the really important legacy of this, because a really prominent advocate in Central Australia, Shirlene Campbell, talked about, don't just think about that we are a statistic, that we're a number, we are humans. But guess what? In this report, they failed to even put a national dashboard in place. They are not even counting the dead black women and children in this country, and it's bloody disgraceful. You know what's worse? That the ministers responsible for this area didn't even put out a press release, didn't even turn up, and have been radio silent ever since this report came down. It is disgraceful. The magnitude of this problem is not just about that. It is just the absolute lack of attention to the systemic racism. We have people in this chamber going out and talking about cultural bias. It is systemic and structural racism that our people are experiencing. And this report details all of those harrowing cases. Every person on that committee said how they were affected and how they were moved. Well, guess what? You've got the power in this country to make change, and you're doing nothing about it. The outrage should be there, and it's not. There is none. Not even a mainstream media outlet took the opportunity to report on this. 6 outlets reported about this report, and most of that were the black women in the media. It is disgraceful. It is absolutely disgraceful, and it gets worse. In Victoria this fortnight, they are winding back the commitment that they had about raising the age to criminal responsibility to 14. While we've got senior police in this country running around saying, well, we should lower the age of criminal responsibility to 5. 5 years old. I'm talking about my future grandchildren, my nieces and nephews, and if you can sit in this place and give power to people that think that 5-year-olds are criminally responsible, we have serious, serious problems. Now, this government talks a big game about closing the gap. Target 13 doesn't even have any data attached to it. We don't even know the magnitude of the problem, but they want to stand back and hand out the money. Guess what? Your national dashboard is what we need to understand the magnitude of this problem. We cannot continue to sit by. We must do better in this place. We are demanding and we are calling on this government to urgently enact all of the recommendations that were put by the Greens, but also no more excuses. It's time for action.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Senator McCarthy.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And I just refer to the motion which I've only just received by Senator Cox, and I certainly appreciate the incredible passion that Senator Cox brings to this debate, and the fact that Senator Cox has championed this for 3 years from the moment she entered the parliament. And I have always had that admiration for Senator Cox in regard to that. There is no doubt that certainly the government and certainly the role that I have as Minister for Indigenous Australians, that this is a critical report. I am very, very grateful for the Parliament and the work that has been done. I will look very closely at the recommendations along with my colleagues in terms of what we can do, but also the issues that Senator Cox has raised. There is no doubt for First Nations people across this country and the families that this does hit home. The fact that we've had so many women, so many of our children, who continually either be removed, who certainly are missing, who've been murdered, and the impact that it does have on each one of us as First Nations women, not only across the country but in this parliament. But I do alert the Senate that there is a process as well here. To bring this in the last 5 minutes, knowing that there is an opportunity to actually do some really strong and good outcomes in terms of this report, I would just urge the Senate to vote no. To vote no because we need the time. There's no embarrassment, Senator Cox. No, this is it. No, there is no embarrassment.
Order.
There is no embarrassment
Order.
whatsoever. No, there's no embarrassment. We want to do this properly, Senator Cox, and we want to make sure that we have the appropriate way of doing it through the funding that should be provided to our legal services, to our women's centres, to our families and organisations. This report requires that. If it took 3 years to be able to listen to the stories of people, I'm sure more than a week is needed to have a look at this report and deal with it respectfully and thoroughly. Bringing your recommendations in here
Senator
in the
McCarthy,
last 5 minutes...
could you resume your seat?
It's not the way to go.
Sorry, could you just resume your seat? I just remind all senators that interjections are disorderly. Senator McCarthy.
So I'm disappointed, Madam Acting Deputy President, that this has been put before the Senate in a manner that I find is completely disrespectful for the process that we are trying to do in the right way, and sending a tone throughout this country that this parliament does not care is actually irresponsible and reprehensible. Reprehensible. So we will not support this motion as it currently stands at this particular point in time. And there is no embarrassment, just deep disappointment, Senator Cox. I move that the question be put.
So the question is that the suspension motion be agreed to. No. The question is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of that opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Order. 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 Senators Cox and Hughes, order please. Lock the doors. The question is that the question be put. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan, teller for the ayes, and Senator McKim, teller for the noes. And Orman Payne. That is. There being 22 ayes and 12 noes, the question is resolved in the affirmative. The question is now that the suspension motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those of that opinion say no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the suspension motion moved by Senator Cox be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim, the teller for the ayes, and I appoint Senator O'Sullivan, the teller for the noes. There being 12 ayes and 24 noes, the question is resolved in the negative. The Senate will now proceed to the consideration of government business, and I call the clerk.
Government business, orders of a day number 1, National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, getting the NDIS back on track number 1 bill in committee.
The committee is considering the National Disability Insurance Scheme amendment, getting the NDIS back on track number 1 Bill 2024, and Amendment 1 on sheet 2649, moved by Senator Hughes. Is she speaking to that? Senator Hughes.
Well, unfortunately, we've now got almost half an hour less time to continue to review this legislation that is going to be guillotined. So between both the efforts of the Greens and the ALP, we are now having significant less time to debate and find out answers around this bill. And there are still many, many issues that need to be reviewed and examined further and clarity achieved. Unfortunately, I fear some of those things we're going to run out of time for now. So well done to those at that end of the chamber who just made a hoo-ha out of not being able to read the order of business and when documents are presented and reports are presented every week in this place of a Thursday afternoon. But anyway, never let the truth get in the way of a Green suspension order. But Minister, I draw your attention on paper SK 118, the list of government amendments that have been circulated in Part 4. Section 3, it says a claim must A, be made in the approved form, if any, and B, include any information and be accompanied by any documents required by the CEO. What sort of documentation could be requested by the CEO? There's no guidance here as to what that documentation or information may be. So again, trying to seek some clarity here. Are there any limitations on what the CEO can require? And what are the sorts of documents that are imagined to be required by the CEO in order for someone to be able to submit an invoice to be paid?
Minister.
Thank you. And just while the team's just grabbing me some material on that, I do think, yes, we're in this situation now where there's 3/4 of an hour or so of discussion. It has been a lengthy discussion, but I do accept that there are many issues that the disability community and others in the community want to traverse about the legislation. There has been, the government would say, an exhaustive consultation process in the community, but these are complex issues, Senator Hughes, and some of these questions can be answered in the context of the bill. Much rests, of course, upon not just the co-design issues in terms of the needs assessment framework, but also the way that the department and the agency implement the new scheme. Much of it rests upon, of course, as we go on an ongoing reform journey in this area. And I did want to take a moment just to reflect on some of the conduct of this discussion. I think somebody said earlier that words in this context do matter in terms of the way that we've engaged in this discussion. And my role, of course, here is to answer questions that senators put to me, to represent the government in terms of this legislation, and I've been at pains to consider the impact of the discussion, not just in here, but not just in here, and the impact that the debate has in families and households around the country. And so I have pushed back consistently and constantly, and perhaps the cause of some frustration, when I've seen claims made that create the impression that the government is motivated by bad motives here. It is not, though, immune from criticism. It shouldn't be. There should be a robust exchange in here, a complex exchange around the bill, because as I say, the bill itself creates a framework. Much of it is an enabling framework. there is a lot of work to do, and the Senate will play a role in this over time as well, in terms of the implementation of the bill and the reforms that are developed over time. It's not immune from criticism, though, and it is from time to time a highly charged debate. And it should be, because some of the issues that sit underneath this piece of legislation and the National Disability Insurance Scheme are utterly vital for today 600,000 Australians who participate in the scheme, and their families and their communities, for people now who are and their families who are applicants for the scheme, but also for future generations. And vital issues are engaged. They are engaged. The government is motivated here by wanting to improve the scheme and improve the services that are offered under the scheme. And we do say that that is consistent with establishing efficiencies and eliminating duplication in the scheme. These are contested issues. These are contested issues, and they should be. We are motivated by protecting the scheme for future generations and putting the scheme on a sustainable footing and moderating the growth of the scheme. That is a good motivation, but these are contested issues, and they should be. It is indeed at the outset a Labor scheme, but it has to be protected and sustainable for the generations ahead. When other governments in future generations, of course I hope many, many years away, but other governments will have to pick up the scheme and administer the scheme as well. But I am conscious that words do matter. And I do say, while words matter not just in here, and we ought to consider the implication of what we say in here in households around the country, it is clear that when I sought to characterise Senator Steele-John's contribution, that the words that I used are wounded. That is for sure. That is for sure. And I'm a plain-speaking kind of character, and it gets under people's skin from time to time. I appreciate that. But it is never the intention it should never be the intention of anybody in this place for words to wound in a way that unnecessarily creates offence or distress. So I apologise for that, Senator Steele-John. I don't resile from my effort to counter what it is that I think are claims that are made that are not correct. But of course, all of us should be open to all of us should be open to criticism, including me. And having said that, I'm hoping that my colleagues here have given me an actual answer to Senator Hughes's question. But I did want to make those remarks. The Act doesn't currently have a legislated claims and payments framework, which means it is unclear how people now, including participants and providers, make claims for NDIS amounts and how and when the agency must pay the relevant amounts. The amendments insert new provisions into the Act to establish a legislative claims and payment framework. The new provisions will provide a more streamlined process for participants and providers, with specific legislative requirements that will determine when a claim will or will not be paid. The agency processes approximately 400,000 claims every day. Many of these claims do not contain sufficient information to identify whether the claim is appropriate to be paid under the scheme. This does cause delays. It is part of the normal business of claims being made, but it does cause delays and additional burdens on participants in responding to requests for information. This measure will enable the CEO of the agency to adhere to obligations under the PGPA Act, including by enabling claims to be processed quickly while balancing fraud and data quality risks. The amendments also impose a timeframe of 2 years in which claims must be made, which aligns broadly with Medicare's approach on these questions. New section 45A outlines the mechanical requirements for a claim, including who can make a claim according to the funds management type of a participant's NDIS plan, self-managed plans, a participant or their nominee, plan-managed plans, a registered plan management provided, or agency-managed plans, the registered provider who delivered the supports. What information is required to support a claim and in what form it is to be provided. Information requirements for claiming is already available on the NDIS website. However, examples include invoices evidencing the supports delivered, receipts evidencing the supports received in the support of either a claim via the participant or provider portal or app, or a participant or their nominee using the offline My Plan purchase form. I can say I've already dealt with the time frame. There will be a 12-month grace period following commencement of the bill, during which no time limit on claims will apply as a transition measure. That allows participants and providers a period of 12 months to gather necessary information and submit any outstanding claims for supports obtained or provided more than 2 years in the past. In addition, Section 25C of the Act's Interpretation Act 1901 makes it clear that substantial compliance with a form prescribed by an Act is sufficient. So that is, there's a substance issue in terms of complying with the forms, and it is, the government says, reasonable to require that minimum amount of information in forms that are submitted to the agency. Of course, the forms themselves will be developed over time during the co-design process that we've outlined more broadly, and that 12-month period should be amply sufficient to achieve those outcomes.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Minister. I guess what I'm trying to really get to some specifics here, because in the explanatory memorandum around this amendment, I understand you need an invoice and date of service and all of those sorts of things. I understand, you know, on the invoice you're going to have ABNs, you're going to have whether they're GST registered, all of that sort of information. But it does also say, as you know, require information such as date of service, invoices, and information about the provider. So I'm trying to get an understanding: are participants and or providers going to be expected to be submitting with claims, working with children checks, police checks, qualifications, business registration details? What is the information that could be required? Because it's referred to twice with no definition or parameters or limitations at all.
Minister, Senator Ayres.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to be confident about this answer because I'm sure that is right, but it is. That will form part of the registration and compliance requirements that providers will need to provide, principally to the Commission. It is not anticipated that will be the job of participants to, I think, in your question, to provide supporting compliance material in relation to the status of the provider.
Senator Hughes.
So perhaps you might be able to help me here ruling something out, and I'll come back to the registration part because I'm glad you mentioned that. It'll help me. I'll tell you what, when this is over, I'm going to look forward to getting rid of this folder because I'll be able to find something. One of the things that you might be able to clarify and confirm it won't be required, because there was an article in the Daily Telegraph yesterday with regards to dodgy NDIS providers ripping off workers, pocketing $9 an hour union. That was the quote of the union, which was the... I can't even see which union it was. I assume it's the HSU, but anyway, I might... Can I give it to you while I keep talking and find the name of the union? But perhaps... Australian Services Union. Right, thank you very much, Senator Ayres, who saw the article, the Australian Services Union. Thank you very much. But look, you know, I mean, I think the article in itself is a bit of a beat up in the fact that, you know, providers charging something on top of the fees, you know, how else are they going to make money? How are they going to exist as a business? That's, you know, they're obviously have a service fee for booking the support worker. But I guess one of the concerns that I have, that it is being pushed here by a union, that the language is that it's about wage theft for providers. is the other information that would need to be provided to the CEO potentially inclusive of union membership of its workers?
Minister.
Senator, do you mean information provided? Sorry, information. I'll have to use it because I haven't got the imagination to think my way through an alternative word. Information provided by the provider.
Order, Senator Hughes.
Yeah. But that, you know, that this would in some way enforce union membership on a provider in a bid to, as part of the information, so that claims can be processed, because this is not ruled out that they're, like universities, we could have mandatory union membership if you wanted to be a registered provider in the NDIS.
Minister.
The short answer is no. In terms of the kind of information, it would have to be founded in the claim. I mean, the sorts of... I think everybody would accept that the margins that are made by providers need to be appropriate. They need to support the provider, but also need to support good jobs for the workers who are delivering those services, and I think that is what the ASU New South Wales branch in this case are properly concerned about, and that should be the subject of public debate, and it will no doubt be the focus of government attention in this area, because it is an opportunity to make sure that public monies are being expended in the most effective way possible for participants, and also make sure that the government's other objectives in terms of bringing people into the scheme are being achieved. But in terms of the operation of the scheme of this Act, the short answer is no.
Senator Hughes.
Because I think it's important that we've got that clarity and on the record going forward, because obviously you want to be a member of a union, that's your prerogative, but to have that as a compulsory part of being able to put an invoice into the agency would be very concerning. And I obviously have some reservations around the language that's used in that in fact there is no definition, that the any documents is very, very broad, but you know, that's obviously something that will continue to require more clarity, and something that will be looked at and watched as this new reform is implemented. I'm interested, you mentioned the registration requirements, and I know we haven't seen the government's response to either of the reviews that have been done, but it was very clearly stated that compulsory registration was not supported within the sector and was going to cause problems. You know, I know from and this is my personal opinion, that I have no problem with registration as long as it's scalable, so that sole providers aren't pushed out of the market. I don't think there's anything wrong with a register of providers who have their working with children checks or their police checks or their qualifications, and that's it, not requiring exhaustive and extensive audits that are required of the larger, formally block-funded providers. You know, the scale of the businesses are completely different, and quite often the services that are provided are completely different. And I'd just like to reiterate, I do support what you just said with regards to providers and making sure that, you know, they aren't taking the scheme for a ride. I do worry that the language is still, even in this entire reform package, focused on participants. It's always about the participants. When issues of fraud, mismanagement, are brought up, they're always brought up in the context of participants, whereas any participant will tell you that it's actually at the provider side needs to be examined much, much more closely, and particularly at the plan management side. When we talk about intra-plan inflation, it's quite often people with significant impairments utilising a plan manager who just spends more money than is in the plan as it's gone through. It's not the participant misusing the plan, it's the plan manager not doing their job effectively. and thinking that they can just go back and get more money and causing these problems for participants. So we would very much like to see a greater focus on providers when it comes to the sustainability of the scheme. To give you a question, because I know we're going to run out of time soon, if perhaps you can talk a little bit about registration, whether or not there is, any of this legislation, this reform will push towards compulsory registration, or what the registration status of registration is across the scheme.
Minister.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. I mean, the short answer to that question, again conscious of time, is that the Act doesn't approach those issues in terms of compulsory registration. There are recommendations in the review which go to the kind of issues that you're talking about, and I think the Minister has set out publicly and established a task force of providers and I think also participants. Chaired by Ms Natalie Wade, that will do some further work on this set of issues. They do engage some of the challenges of scale, but also I think everyone would accept it is a government scheme that must provide a quality set of services that underpin the objectives of the scheme, but wrestling with those issues will be informed by the task force's work.
Senator Hughes.
Yeah, and obviously keeping in mind there are businesses like psychologists whose entire business is not NDIS participants. They might just have 2 or 3. So to be a registered provider and go through the extensive cost and audit is not appropriate for that business, but they're an incredible, those businesses can be incredibly professional and proper people to deliver services. I do want to hand over to Senator Steele-John, so I'll try and finish up. But I just wanted to raise with you, one of the things we've heard is there's going to be efficiencies from the agency. I struggle to see where they're coming from, particularly with these new navigators being brought in, adding another layer of bureaucracy before you even see a support worker, of what further work's going to be undertaken to monitor the agency and its efficiency models, because only this morning, and I had a look at who else got it, I think Senator Ruston, Senator Steele-John received the email, I did, it was sent to a few people, that someone who's been having a discussion with the agency about a plan got an email from someone at the agency saying, thanks for the discussion, we've had the discussion, we've added some money to this plan, blah, 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 attach the plan for the wrong person. And it includes all the private and personal contact details, issues, the person's disability, what their challenges are, everything. And so it's been forwarded to us, which I don't think it should have been, but someone has been sent the wrong information. And I would have thought the agency would have, as a priority, made sure that such personal details as these things may require a level of attention to detail on that. And I do want to acknowledge you, Senator Reyes, in your comments that you made to Senator Steele-John. I think that was an appropriate thing for you to do, and we certainly welcome the comments that you made directed to Senator Steele-John, because I don't think he has undertaken a scare campaign. I'll finish up. I'll use the last couple of minutes just to say a few things. The Coalition, with our amendments being supported, will look to pass this bill. And I can't say I do it with a feeling of overwhelming joy. I do it with considerable despair, because unlike when those in government were the opposition and stood in the way of all the reforms that were suggested by us when we were in government, when we were referred to as pearl-clutching kabuki players because we mentioned sustainability issues and we're trying to address them, yet we're blocked at every step, even though this had always been a bipartisan scheme. There does need to be reform. I'm not filled with confidence this is the best first step, that this is an appropriate first step. I think there are elements of it that will be good. I am very keen, and I've said to the Minister and I have repeated ad nauseum for years that there are too many people on the scheme. There are kids that shouldn't be, the kids that do not have permanent and lifelong, and parents that are diagnosed as shopping and they shouldn't be on the scheme. And quite frankly, it's insulting to those of us with kids that genuinely need it. It's insulting that kids who have been to a number of paediatricians, got a developmental delay, get an autism level 2 diagnosis and are given a package of, say, $25,000, to know that we now have kids with level 3 autism and intellectual disability currently, and it's being used by the agency. Obviously, we only get this anecdotally, that the agency staff are already saying to them, because of the new legislation, they're having their plans cut. And so kids with level 3 autism, kids with intellectual disability that are going to have serious and lifelong impairments are having their plans cut to exactly the same level of these other children with autism, kids with autism being absolutely used and abused through the press, that there's too many of them. And there are, because not all of them have what would have been considered autism in the old days. The new DSM-5 has done more damage than I can even begin to imagine, with its levels of autism and removal of so many other diagnoses and disorders. And so for the families of children with severe and profound autism, for the families of children who, you are the quiet voices here because you are just trying to make it through every day. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry that this scheme is letting you down. And I don't know if this is going to help. I'm not filled with confidence that this government is going to be able to deliver these reforms. But we will not stand in the way of them, and we hope that this is just the first tranche of what needs to be genuine reform, because this scheme is too important for the people that need it. For the people whose lives were changed when this scheme came into being, who live in fear every day that they will be forced back into block-funded group home accommodation, that their loved ones will not receive any care or quality of life, because that's what used to happen. And our kids were treated like they were less than human. And it's starting to happen again. And it's starting to happen again because providers are rorting the system, because the agency is unable to determine differences between broad diagnosis, because co-design, which we consistently hear, so often isn't the voices that really need to be heard, because those people don't have the chance to speak up. Their parents are just trying to get through every day. Their parents are trying to do the best for their child, and there are voices that do not experience impairments at the same level. There are voices that have physical disabilities and can speak up, while those with cognitive disorders cannot. Those with intellectual disability cannot. And sometimes co-design does more damage than good, because those voices are forgotten. And so I would implore the government, when they talk about co-design, they talk about people who genuinely need this scheme, and they talk to the people that need it for the rest of their lives, and the people who are struggling day by day and don't often have the platforms to be able to say what needs to be said. So we will support this. Please, please get it right. Please do more. Please work constructively with us to do more, to make sure that people aren't left behind, that this scheme is there for the people who really, really need it going forward, because it's too important.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Minister.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. That was, I think, a very well-weighted contribution that goes to the essence of the issues that it is that the Parliament must consider in terms of the scheme. And it was very good to see you receiving the support of your colleagues while you gave that contribution. That is what this place should do. the passage of the legislation through the Parliament is a very important step, and government recognises, the Minister recognises and the government recognises that there is much more important work to be done, and that goes to making sure that this legislation is right, which is the work that we have tried to do here, and that the Minister and the Department and the agency have done, but it also goes to implementing the legislation, it goes to future reform, and it goes to the micro detail of every interaction that the staff of the agency have with participants and their families, and that providers have with participants and their families. This is work that, in my view, will never be done properly, effectively. It is an endless reform process where the words of continuous improvement are often used in a pretty banal kind of way around the place. This is going to be an ever-evolving set of issues. I'm grateful for that contribution. I don't want to belabour any of the points because I know that Senator Steele-John will have questions and contributions too. In relation to that specific instance that you raised at the outline, I'm very happy to undertake to receive that confidentially, or for the Minister's office to receive that confidentially, and to make sure that is conveyed to the satisfaction of the participant or their family who've raised it, but also that the proper lessons are learnt from that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ayres. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. This is a moment of pain, fear and fury for so many disabled people and our families across the country. This NDIS bill, developed by this Labor government for the purpose of cutting $14.4 billion from our NDIS, represents the greatest betrayal of our community ever perpetrated by a government. During the course of this debate, I have felt so many emotions. I have experienced within me intensely that same pain, fear and fury. This will be my last contribution to this debate. When I conclude, shortly after, the bill will pass. And yet, our disability rights movement will remain. The solidarity developed during the course of the fight against this bill will remain. Our connection to each other will remain. I cannot predict what the weeks and months ahead will mean for the 660,000 people who require these supports, who rely on the NDIS. But I can say with absolute certainty that we will face this together. And it is from that certainty that today I draw the most tremendous pride in the disability community. There are so many across this country who, through the course of this campaign, to attempt to persuade this Labor government to keep its commitments, to keep its promises, to listen to the voices of disabled people. There are so many organisations and individuals who have demonstrated and have reached into the most extraordinary courage. People who battle every day just to survive have taken up the cause together, have organised, have demonstrated, protested, called their MPs, sent emails, spent hours and hours explaining to Senate committees and to individual MPs precisely the dangers of this bill and precisely the kind of harms that it will do to us as a community. There are so many organisations whose job it is to represent disabled people whose job it is to bring the voices of our communities into Parliament, that have gone again and again into spaces where they were promised co-design and transparency, and have instead been subjected to coercion, to gaslighting, to deception, to deceit. And in the face of this treatment, by a government they trusted, they have nevertheless held fast. And I am so proud of every single one of our disability representative organisations who, guided by their membership and their board, when placed under incredible pressure by this Labor government, who sought at every turn to persuade and coerce them into celebrating this bill, into backing this bill, decided to place themselves with their community and their community's need in solidarity, decided not to back down. So this bill passes today. This government hides there in the corner in the full knowledge that every single one of Australia's disability representative organisations either completely oppose this bill or have called for it not to pass today because of the rafts of new amounts of information that have been dropped by this government during the course of the debate. I want to thank and acknowledge the incredible work done by the advocates and the activists who worked so tirelessly to ensure that those organisations had the information they need to take that position. I also want to acknowledge every single person who made a submission to the Senate inquiries into this bill, to the witnesses who gave evidence. During the course of those inquiries, we as disabled people were asked to disclose the most private, the most intimate, the most personal details of our lives. We had witnesses give evidence to the inquiry, share with us the status of... I'm not going to sanitise it for the chamber. They shared with us what it means for them to no longer be able to control their bladder, and the way in which the ability to purchase cheaper products from a regular mainstream space enabled them to live. We had somebody share with us that their ability to use their NDIS funds to have their hair washed by a hairdresser in a way that will be prohibited under this bill enabled them to not only live well and happy, but to avoid the unnecessarily humiliating experience of having to be showered by somebody you don't know. We had people share with us that if they were subjected to the policies intended to be enacted through this bill, that they would have to leave their family home, that they would face the horror of returning to the group home dynamics that they thought they'd never have to leave or to live in again. And I must acknowledge in this moment that so many people right now are frightened. They are frightened because they understand this bill, because they've read this bill, because they know this system, because they know this scheme, because they know the state of the pre-NDIS system that we clawed our way out of. They know the features of those pre-NDIS schemes, of government-mandated lists, government-mandated assessments, government-mandated plans. That's what they lived with. So their fear is well-grounded. And it must be acknowledged, and it must not be dismissed, and it must not be framed as a scare campaign. We know as a community what we are about to be subjected to because we have lived it. We also know that when we lived it, we also know that now, the disability community is stronger than we have ever been before. We know that disability pride lives in the heart of that movement. We know that mutual aid and community organisation are the tools that we will reach to now. This time of trial and shadow and grief is a time that we shall journey through together. We shall hold ourselves up. We shall grieve for those that we know we will lose. We will rage against the dying. And we will remind both parties who are about to pass this bill that we are not only fearless advocates, we are not only community members, we are voters. And as voters, we will mark your card for this. We will remember it on election day. And in the name of all we lose and all those whom we lose, we shall go into the ballot box and deliver back to this place a parliament that will listen, a legislature that will restore our rights. We will deliver a parliament willing to work with the disability community rather than against it, to correct this betrayal and to truly build a society for all.
Senator Steele-John, your time has expired. Senator Ayres.
Thank you. Well, I think in closing, because I think we're very close to the time for debate expiring, while I strongly disagree with many of the assertions in Senator Steele-John's closing speech of his own here, I do thank him for making a contribution to this debate. I think that it's very important that some of the injunctions in the last three contributions taken together are what we must focus on as this legislation passes the Parliament and as we go on with the work of implementing this vital piece of work. I do say to people who are participants in the scheme, Australians who are participants in the scheme and their families, that what the passage of this legislation means is that participants and their families and future generations can have confidence that the government and this Parliament are committed to making the scheme stronger, to making it sustainable and to improving the experience of Australians with a disability and their families and their communities, and that the government and indeed the Parliament recognise how important this NDIS set of reforms have been for Australia as a country. And that it will be the work of this government and future generations to continue to focus on improvements, to continue to mobilise community support for the scheme, because every Australian, whether they participate in the scheme or whether they are a family member of somebody who participates in the scheme, or whether they have no relationship with the scheme whatsoever, every Australian benefits from a strong, universal national disability insurance scheme and from government that continues to focus on improvements to the performance of the scheme, the sustainability of the scheme, the long-term viability of the scheme that is founded properly in its original purpose. And these issues should be the subject of contest because they are vital for the interest of Australians, about whom we should care very deeply indeed. There will be amendments to the scheme, and I don't, in the short amount of time left, want to deal with those amendments in detail. Some of them here are matters that the government has determined in response to discussions with the states and territories that will improve the governance and the co-governance of the scheme. It is a good thing that the states and territories, as a response to those changes, have deepened their public commitment to the scheme. There are amendments there that are a response to the parliamentary debate and the inquiry's processes, but also to representations made directly to the government by senators and also by community organisations that represent disabled people. They go to ensuring that foundational supports are comprehensively defined and implemented in states and territories. And the government will deliver a formal response to the Disability Royal Commission and the NDIS review. And some of those amendments do go. I have heard Senator Steele-John's final contribution in this debate, do go to some of the matters that Senator Steele-John raised. I respect the fact that he does not believe they go to them satisfactorily, but they do go, for example, on that precise issue of allowing for the kind of care where it is appropriate in terms of services like hair washing, a process that deals with that in an effective and dignified kind of way. It is important to make sure that that work with the states and territories and the disability community around the broader reforms that are required to support the effective operation of the scheme, that work continues, including to develop foundational supports agreed by National Cabinet to commence from 1st of July 2025. It's important to ensure that there is careful sequencing of the other key recommendations from the NDIS review and the Disability Royal Commission, and the bill establishes the framework to allow the time that it will take to carefully co-design and develop the detail in subordinate legislation. We are not going backwards here on these questions. We are going forwards. We are not going backwards to the bad old days where the kinds of things that happened to disabled people in group homes or in any other context. There is nothing in this bill that does anything but aim forwards at a scheme that offers decency and dignity and better services and a more sustainable scheme in the interests of all Australians, but in particular of the interests of disabled people and their families. So while I recognise and the Minister recognises that there should be contest over these questions, let's be very clear as a parliament that the message that we are sending today as a parliament in the passage of this important piece of legislation that does not cover the field of all of the reforms that are required, but enables progress, that what we are doing here as a government, supported by the parliament, is pointing forward, making sure we turn our back on a very difficult past, and that we protect and build this scheme and strengthen it for the future. Thanks, Acting Deputy President.
Thank you, Senator Ayres. As it is 11:15 a.m, the committee will report to the Senate.
Thank you very much.
I report progress. It being 11:15, we will now move to notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Being none, I'll move on. Is there a report from the Selection of Bills Committee? Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, President. I present the 9th report of 2024 of the Selection of Bills Committee, and I seek leave to have the report incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Urquhart.
Oh.
Are you seeking the...
I have to move it first.
Yes. No. Yes, we'll just finish with the whip.
I move that the report be adopted.
So the question is, the motion is moved... Oh, you're seeking the call, Senator Gallagher?
Thank you. I move the following amendment, that at the end of the motion add, but the Housing Investment Probity Bill 2024 be deferred.
Yes. So the question is that the amendment is moved by Senator Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. So the question is, the amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee report as moved by Senator Gallagher be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'm now going to put the Selection of Bills report as amended. So, Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to draw to the attention of the chamber and anybody who's listening what actually just happened. We have a process in this place called Selection of Bills that occurs on a Wednesday night every week where all parties have the opportunity to come in and put their positions in relation to bills that are going to be debated going forward. Part of that process is, and at the end of that process, we usually either reach agreement or we don't reach agreement on particular bills. Last night, a very respectful selection of bills saw the government, the opposition, the Greens and the crossbench all agree to the Selection of Bills report that was put forward this morning by Senator Urquhart. Approximately 2 minutes before the Selection of Bills report, as agreed, was to be put into this chamber, the Greens and the Labor Party, and interestingly, Senator Tyrrell and Senator Pocock, I'm not sure they actually knew what they were doing, but if they do, they can be concluded in my complaint about the fact that you've come into this place 2 minutes to go and changed an agreement of last night. Now, absolutely, I have no problem. We do not have to agree on everything, and we certainly do not. But what we've got here is a private senator's bill that was put forward by a senator, not by a government, not by the opposition, but by an individual senator who sought to have his bill referred to committee. Last night, everybody agreed to that, but apparently today, the Labor Party and the Greens and Senator Tyrrell and Senator Pocock have decided that they no longer support a private senator putting his bill to committee. So it'd be really interesting to understand. So the first thing is that we haven't had the opportunity. So that senator has not had the opportunity to be able to put his case forward as to why he wanted his bill to be referred. No opportunity to speak to the crossbench. No opportunity to put his case about why he wants to put that bill forward. The only thing I can suggest is that last night you actually agreed for a bill to be referred to a committee, and then somehow someone from above on the other side has said, actually, we don't like the content of that private senator's bill. We can't possibly have that sent to a committee because you're sensitive about the topic that was contained in the bill. But all I can say is that the most egregious thing that's happened here is the complete disregard for the process. As I said, no problem whatsoever if last night you had not wanted to agree. We would have had the opportunity overnight to settle this the respectful way. And can I just actually congratulate the staff, our staff, and your staff for the very respectful way that they manage this process of selection of bills. It has worked forever in a respectful way. We don't always agree, but apparently those come in here this morning and decided just to completely override that. So, but this is not something that is new in here. This is a government that is quite happy to trash convention, no matter, as long as it suits their political purposes for the moment. Well, all I can say to you is just remember when you trash convention, when you trash processes, when you want to use them in your favour, just remember you've given us the green light to be able to trash processes that work in your favour. So I just want everybody to understand what actually happened. A process was trashed. A convention was trashed. No respect or time was given to anybody to be able to deal with the issue. And it was not a process about the opposition. It was a process about a private senator who simply wanted to refer their bill to a committee, a process that you had all agreed to last night, and somehow you've been overridden by somebody on the other side, and now you've pulled your support. So all I can say is have a very long think about it, because what you sow is what you reap, and it won't be long until one time we have an opportunity to pay you back for the complete disrespect that you have shown Senator Bragg by refusing to allow him to have his private senator's bill referred to committee. What are you hiding? What are you afraid of? Clearly you do not like the idea that his bill is likely to show sunlight on some of the terrible things that the people that support your party and your party have been doing. So you made a mistake last night, and now all this has just highlighted the fact that you are running a protection racket, an absolute protection racket for the unions. We've seen it play out this week with the CFMEU. What you say and what you do are two completely different things. You have no intention of bringing the sanctions that was actually going to force all this bad behaviour. You just say you're going to, and here is another classic example where you will do whatever you need to do to shut down debate about something that you don't like the subject of.
Order. Just before we go to you, Senator Bragg, I did call order at least 6 or 7 times, and there was continued disorder right across the chamber. I remind senators we've just had a division. A number of you are incredibly disorderly because you're not even in your proper places. I remind you of that standing order. Senator Bragg.
Well, thank you, President. It is very curious when you think about all the different issues and the difficult issues we debate in this parliament, which are the subject of private senators' bills.
Please resume your seat. Senator Billick, I've just called the chamber to order. I'm not quite sure which part of that doesn't apply to you. You either sit in here in silence or you leave the chamber. Senator Bragg, please.
Thanks,
continue.
President. When you think about all the diverse views in this chamber, which are the subject of private senators' bills, which are always afforded an inquiry, this is not a particularly controversial matter. This is purely a protection racket for an issue, the CFMEU, that the government want to go away. Now, the government has pretended to be shocked about corruption in the CFMEU in the last few weeks. No one else is surprised in Australia that the government has been concealing these issues as part of their alliance with the unions and the CFMEU. And all this bill is looking to do is to remove the ability of the CFMEU and the CBUS super fund from accessing taxpayer funds, because it is an integrity and probity issue here that taxpayers should not be exposed to corruption and wrongdoing. And I think even if there are different views on the idea of having a fund like this, which we don't agree with, everyone would agree that taxpayers should not be exposed to the CFMEU, because if it's good enough to put the organisation into administration, then surely it's good enough to protect taxpayer funds invested in this organisation from co-investing with an organisation that the parliament has sought to put into administration. Now, the fact that there are 3 CFMEU trustees on the board of the fund and the significant transfers that are made each and every year shows that these are linked organisations, and that the idea that the CBUS fund could go and co-invest with the Housing Australia Future Fund exposes the taxpayer directly to corrupt activities. And that is before you even look at the litany of examples where the CBUS CFMEU cartel has sought to impose a significant tax and levy on construction sectors where it has not done so for its own organisations and its own investments. So this is a bizarre turn of events for the government to agree at selection of bills last night that this fairly uncontroversial proposal would go to an inquiry to take submissions from interested parties and have a hearing. And I would say the only reason that the government has changed its mind is because it is fearful of further exposure and unpacking of these issues. Because the government here, its main objective is to stop exposure of these issues. They want to move on. They want to say they've done the job by putting the organisation into administration, and they don't want to look at this exposure through the Housing Australia Future Fund. They don't want to look at any of the governance issues in relation to the superannuation funds, which are linked very closely to the CFMEU with the various trustees and the financial transfers. So it's very clear what's happened here. The government has had a change of heart. It doesn't want to see any further discussion or exposure of these issues. But the Senate's job is to inquire. The Senate's role is to look at any matter, particularly where there have been significant allegations of wrongdoing. So it is a very dangerous precedent for anyone to be voting against inquiry and investigation. That is the job that people sent us here to do, and I think people would be rightly disgusted if they thought that we were seeking to conceal wrongdoing and corruption where we are talking about taxpayer funds. We're not talking about private funds. We're talking about $10 billion of taxpayer funds, where the only super fund that has sought to engage with the Housing Australia Future Fund is the CBUS Fund, which is chaired by Mr Wayne Swan, who last time I looked was not the Chief Investment Officer of the fund. He was the chairman of the fund, also happens to be the president of the Labor Party. So he is going out there making commitments of $500 million that he wants to commit to co-invest with the Housing Australia Future Fund. The Parliament wants to inquire as to whether this is an appropriate party for the government to do business with, and the Senate is saying we are not going to even have an inquiry into these issues or take submissions from the public. I'm sure there are a lot of builders and developers who've got evidence about wrongdoing in these sectors that would like to engage with this inquiry and would like to avail themselves of parliamentary privilege because they are afraid to make statements in the public domain where they could be thumped by people who have no regard for the law. So this is a very dangerous precedent for the government to be closing down an avenue to have an inquiry into a matter of great public interest where taxpayer funds are at stake.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. So the question is the selection of Bills Committee report as moved by Senator Urquhart and amended by Senator Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Senator Gallagher.
Thank you. I move that general business notice of motion number 591 be considered during general business today.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
President, postponement notifications have been lodged in respect of general business notice number 586, postponed to the 12th of September 2024, and general business notice number 587, postponed to the 9th of September 2024. No committee extension notifications have been lodged today.
If there is no objection, the business is postponed. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business, and we'll begin with general business 585, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic. Senator Kovacic.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 585 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Kovacic.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 585, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Yes. Is anyone moving 588? If not, I'll move on. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of Senator Thorpe, I ask that general business notice of motion number 588 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Lambie.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 588, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe and moved by Senator Lambie, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Is anyone moving 589? Senator Thorpe, Senator Lambie, beg your pardon.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of Senator Thorpe, I ask that general business notice of motion number 589 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Lambie.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 589, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe and moved by Senator Lambie, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We're now at the guillotine. So, Senators, in accordance with resolution agreed to on the 21st of August, the time for consideration of various bills has expired. I will first put the question before the Chair on the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, getting the NDIS back on track number 1 Bill 2024, and then put the questions on the remaining stages of the bill and the other bills listed in the resolution. The first question is that the amendment on sheet 2649, moved by Senator Hughes, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required? No division. So I'll put the question again, so that the amendment on 2649, moved by Senator Hughes, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by the government. I understand the Minister has documents to table. Minister.
Thanks, President. I table 3 supplementary explanatory memoranda relating to the government amendments to be moved to this bill.
Thank you. I also understand that Government Amendment 13 on sheet SK 120 is to be withdrawn. Are you seeking leave, Minister?
I do seek leave to that. Yep.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister. In relation to the remaining government amendments, I will first deal with the Australian Greens amendments circulated on sheets 2772 and 2777 to the government amendments 2 and 7 on sheet SK 118 revised. So the question is that the Australian Greens amendments on sheet 2772 and 2777 to government amendments 2 and 7 on sheet SK 118 revised be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. So the question is that the Australian Greens amendments on sheet 2772 and 2777 to Government Amendments 2 and 7 on sheet SK 118 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 10 ayes and 38 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that Government Amendments 1 to 12 and 14 to 24 on sheet SK 120 and the amendments on sheet PA 112 further revised and SK 118 revised be agreed to. I understand Senator McKim wishes to advise the Australian Greens want to vote differently. So over to you, Senator McKim.
Well, thanks very much, President. I ask that the question be put separately in order to facilitate the Australian Greens voting separately on some of these matters. I ask that the question be put separately on the following amendments on sheet SK 120, Amendment 22 and 24, and on sheet SK 118, Amendments 2, 3, 4, 6, 9 and 11. If all of those could be put separately to the rest, please, President.
Yes, I understand.
So we'll do that group first and then the remaining government.
So we will deal with the amendments that the Australian Greens, as advised by Senator McKim, wish to vote differently with first, just to avoid confusion. So I'll deal with SK 120-22 first. Those of that opinion say aye.
Do the next job lot as well, so this whole group versus the remaining.
Okay, so I'm doing them as a job lot, but I'll read them out. So the question is that SK 120, 22 and 24, SK 118 revised, 2, 3, 4, 6, 9, 11 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Call it the ayes.
I've called it for the ayes. And division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that SK 120, 22, 24, SK 118, revised 2, 3, 4, 6, 9, 11 be agreed to. The ayes shall go to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 11 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. So the question now is that the remaining government amendments be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I will now deal with amendments circulated by the opposition. Senator Thorpe has circulated amendments to opposition amendments 1, 5 and 6 on sheet 2651. Those of that opinion say aye. The question is that those amendments be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Oh. I have. Lock the doors. So the question is that Senator Thorpe's amendments on sheet 2838 and 2839 revised to opposition amendments 1, 5 and 6 on sheet 2651 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 13 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that opposition amendments on sheet 2650 revised, 2651, order, 2652 and 2653 be agreed to. Senator McKim, I understand you're seeking the call.
Thanks very much, President. In order to facilitate the Australian Greens voting differently on some of these matters, could I please ask that the question be put separately in regards to sheets 2652 and 2653?
And you're happy for me to move those together? So we'll deal with those two first. So the question is that opposition amendments on sheets 2652 and 2653 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We'll now deal with the remaining opposition amendments 2650 and 2651. So the question is that those amendments be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that opposition amendments on sheet 2650 and 2651 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 31 ayes and 12 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by... yes, Senator Lambie.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I seek the call and express support for amendment on sheet 2650.
Yes, we'll record that. Thank you, Senator Lambie. Senator David Pocock.
Could it be noted that I oppose amendments on sheet 2651?
Sure. Thank you, Senator Pocock. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Pauline Hanson's One Nation. The question is that Pauline Hanson's One Nation amendments on sheet 2749 and 2751 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that Pauline Hanson's One Nation amendments on sheet 2749 and 2751 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Roberts as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 2 ayes and 40 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with the amendments circulated by the Jackie Lambie Network. Senator Lambie.
She's moved on to yours. I'd like to seek the call to express my support for 2751, please.
Thanks, Senator Lambie. The question is that the Jackie Lambie Network amendments on sheet 2778 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Senator Lambie, I only heard one voice. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the Jackie Lambie Network amendments on sheet 2778 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Lambie for the ayes and Senator Askew for the noes. Order. There being 13 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with amendments circulated by Senator David Pocock. The question is that Senator David Pocock amendments on sheet 2765 revised be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the door. So the question is that Senator David Pocock amendments on sheet 2765 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator David Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 13 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Senator Thorpe. I am advised that senators may wish to vote differently on amendments on sheet 2671 revised. I'll put that question separately. The question is that Senator Thorpe amendments on sheet 2671 revised be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required? No. I've called it for the ayes. I'll put the question again. So the question is that the Senator Thorpe amendments on sheet 2671 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Well, we'll do it for 4, but it is a rolling division and there has been no debate, so senators should have remained in the chamber. Lock the doors. So the question is that the Senator Thorpe amendments on sheet 2671 revised be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the Senator Thorpe amendments on sheets 2670, 2672, 2673, 2674 and 2771 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. There was only one call. Okay. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question now is that the Senator Thorpe amendments on sheet 2670, 2672, 2673, 2674 and 2771 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the nose to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the nose. Order. There being 11 ayes and 36 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by the Australian Greens. Senator Lambie.
Can I just record my support for amendment on sheet 2771? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lambie.
Thank
Senator
you.
David Pocock.
Thank you, President. Please could I note my support for amendments on sheet 2672?
Thanks. The first question is that in Schedule 1, items 3, 14, 19, 20, 47 and 124 and section 32H in item 36 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the door. So the first question is that Schedule 1, items 3, 14, 19, 20, 47 and 124 and section 32H in items 36 stand as printed. The ayes shall go to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 27 ayes and 10 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the remaining Australian Greens amendments on sheet 2733 and 2734 and the amendments on sheet 2735, 2736, 2737, 2738 and 2739 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the remaining Australian Greens amendments on sheet 2733 and 2734 and the amendments on 2735, 2736, 2737, 2738 and 2739 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 11 ayes and 25 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senator Lambie.
Sorry, Madam President, can I just seek the call and record support for amendments on sheets 2737, 2738 and 2739, please?
Certainly. Thank you, Senator Lambie. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. Please could you note my support for amendments on 2737 and 2738.
Thank you, Senator David Pocock. So the question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 39 ayes and 12 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the National Disability Insurance Scheme Act 2013 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Telecommunications Amendment SMS Sender ID Register Bill of 2024. The first question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Telecommunications Act 1997 and for related purposes.
The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
An act to amend the Telecommunications Act 1997 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Customs Amendment Strengthening and Modernising Licensing and Other Measures Bill of 2024 and a related bill. The question now is that these bills be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Customs Amendment Strengthening and Modernising Licensing and Other Measures Bill 2024, Customs Licensing Charges Amendment Bill 2024.
The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bills be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Customs Amendment Strengthening and Modernising Licensing and Other Measures Bill 2024, Customs Licensing Charges Amendment Bill 2024.
Senators, that concludes considerations of the bill. I call the clerk. Senator Nampijinka-Price, I believe you're seeking the call.
Thank you, Madam President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to allegations involving the Chair of the Northern Land Council in the intimidation and bullying of an Indigenous female candidate in the Northern Territory election as circulated.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Senator Nampijinka-Price.
Notice standing in the name of the Leader of the Nationals in the Senate, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to allow a motion relating to allegations involving the Chair of the Northern Land Council in the intimidation and bullying of an Indigenous female candidate in the Northern Territory election, to be moved and determined immediately.
So the question, are you speaking on the motion, Senator? Or yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Madam President, the government needs to investigate the possibility of the involvement of the Northern Land Council in the Northern Territory election. Yesterday we witnessed the Minister for Indigenous Australians complete and utter disregard for an Indigenous woman who was running as a candidate in the Territory election. She failed to provide answers to the questions that were put to her. In fact, instead she chose to make light of those circumstances of very serious allegations that is her responsibility to look further into. In fact, her performance I might say, was reminiscent of, I would suggest she was probably the ray gun of the Senate yesterday. So, elections are one of the most fundamental elements of our free and democratic societies. It is one of the reasons why Australia has become such a significant part of the free Western world. And this is why the reports in The Australian of intimidation, of bullying, of an Indigenous female candidate. This is misogyny. We hear from the government accusations of misogyny put toward this side of the chamber all the time. But when it comes to Aboriginal women, this issue is not so important. We're told we can't call out misogyny when it relates to Indigenous men who are leaders in communities and chairs of land councils. Well, I'm calling out this misogyny, and the Minister for Indigenous Australians has a responsibility to launch an investigation into this misogyny. The Northern Land Council is a statutory authority brought into existence to serve their members who need someone to represent their interests. It's unacceptable that a body such as the Land Council would have even a remote part to play in undermining one of our most vital democratic processes, like the territory election. President, this matter requires that there be a suspension of standing orders because this is a matter of urgent necessity. We do not have any more time. The final days for Territorians to cast their votes is this Saturday, the 24th of August. And if there is even a suggestion that there has been some involvement of the Northern Land Council in the campaign of a standing candidate, Territorians need to know about it. The Minister proved that during question time yesterday, she doesn't take this matter seriously. She made a joke of it. It was a farce. In fact, the whole government side benches did. She was unable to deny any interference, and it's there in plain sight, as was reported in The Australian. Nothing the Minister has said alleviates my concern in any way. There is also a necessity, because I tried to raise this issue in the chamber with the Minister yesterday and got absolutely nothing of benefit in response. In fact, I was appalled at the behaviour, the conduct of the Minister and the government over a matter that's as serious as this, as interference in an Australian election by a land council, a body that she directly oversees as the Minister for Indigenous Australians. And it's ironic, really. It's just unbelievable, because for all their talk about championing our Aboriginal people, this Labor government is consistently demonstrating they actually have no regard for our most vulnerable people and communities. Yana Thompson is a young woman living in the Northern Territory, a young woman, a hard-working woman, single mother who was raising 3 of her children and wanting to contribute to her community, to society at large, and is trying to do so by standing as a bush candidate. And remember, it's in the bush that women experience the highest rates of domestic and family violence. Indigenous women are most vulnerable. And you would think that this would be a characterisation that Labor would be so delighted that a woman under these circumstances, one of our most vulnerable members of society, is standing up in this way. But not, of course, that she is woman seen through the empty words of the Labor government who dares to stand for something different. I say dares because she is a perfect example of what happens to you if you refuse to subscribe to Labor's ideology. And in this case, like Yana's case, you deserve to be attacked and brought down, it seems. So it's ironic that the very vulnerabilities that would otherwise make her a hero if she was aligned to Labor have been used to destroy her in this Northern Territory election. This is bullying, this is intimidation, it's a vigilante-type approach to politics, and we require an investigation.
Thank you, Senator Nampijinpa-Price. I call Senator Gallagher.
Thank you. The government does not support the suspension of standing orders, and I reject the slurs and imputations that have been put by Senator Nampijinpa-Price against Labor members and the Minister. There are many opportunities to have a 5-minute speech, because that's essentially what Senator Nampijinpa-Price wanted at other times of the program, and I move that the question be put.
The question is that the question now be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. So the question is, the closure motion as moved by Senator Gallagher be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Kabasic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 32 ayes and 28 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now put the suspension as moved by Senator Nampijinka-Price. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is, the suspension motion is moved by Senator Nampijinka-Price be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 28 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 4, Illegal Logging Prohibition Amendment, Strengthening Measures to Prevent Illegal Timber Trade Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Duniam.
Thank you.
Senators. Senator McKenzie. Order. Please continue, Senator Duniam, and ask senators to leave the chamber quietly.
Well, thank you, President. I'm delighted to be able to speak on the Illegal Logging Prohibition Amendment Strengthening Measures to Prevent Illegal Timber Trade Bill 2023, an important piece of legislation which we need to ensure we do absolutely get right. At the outset, I do want to thank the relevant Minister, Minister Collins, for her willingness to engage on this issue, and of course her predecessor, Minister Watt. It is, broadly speaking, an issue that we can, between the Coalition and the Labor Party, find a lot of common ground on when it comes to managing these issues. There are a few issues we do diverge on, of course, as you'd expect, but I do want to put on record at the outset my thanks to, in particular, Minister Collins, as a Tasmanian who understands these issues, for her willingness to cooperate and hear me out. Now, obviously, the Coalition a big supporter of the forestry industry in Australia. We have a very, very fine history when it comes to the processing of timber products here, harvesting and managing forests and ensuring we do it to the world's best standard. And that is an industry that has been in existence now for the entirety of the history of Australia as we know it today in terms of productive forestry management. We learned a lot from First Nations traditional owners about forest management and things that have been picked up over time. But in terms of our commercial forestry sector, the participants in that industry over time have improved their practices and are very proud, rightly so, of what they've been able to achieve. And I challenge and continue to challenge my friends from across the chamber to identify a jurisdiction where they do it better and actually have a productive forestry sector. And I'm sure we'll hear from other participants in this debate about jurisdictions that might, in their opinion, do it better. But I highly doubt it, because to this day I've not been given a country that do it better than Australia, whether it be native forestry, whether it be plantation. We do it to the world's best standard, we do it sustainably, and we do it in a way we should be proud of. And to that end, that's why dealing with illegal logging in overseas jurisdictions and how we source our timber here is incredibly important. If we're going to hold ourselves to the highest standard possible, if we're going to make our industry jump through the hoops that we do to attain certification, to be able to be granted a forest practices plan, to go and harvest, to, of course, comply with all relevant laws, whatever they might be in any state or territory jurisdiction, then we should be expecting that of jurisdictions we import timber from. Now, of course, as we know, with demand for timber increasing in broad terms over time, we have a massive housing shortage, we have public infrastructure now we're talking about building out of timber. We have a stadium in Hobart now we're looking at constructing out of timber too, hopefully beautiful Tasmanian hardwoods, but the demand is going through the roof. Yet Australia's capacity to supply all of its demand is diminishing. Therefore, where do we get it from? We import it, which is why this legislation is so incredibly important. Understanding what it is we are consuming by way of timber, where it's coming from, the species, how it's managed, is it done to world's best standard, is something that consumers are after. And this legislation is what we have in the arsenal to be able to ensure consumers do have that sort of information at their disposal when they're making those choices. And it is the responsible thing to do. Because if we're going to go down the path of making it difficult for industry to operate here, to comply with standards, then we don't want to just push off over the horizon the environmental responsibility of making sure they do their forestry right when we do it well in our country. We don't know what they do in the Congo Basin. We don't know what they do in Borneo. I have a fair hunch based on the information I've received, and it's not like we manage forests here. And this is the problem. I know others have referred to it as the drug dealer's argument, take our timber because ours is better managed than yours. Well, the reality is the demand for these beautiful products, necessary, great carbon sinks, is not going away, and we should do it in a way, as we do here in Australia, that is good for the environment. You can manage that industry well and ensure that there are good environmental outcomes and a beautiful product at the end, and jobs to boot in Australian timber mills, in harvesting operations, through contracting businesses that are a part of this amazing industry. I do want to reflect on a time in the last term of government, off the back of some developments in Victoria, which led to, I believe, a regrettable decision by the Victorian government to bring in a phase out of native forest harvesting in the state of Victoria, which then turned into an immediate ban, not that much longer, despite promises from that government. It was interesting, and I don't want to hover on their decision there because this bill doesn't go to that issue, but at that time, a major retailer in Australia made a decision to no longer stock timber sourced from the Victorian state-owned Forestry Corporation. Not because there was any proof that there was wrongdoing, not because the regulator had found there were problems with forest management, not because of any facts stacking up, but because claims were made and in response a retailer became very nervous and made a decision not to stock those timbers. I then, as Forestry Minister, or Assistant Forestry Minister, asked the department to engage in some DNA testing across a range of retailers across the country to understand what is being sold in our timber retailing outlets, big and small, and where it's coming from, and can we validate what claims being made about its source. And it took a little while to get done, and I think it might be the University of Adelaide that are the repository of the database against which all of this DNA information is measured. I want to thank them for their good work, but the data that came back was alarming. So we had a retailer make a decision about not stocking timber from an Australian jurisdiction because of claims circulating that things weren't being done to a standard some would like, yet complying with the law. But they were happy to sell timbers purporting to be a particular species from a particular jurisdiction, some carrying the logos of certain certification schemes backing in this claim that it came from a certain jurisdiction and was a certain species of timber, but in fact it was something completely different, and as far as the DNA evidence pointed to, it came from a totally different jurisdiction. And that concerned me greatly, that we have Australians who want to do the best thing they can by the environment in sourcing materials, and so they trust retailers, generally speaking. They trust certification schemes. They trust the products bearing the logos of these certification schemes. But on a very, very small sample and a very random approach taken to selecting samples to DNA test, there were quite a number of alarming inconsistencies between what was claimed to be, as I say, the species and source of this particular timber product and what the facts were, where it came from. And the jurisdictions from which this timber was sourced, according to the DNA evidence, are those jurisdictions where, of course, they don't have good environmental standards. They don't have laws and regulations that protect the environment. They came from jurisdictions where there are concerns around modern slavery being attached to the sourcing of these timbers. And so that's why it's important that when we are importing timber, which we are doing more and more of, particularly when we have less and less available here, that we are going to see an increased need to ensure what we bring in meets our standards, meets what consumers are actually after in this country. And I still to this day believe that timber is the best building product. Yes, there is a place for concrete and steel, but can I tell you, nothing beats the qualities of timber as a building material, but also in an environmental sense. As I've already said, the carbon storage capacity of this material is absolutely incredible. So, of course, referring to our time in government, it was something that was very much on our radar. Timber processors here, retailers as well, very concerned about making sure that they complied with our illegal logging regime. The laws that were in effect and regulations attached to them were reviewed on a relatively regular basis, which gave rise to, of course, the work that's been undertaken both by the last government and the current government, culminating in this legislation we have before us today. And I should also foreshadow, the opposition does have a number of amendments that we have circulated now relating to what products require testing and those that don't, the application of certain provisions applying to imports only, the notices related to the import of timber products, the removal of certain offences, strict liability offences in certain situations, the publication of details, amongst a range of other amendments we have here. And again, this is something I've been talking to Minister Collins about, and before her Minister Watt, and there is a genuine willingness to engage on this front. And the concerns, before I go on with a little bit more of the history, there were further concerns raised with the Coalition around the regime that we have before us outside of the Senate committee process that occurred in relation to this legislation, which we were happy to initiate, around, of course, what these new laws would do in terms of putting the onus on processors here who have limited visibility about where timber comes from, particularly if it is imported. So if a processor receives timbers from a particular importer, Is the onus on them, the small to medium-sized timber processor here in Australia who's creating furniture perhaps or building materials, is the onus on them to be able to indicate the veracity of the claims around the source of the timber, or is it on the importer? And making sure that we have a clear delineation and that the onus is not on small to medium business operators who are not in the business of importing but processing is, I think, an important clarification. That is something we're working with the government on. Also, just in terms of making sure that we don't have scope creep in terms of Commonwealth government legislation. We have our states and territories who do have responsibility for land management in this country. These provisions should relate to imports from overseas jurisdictions and, of course, the processing of timber in this country that has been harvested here. When it comes to the harvesting of Australian domestic timber resources, all state and territory jurisdictions have their own Forest Practices Management Authority or equivalent entity that manages their forests. And so I wanted to be absolutely sure that we are not seeing the Commonwealth step into a space where we already have entities that are managing this important issue. In Tasmania, I know that the Forest Practices Authority work exceptionally well and closely with land managers, along with other entities within the forestry space, to try and ensure that we have appropriate mechanisms in place to manage timber harvesting and that it is done in accordance with the law to world's best standard, that we don't have illegal harvesting of timbers. And of course, we all know the impacts, the flow-on impacts to both flora and fauna, waterways and the rest. So it is important to ensure we have a delineation between Commonwealth and state and territory responsibilities. Of course, at the last election, we did announce a dedicated commitment to assign $4.5 million to strengthen our country's fight against illegal logging and to stop illegal timber imports from undercutting Australian producers, because that's what it does come down to, Acting Deputy President. That, I'm pleased to say, was a commitment that was met by the now government, along with all of our forestry policies, which I think is rather a vote of confidence. They say imitation is the best form of flattery, and when the now government is working very hard to implement our policies, that is a good outcome for the Australian timber industry. And I look forward to seeing the fruit of that labour being born soon. So, of course, there were a couple of shortcomings, as I hasten to add, that have been worked on with the Minister and the Government. Some of the amendments I've referred to, the questions I've just asked, which I'm sure we'll interrogate in the committee stage, perhaps in the next sitting week, are probably summing up the best part of them. Some of the other issues that were referred to relate to the costs associated with the mass fibre testing. Of course, the requirement of importers to directly verify and validate legitimacy of their products, and the dangers of the strict liability regime. So, Acting Deputy President, that is where the Coalition is at on this particular legislation. Again, I thank the ministers that I have worked with on this legislation. It is important to get this right, and I do believe we can. And I'm proud of this country's history as a timber processor and producer. I think that we can do more of it and do it better. We do it better than anywhere else in the world. I commend this bill.
Senator McKim.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, I will come to a couple of observations on Senator Dunningham's contribution shortly, but I do want to just commence by pointing out that this bill does amend the Illegal Logging Prohibition Act of 2012 and reflect that the Australian Greens actually supported the passage of that act through this parliament, but said at the time that it doesn't go far enough. And in a nutshell, that is our response to the current bill. We will support this legislation, but it doesn't go far enough. And that's why we've got some amendments that I will speak to a little bit later in my contribution that would go some way towards rectifying the more egregious failures in this bill. So basically this bill will enable testing of timber products at the Australian border and beyond to ensure that non-compliant, illegally logged timber is not imported, or at least that's ostensibly what the bill would do. And there are a range of other matters that this bill will cover. The Greens agree that ideally the consideration of this bill would be deferred until after the finalisation of the accompanying new rules, which I note was actually a recommendation that the opposition made in the Senate inquiry into this legislation. However, here we find ourselves today, thanks to this bill being placed on the agenda by the government. Now, this bill purports to take steps to ensure that non-compliant and illegally logged timber is not imported into Australia. But surely, colleagues, a greater priority for us in this place should be the illegal logging that is actually going on in Australia. Illegal logging that we have seen over many decades in this country. Illegal logging under a regime that's just been described by Senator Duniam as world's best practice. Now let's look at Victoria forests, for example, when they were still around, I might add. They were a rogue government agency. It conducted repeated illegal logging. It repeatedly breached environmental protections. It ran covert surveillance of scientists and environmentalists. It faced multiple dozens of successful court challenges that demonstrated that it was illegally logging. It was forced by the courts to pay compensation because it was so incompetent. Let's make no mistake, Vic Forests was an illegal logging agency. Its modus operandi was to trash Victoria's forests, home to beautiful species like the leadbeater's possum, massively carbon-rich forests, home to massive tall trees, ancient, majestic forests that actually were stolen from their original inhabitants by the colonisers in this country. Its modus operandi was to trash those forests illegally. And that was shown repeatedly and found repeatedly by the courts. Is that illegal behaviour endemic to Victoria? No, it's not. Let's have a look at New South Wales. The New South Wales EPA has successfully prosecuted the Forestry Corporation of New South Wales on multiple occasions for breaching forestry laws. In a recent case, Justice Pepper of the New South Wales Land and Environment Court found that the Forestry Corporation of New South Wales, and I'll quote from Justice Pepper here, has a significant history of unlawfully carrying out forestry operations. Now that's not me making that claim, that's Justice Pepper of the New South Wales Land and Environment Court putting their view on the record that the Forestry Corporation of New South Wales has a significant history of unlawfully carrying out forestry operations. And then, of course, we get to my home state of Tasmania. And I could stand in this Senate for hours and give you chapter and verse about Forestry Tasmania, the state government-owned logging corporation that, just like the New South Wales Forestry Corporation, just like Vic Forests, has a modus operandi of illegally logging our forests. I'll just give you one case that's become prominent recently where forest defenders, and I absolutely want to shout out people right around this country who defend our forests from destruction, where forest defenders, including former Senator Dr Bob Brown, pointed out on site in real time to Forestry Tasmania officers in a coop that was being logged, the swift parrots were in the coop. Now, the Forest Practices Plan, the relevant Forest Practices Plan, said that if there was a credible sighting of swift parrots in the coop, the logging had to stop immediately. Did the logging stop immediately? No, it didn't. No, it didn't. And that was illegal and unlawful by Forestry Tasmania. And of course, what happens then is Dr. Brown and his courageous fellow forest defenders get arrested and hauled up in front of the court system in Tasmania and found guilty, whilst the actual criminals who conducted that logging went free, and there's been no sanction applied to them. The forest defenders are being criminalised, whilst the illegal logging is given a great big green flag and allowed to continue. And let's not forget, the swift parrot in Tasmania is being logged into extinction. This beautiful little bird, this amazing little creature, the fastest parrot in the world, one of the very, very few migratory species of parrots in the world, is being logged into extinction by a mendicant, illegal logging industry, an industry that is massively contributing to the ecological collapse that we are living through, that is massively contributing to the breakdown of the planet's climate that we are living through. And it could do neither of those things if it wasn't massively subsidised by the long-suffering Australian taxpayers, because if you pull the subsidies out of the native forest logging industry, it is finished overnight. It cannot stand on its own 2 feet. It is a political make-work scheme supported by the establishment parties in this place, despite the damage it's doing to nature, despite the fact it is driving multiple species into extinction, and despite the fact that logging practices are a mass emitter of carbon and are contributing to the breakdown of our planet's climate, which, according to the United Nations, is rendering this planet incapable of sustaining human life. Courageous forest defenders are being thrown into prison for protesting against that abomination, while the people that are conducting the abomination are making off like bandits, pocketing obscene salaries and conducting illegal logging operations right around this country. So I won't hear a bar of arguments from sycophants to the forest industry like Senator Duniam, who is going to try to claim we somehow have world's best practice forestry in this country. What we have is a mendicant industry with a business model of breaking the law. That's what our forest industry is in this country. One thing I can agree with on Senator Duniam is that our forests are great carbon sinks, and I'm pleased to hear Senator Duniam finally accept the obvious, which is, of course, our forests are great carbon sinks. Where we differ, of course, in the Greens from Senator Duniam and his ilk is that as soon as those forests are logged, the carbon in them, in their trees, in their shrubs, in the woody mass that is on the ground, and in the very soils that have been created over countless millennia by those forests, is released into the atmosphere. They are great climate sinks until Senator Duniam and his ilk get their hands on them, when they turn into gross carbon emitters. Now, we, as I said, have got some amendments that we are going to move to this bill, and Acting Deputy President, I do now move the second reading amendment that stands in my name. But I just want to very quickly, because I don't have any certainty that this bill won't be subject to a guillotine at some stage in the future, given what we've witnessed over the last couple of weeks. And I do want to just quickly refer to some of our amendments so folks know how we are trying to make this bill actually fit for purpose, and a bill that is lacking in some of the flaws that it currently has. The Greens have an amendment to to section 18B of this bill to require that import notices include, at a minimum, information on the species and country of harvest of imported timber that replicate the bill's due diligence requirements in the illegal logging prohibition regulation of 2012. I also want to say in relation to our amendments on sheet 2626 that several witnesses to the Senate inquiry, in particular Jubilee Australia Research Centre, Uniting Church in Australia, Synod of Victoria and Tasmania, the Centre for International Environmental Law and the Environmental Investigation Agency, are very concerned that the definition of illegal logging provided by the bill could be too narrowly interpreted. We understand the definition in the bill is intended to capture any and all contravened laws in Australia's timber supply chains, both foreign and domestic, but we believe the bill needs to clearly articulate the breadth of laws that would engage the provisions of the bill. And we believe the bill needs to make clear that it is in line with relevant legislation in other comparable countries combating importation of illegal timbers, and we are concerned that a failure to do this would see Australia becoming a dumping ground for illegally logged timber. So we have an amendment on sheet 2626 to ensure supply chain actors know that the laws cover not only environment and human rights, but also corruption-related offences such as bribery, money laundering, tax evasion, fraud and other financial crimes. And I will make the obvious observation, colleagues, that offences like bribery, money laundering, tax evasion and fraud are rife in a number of logging jurisdictions around the world. Our amendment to give effect to that will do so while also maintaining the bill's definition to broadly apply to any law contravened in a supply chain. There are other amendments that time will preclude me from going to, but just quickly, we're concerned that under its due diligence provisions, the bill appears to use industry certification standards as a proxy for lawful harvesting of timber. The inquiry heard from Ms Margaret Blakers, an absolute icon of the Australian conservation movement, and Ms Blakers submitted that the listing of industry certification standards as timber legality frameworks wrongfully suggests that meeting one of those standards equates to legal compliance. So we have an amendment, obviously, to address that. And we have other amendments that I hope I will be able to detail when this bill enters into the committee stages. But in the less than a minute that I have left to me in this contribution, I just want to go back to where I began here. This bill, an amendment to the Illegal Logging Prohibition Act, will get the support of the Greens, but it doesn't go far enough. And just as we said that in regards to the Illegal Logging Prohibition Act in 2012, we say it today, and I confidently predict at some stage in the future another amendment bill will be brought forward which acknowledges some of the concerns that the Greens have raised today and hopefully plugs some of the gaps that the Greens' amendments that I have foreshadowed are intended to plug, even though I expect them to go down in a screaming heap because the establishment parties always vote together on logging matters in this country.
Senator Chacon.
Thanks a lot, Acting Deputy President. And I also wanted to rise to make a contribution to the bill before us today. And before I do go further, I just wanted to firstly acknowledge the work of the former Minister that had responsibility for forestry, Senator Watt, and whose advocacy for forestry must be commended in this place. And also want to acknowledge my good friend Senator Chisholm on his elevation as the Assistant Minister for Forestry as well here in the Senate. I've spoken many times, as senators would be aware in this place, about the significant contribution that is made by our sustainable forestry industry, given the importance that it played in my home state, Victoria, and obviously across across the country in other states. And the importance of being able to achieve emissions reduction targets. And I think that's something that always gets forgotten in the debate or the discourse around these issues when they do come up time to time in this place. That forestry, forest management, the timber industry can actually play a positive role in helping governments across the world to actually reduce our emissions. We know that trees absorb carbon, so using timber products stores that carbon, and then these trees are planted to replace the timber that is used for those products. So by definition about what is being discussed here, they are very much sustainable from when they are planted to all the way to the end of when we are then using those products for whatever they might be used for. But it is great to see that the positive role that forestry plays in climate action being recognised and being encouraged on the world stage. And new research does urge nations around the world, and this has been discussed many times at COP. Other world leaders around the world recognise the importance of the industry, that sustainable forestry plays very much a positive role and thereby addressing an emerging global timber and wood supply gap as the world pivots to climate-friendly fibre supplies. And it's no wonder that demand for timber products is increasing. And if we do not support a sustainable industry in forestry, this demand will either be met by unsustainably sourced timber or by other products that do not have the same climate benefits and may even contribute to higher emissions. And that's something, sadly, that does not get acknowledged by some in this place. Now, this is one of the great frustrations that I do have with some senators who fail to understand the need and the positive role that forestry plays. And it is also the case that we have seen time and time again many activists, particularly those in my home state of Victoria, doing everything they can to disrupt the industry, to ruin the lives of many people in regional communities where the sole employment, the sole source of income, the sole lifeblood of many regional towns is timber and the forestry industry. And we have one of the most sustainably managed forest industries in the world. It's something we should be very proud of. We have strict regulations. And yes, there are times where things need to be improved. There are times where we do need to make improvements, such as the bill that is before us today. But we should not also rubbish an industry that supports tens of thousands of jobs, that does have a positive role to play in the environment and helps us get to our targets to reducing emissions by 2050. So the amendments that the bill proposes aims to better protect the Australian market from illegally harvested timber and from timber products and support legal and sustainable trade by improving regulatory tools and action for non-compliance. As we know, illegal logging has devastating consequences on our climate, on the environment, people and the economy, and it is a driving force of various environmental issues around the world. And as a member of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Committee, as well as being the co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Forestry, Timber and Paper Products with my good friend Senator Duniam, we have seen firsthand the major role that Australia's forest products play in promoting a sustainable forest management. Now, the Albanese Labor government understands the importance of combating illegal logging, and the Department of Agriculture is heavily involved in international efforts to promote sustainable forest management. It's an industry that we must preserve and protect, and this bill will keep Australia's logging laws at the forefront of international efforts to prevent illegal timber harvesting and associated trade. The bill will also enforce a new requirement on importers, and as we heard earlier, I think it's important that the importers play a positive role, a significant role about how we manage and trying to understand where timber is sourced from around the world. Sadly, I know Senator McKim mentioned about the Greens saying it doesn't go far enough, but the only thing that will satisfy the Greens is a complete shutdown of forestry in Australia and a complete shutdown of these jobs and these communities right across regional Australia. But the irony is they want to import timber from countries that don't have the same standards that Australia has. They don't have the same standards that Australia has. And what we have heard from time and time again, from various inquiries and reports from right around the world and here in Australia, is that there are some countries that we do import timber from that those standards, quite frankly, are not up to scratch. They are not up to scratch. And yes, they might have that official stamp that we all believe is certified to be at an acceptable standard, that we would hope, Senator McKim, that would actually be the standards that you and I and others in this place would accept. But unfortunately, we know that there are some countries where timber is sourced. It's not the case. They are not up to the standards that we, as Australians, should be accepting and should be importing into this country, hence why we are introducing this bill. Now, the requirement is also on the processors to give notice prior to importing or processing timber products, giving the government more information about what is entering the market. It will also allow for more flexible enforcement options, including expanded monitoring and investigation powers, strict liability offences, injunctions and enforceable undertakings under the Act. It is also important to note that before the current regulation, which was introduced back in 2012, around 10% of timber imported to Australia each year was estimated to be illegally logged. What a disgrace. This undercut the prices of sustainably grown timber by 7 to 16%. Therefore, the passage of this bill through this place will continue to make our country a less attractive destination for illegally sourced timber. And finally, we start to flesh out the bad guys in the industry who all they want to do is destroy the environment and provide Australians with cheap source of timber in this country. Now, it's important to make sure that Australia retains a reputation on the global scale as a responsible supplier of sustainable and legally sourced timber products. And this week, Acting Deputy President marked the National Forestry Day, where we celebrated the enormous contribution of Australia's forest industries and what it does to our country. And I was able to witness firsthand recently when I had the pleasure of touring a sawmill in my home state of Victoria, Powtow Sawmills. Like so many regional towns in Victoria, the Powtow Sawmills is a major employer in their community, providing lifelong employment to their workforce. In fact, there was one family had 3 generations of employees at the one site, and over 80% of whom live in the immediate area. Australia's forest industries employ around 80,000 people. 80,000 people directly, and another 100,000 indirectly across the supply chain, many in regional communities and many in the manufacturing sector. Our country's forest industry contributes to around $24 billion to our economy every single year. And during my visit to the Powtow sawmill, we also discussed how the timber products supports the sustainable management of our forests, which protects the environment, contributes to emissions reduction and mitigates the risks of bushfires. And I am glad to see that the Victorian Government has finally recognised the industry in being able to work in the sustainable management of our fire management with the employment of harvesting crews by Forest Fire Management Victoria. When we have these bushfires that occur, sadly on a much more frequent occurrence, the very first people that go out to fight these bushfires are people in the industry. It's not necessarily the CFA in my home state of Victoria, but it's the people in the industry who have the equipment to go out and break up those fires before the CFA and other volunteers can actually go in and then start to put the fires out. And we saw the devastating impact that the Black Saturday bushfires had across the eastern states some years ago. So it's important that having these workers in the industry is so important for them to be involved in very much a sustainable forest management practice. They're workers who bring valuable skills and experience and have encountered different scenarios. Forestry also plays a significant role in Australia's efforts to mitigate climate change. Now we know as trees grow, they absorb the carbon, as I mentioned earlier, which then continues to be stored in wood, in soil, retaining carbon that would otherwise live in the atmosphere. That's just pure fact, Senator McKim. The Australian forest products sector is world leader in the sustainable forest management. But the value of our excellent environmental protection is greatly diminished if Australian timber is replaced by supply that is illegally logged, devastating the environment overseas. By protecting our industry from illegal logging and rewarding leadership in sustainability, this is exactly the outcome that this bill is preventing. The Australian Forest Products Association, the peak body that represents the many fine men and women in the industry in forest, wood and paper products, has thrown its support behind these strengthened reforms. Now, as a result of the native forestry industry closures in Victoria and WA, sadly in our home state, Senator McKenzie, I know you and I have been one on this, but the industry has seen an increase in the volume of imported hardwoods. Now, that is telling that there is strong demand out there in the community for these products, and we should do everything we can to support our domestic industry in a sustainable way that also meets our strict regulations. It is unacceptable that by shutting down our world-leading sustainable industries that we are importing products from places with less stringent environmental regulations than Australia.
Senator McKenzie.
According to AFPA, Australia's import of timber and timber products has increased from $4 billion to $6.87 billion over the decade to 2022-23. Now, Acting Deputy President, illegal timber has severe impacts on our environment, and it has enormous ramifications on our domestic biosecurity protections. It creates an increased risk for pests and diseases, and this could have dire consequences for the local industry. And while it is disappointing to see the Victorian government shut down the native timber industry, it is pleasing to see that the federal government is putting money into plantations and supporting forests and timber workers. And I do know that is something that both sides of the aisle here in Canberra are very proud to do. This week, the Albanese Labor government also announced funding worth $5.6 million for 8 new plantation projects through the Support Plantation Establishment Program. The projects will create softwood plantation ranging from 40 to 1,671 hectares in size, located in Victoria, New South Wales, Western Australia and Tasmania. The government has also invested $10 million to deliver the Forestry Workforce Training Program through Forestworks over the next 2 years. This program will improve access to required qualifications and credentials for the forest and wood product sector. Now, Acting Deputy President, with the time that I have left, without a strong timber industry, we wouldn't be able to utilise the things that Australians love, such as house frames, cardboard boxes and paper products, just to name a few. So let's not forget that timber is the ultimate renewable, and demand for timber is only increasing.
Senator Chacon, please resume your seat. The time for this debate has expired. I shall now proceed to 2-minute statements, and I call Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, Acting Chair. Today I rise to shine a light on the incredible work and achievement of my local community in Renmark to improve women's health outcomes through a holistic approach to healthcare. The struggle to access health care, and particularly women's health services in rural, regional and remote Australia, is not an uncommon experience. And can I acknowledge the health professionals in the Riverland community who make it their mission to change the narrative for regional women's health, for ensuring that regional women have access to specialised healthcare services, and for establishing the holistic services so regional women don't feel alone in their journey of healthcare. Healthcare should not be siloed, nor should outcomes be determined by somebody's postcode. So today I thank the health professionals who continue to drive change in my community and other communities to deliver a fit-for-purpose healthcare and have bucked the one-size-fits-all approach of city-centric governments and bureaucrats. I hope that shining a light on the achievements of my local community is a reminder to government and decision-makers alike that rural, regional and remote healthcare needs flexibility, because our challenges are often very different for those in the city. And it's communities like mine which we must learn from so as to better understand locally led healthcare services, because they inevitably deliver better needs and responses to community, way better than something that is being dictated to them by Adelaide or Canberra. And whilst I shine a light on Australia's healthcare, can I remind everybody that today is Daffodil Day. The daffodil represents hope for cancer, a cancer-free future. And so Daffodil Day is Cancer Australia's fundamental fundraising campaign for cancer research. We know that 1 in 2 people will be diagnosed with cancer by the age of 85. The more hope we give, the more lives we can save. So if you can donate today, please do.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. This week I met with a delegation of young people from across Australia who travelled to Parliament House to advocate for the SDA's Adult Wage for an Adult Age campaign. These young Australians came to share their stories with us. Stories like Serena's, who at 19 years old is getting paid less than the people she manages, despite her having more experience and more responsibility. And stories like Tyrone's, a 19-year-old supermarket worker living in regional South Australia who's been working since he was 14, living out of home on his own since he was 17 and still at school, but who is earning 20% less than the adult wage. At his workplace, that means about $5 less per hour. He's had to find a second job just to get by. The SDA is fighting alongside these young members to end junior rates for workers aged 18 in retail and fast food, and to challenge the concept that workers aged 18, 19, 20 should be paid less to do the same job than their co-workers aged 21 and over. And I reckon that's fair enough too. At 18 years old, many workers will have caring responsibilities, rent and bills to pay, or be providing for their families. Yet they don't get paid the same as their peers, working the same job who are only a couple of years older than them. To those who travel to Canberra, to those back home campaigning for fairer rates for young retail workers, I want you to know that by raising your voice, you can build better workplaces. You can do that for yourselves and for your peers. And I am always proud to fight side by side with the SDA at home and in this place, the Senate, every day to support you.
Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Acting Deputy. This week I met with Bettelheim and Abbas, 2 refugees who came here a decade ago. They sought asylum to flee persecution and try and rebuild their lives. While many people in the community have welcomed them, this government has not. For a decade they've been living without Medicare, no work or study rights, been separated from their families just because they're refugees. The Australian government treated Abbas's father so harshly that he was forced to return to Iran, a country he fled in fear, and 1 week after he landed, he went missing and no one has heard from him for a year. This government, like the last one, is sending refugees back to violence and harm, and it must stop. End offshore detention and provide all people seeking asylum with a fair pathway to permanency. Acting Deputy, earlier this month I was fortunate enough to meet with the Palestine Australia Relief and Action and Palestinian families who have fled the genocide in Gaza. These were brilliant people, doctors, pharmacists, engineers and kids with their lives ahead of them. And I'm so happy they are part of the community in my hometown of Sydney. And they were grateful just to be safe. But the stories I heard were heartbreaking. First the genocide and now living in Australia with no work, no study or support rights. Their children who are bursting to study are instead being kicked out of school because of their visas. There's only one decent response to this, and it's for the government to immediately provide humanitarian visas and give Palestinian refugees the support and basic rights which they should take for granted. Acting Deputy President, today marks 100 days since David McBride was jailed for telling the truth. Visits to him are restricted. Last time I wasn't even able to take him a book. He's been repeatedly moved inside the prison because of safety issues. The Attorney-General must end this persecution and pardon David now. The crime here was not David telling the truth. The crime is a government that promised transparency in opposition, then taking office and then jailing whistleblowers. And that's a crime that touches us all.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Recently, I was speaking to a small business owner in Melbourne who was telling me that she was in talks with her accountant to close down her small business simply because it was no longer viable, and this is unfortunately a very common refrain. 1 year ago, 43% of small businesses reported that they weren't breaking even. Well, now it's 49% that aren't breaking even and have no chance of turning a profit. That's 2.5 million small businesses in Australia, 49% of which are not making a profit. Because of high inflation, because of high interest rates, high energy bills and massive amounts of red tape, life is that much harder for these businesses. The cost of living committee heard last Friday that the combination of complex changes to industrial relations and the red tape that comes with it is costing businesses dearly. Not only are they spending more time on administration, but it's also preventing them putting on more employees. The irony of that. Businesses are telling me that that's sucking the aspiration out of them. Why run a business? Why lose sleep? Why take risks when you can simply stand on a construction site and turn a lollipop for so much less risk? I was out in regional Victoria recently where I attended a small business roundtable hosted by our Liberal candidate Matt Evans for Bendigo. We heard from some fantastic female small business owners, including Greta from Bendigo Brittle and Mandy from Edwards Providore, but they are all doing it really tough. Small businesses are the engine room of our economy, but instead of setting small businesses up for success, our concern is that the Albanese government has created conditions for failure. The cost of overheads, coupled with rising taxes, are making it untenable to employ more people, and the inflexibility of licences and regulations are acting as a speed hump to growth. The Liberal Party will always be a party for small businesses because we know how vital they are to the local economy, but also to local communities.
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Our government has set an ambitious target that by 2050, 80% of the workforce will have a qualification. But today that figure is sitting at around 60%. We know that to reach this target, we need to boost university enrolments, particularly in regional Australia. Because whilst almost 1 in 2 young people have a university degree in our cities, that isn't the case in our regions. The best way to boost this engagement is to bring university closer to where these young people live, and that's exactly what our regional university study hubs are doing. We know that these hubs are working, with nearly 4,500 students enrolled at the 46 hubs that currently operate around the country. That's why in March this year we announced an additional 10 new hubs across the country and funding for 2 existing country university centres in Cowra in Mudgee in New South Wales. Just yesterday, we announced that applications have opened for 10 more of these hubs to be established around Australia. The data shows us that around 42% of students at these hubs are their first in their family to attend university, with 11% of students identifying as First Nations. As someone who was the first in their family to attend university, this is fantastic to see. And we're also seeing that you give people the opportunity to study closer to where they live, they are much more likely to stay and work in their communities after that. So that means the next nurse or the next teacher can be already in one of these towns and study at one of the regional university study hubs. From the Kimberley to Cape York and then down to the Barossa Valley, it's been incredibly rewarding to meet staff and students at these uni hubs and see the impact it's having on them and their communities. With applications open for 10 more hubs, I want to encourage regional, rural and remote communities to take advantage of this opportunity and lodge an application. Our government is committed to providing a better, fair and education system, and regional university study hubs are an important part of this.
Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you. Well, I rise to speak on behalf of the 7 million Australians who don't live in capital cities. This Albanese Labor government has instigated a war on rural and regional Australia, with not 1 cent flowing from the coffers here in Canberra to on the ground in rural and regional communities through the programs announced by the Albanese government. At the time they came to government, they said they would deliver grants program for community infrastructure across the country, but the regions are yet to see a cent. Last year's budget indicated the regions would receive up to $130 million of funding under the government's growing regions and the regional precinct and partnership programs last financial year. Instead, nothing. Even the funds they intended to spend last year were pushed off into future years under the last budget. The Growing Regions program opened July last year. Councils and community organisations put in their requests, and they are yet to hear an outcome. The Minister only approved 40 projects, and even the successful projects under this program are yet to receive a cent. What sort of process are you running? And these are programs that, in a place like Bendigo, delivered upgrades to the art gallery, the Bendigo tennis complex, which now can host national and international events, and the theatre. The National Party candidate for Bendigo, Andrew Lethlean, wants to see that investment returned. Bendigo Food Share is still waiting for over $665,000 in a grant to support the food relief on the ground there in a regional capital like Bendigo. Bendigo deserves better from a Canberra-centric Labor government.
Senator Askew.
Thank you, Deputy President. Around 50% of people living in my home state of Tasmania live outside a metropolitan city. And for those who are living in the towns and regions across our state, accessing services in Tasmania's cities can be difficult, especially for those who don't have access to a private vehicle or do not hold a driver's licence. Take the Tasman Peninsula, for example. There is one bus that leaves the peninsula at 6 a.m. and returns at 6 p.m. to Hobart, from Hobart. So those who are able to drive have a trip of 1.5 hours each way, something which must be factored in when they're scheduling their appointments in town. Obviously, a challenge even for the able-bodied, but far more difficult if you have cancer or another debilitating chronic illness. Symptoms and side effects can make it difficult, sometimes dangerous or simply impossible, to drive yourself. Friends and family often step in to assist. However, if you don't have those or they're not available, well, your options are limited. At a community barbecue on the Tasman Peninsula earlier this year, a number of people highlighted the hardships they face trying to access patient transport to attend appointments. During the recent Community Affairs Reference Committee inquiry into rare and less common cancers, these stories were repeated across the country during our committee hearings. And even more difficult they find it is when there is a need for a patient to travel interstate for treatment. The Community Affairs Committee made a recommendation in their report to a review of patient travel assistance schemes in its final report, with a view to creating more consistency in scheme offerings across the states, to providing an increase in financial assistance and to expand the scheme to include costs for clinical trial patients. These changes would make a world of difference to patients living in regional areas, and I urge the government to work with the state and territory governments to unify and reform the outdated patient-assisted travel schemes across the country.
Thank you, Senator Askew. Senator Green.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy Speaker. Madam Acting Deputy Speaker, they say that good things come to those who wait, and you and I both know that Australian women have been waiting a very long time to have a government that is prepared to pay super on paid parental leave. And that's exactly what the Albanese Labor government is doing. And today we proudly introduced a bill called the Paid Parental Leave Amendment, adding superannuation for a more secure retirement bill into the House of Representatives. This bill builds on recent reforms which have made paid parental leave more flexible, accessible, gender equitable, and which increase the length of time available under the scheme. This commitment to pay super on paid parental leave is delivering on our commitment to provide greater support for Australian families. By introducing this legislation today, we will ensure that we pay superannuation on government-funded paid parental leave. Now, this means that eligible parents after the 1st of July 2025 will receive an additional payment based on superannuation guarantee as a contribution to their nominated superannuation fund. Paying superannuation on paid parental leave will improve the economic security in retirement of around 1,800,000 Australian families each year. The truth is that we know that women retire with less super, and that is unacceptable in our country. We know that there have been historic, systematic reasons why women have been poorer in retirement. Well, today, Madam Acting Deputy Speaker, an Albanese Labor government is ending this retirement poverty. We are stepping in and we are paying super on paid parental leave, and I couldn't be more proud to be part of a government who is delivering this important reform today.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you. I am a staunch, proud, migrant Muslim woman of colour. I'm not afraid of telling the truth. I'm not afraid of calling out racism, sexism, or bigotry, even though I know that there will be a price to pay. But some days, some weeks, the price is just too heavy. And this week, this place has broken me. This place has broken me with its racism. This place has broken me with its attacks on Muslims, on Palestinian refugees, on disabled people, and on women. Those who are not piling on hate and racism are standing on the sidelines, or gaslighting, or worse, trying to shut us up. Because that's what you want. You want us to be silenced because you don't like us holding a mirror to you. You don't like the truth you see in the mirror because you can't handle that truth. The roots of the racism in this country and the problems in this country sit right here in this parliament. We see Peter Dutton and his outrageous comments. We see dog whistling on migrants and refugees. I had to sit here and listen to Senator Lambie attack and vilify Muslims, and she couldn't even pronounce my name. We see Senator Penny Wong falsely accusing us of politicizing an issue when we actually call out racism and when we call out a genocide in Gaza. So I am broken. I am broken. People tell me to develop a thick skin, but I will not do that. I will not do that. You might break me today, but you know what? I will get up, I will dust myself, and I will be here tomorrow to say exactly the truth that I have been saying for a long time.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak about an increasingly urgent issue impacting a growing number of Australians, and that is scams. I asked a question about scams in question time because in 2023 there was an 18.3% increase in the number of scam reports. Collectively, Australians lost $2.74 billion last year. That's the equivalent of 1% of our country's GDP. Scams are wreaking havoc in the middle of a cost of living crisis and causing emotional damage in the midst of a mental health crisis in this country. We need the government to do more and to do more quickly. I commend the consultation that was undertaken at the end of last year and concluded at the end of January this year. Now we need to see that legislation. We need to see it in this place to be able to better deal with this issue across a whole range of sectors, from banking to social media. Australians need and deserve better protections from scammers. This is urgent. We've seen this fortnight that the government can actually deliver legislation when it's urgent, and I would argue that this is one of those things that should be added to the priority list. A fellow Canberran who I've met with has lost an eye-watering $1.6 million to scammers, her entire inheritance. They are one of tens of thousands of bank customers who haven't been properly protected or reimbursed. And despite the big talk from the banks about the steps they're taking, ASIC just this week released a further report highlighting the inadequacy and immaturity, as they called it, of their scam prevention and reimbursement schemes. In a review of 15 banks outside of the Big Four, ASIC found that those banks detected and stopped just 19% of scam transactions by value. 19%. It's inadequate, and we need legislation to fix it.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. This week I met with the Community Legal Western Australia, and I was alarmed to hear their current unresolved funding crisis that they are under this government. Between 2022 and 2023, community legal centres have provided legal aid for over 180,000 Australians, with over 13% being from my home state of Western Australia. A large number of these cases are family and domestic violence issues. The Prime Minister has said that domestic violence against women is a national crisis. I agree. He and his government constantly boast about their funding to support women's safety. Then why won't the Prime Minister put his money where his mouth is and committing funding to a vital service that helps women like Community Legal Western Australia? Even with an independent review into the National Legal Assistance Partnership commissioned by the Attorney-General that found a major lack of funding to these centres, the government has still yet to decide whether they will continue to fund this service or not. This is not a last-minute request from Community Legal. Since this government was elected in 2022, Community Legal has asked repeatedly for critical funding to not be ignored. So today I ask the Albanese Government to respond to the request from Community Legal to bring clarity to this funding problem so that they can continue to provide their incredible services. This is particularly critical in my home state of Western Australia, given that we will have almost successive caretaker periods with both the state and federal election due to occur around the similar time. So this issue must be resolved before Christmas so that their funding deeds can be in place so that they can provide the assurance and surety to their staff, who importantly need to be able to continue with their work.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. It's time for politicians to focus on fixing the problems here in Australia before getting involved in foreign conflict. Last night, yet another motion appeared in the nightly Senate notices from some senators calling for stronger measures to support Ukraine. This Senate only just dealt with a matter relating to Taiwan. The Israel-Palestine war continues to feature in our Senate processes, along with the Uyghurs in China and the Rohingya in Bangladesh. And among Green senators, there seem to be more supporters for terrorist Hamas than for Australia. And that's my point. We live in a time when small businesses closing at record rates. The hopes and dreams of those hard-working Australians broken in a vice of rising costs and falling sales. A disaster arising from deliberate government policy. Supermarkets, traditionally the least profitable of businesses because of the social contract to not rip people off on the necessities of life, no longer honour their social contract. Parents in Queensland are travelling up to 800 kilometres to access specialist maternity care because Parliament has found $1 billion for Ukraine, yet cannot find a cent for Yeppoon or Bowen, and the 33 other Queensland towns that have lost their maternity wards. Hospitals in many Queensland rural centres are still called hospitals, yet only offer the services of a GP clinic. Australian families are living in tent cities appearing right across our beautiful country. I visited many of these in Queensland, and the sense of betrayal is palpable. And people should feel betrayed. The Senate, as the House of Review, has betrayed the very people who trusted us with their vote, who trusted us to have their best interests at heart. Although our Senate does have foreign affairs powers, Convention dictates the Senate stays out of foreign affairs and concentrates on domestic matters. It's time to make that convention great again. Let's spend our time driving the government to do better, to look after Australians. Let's look after all Australians, all who are here, first.
Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. 76,000. That is the number of children in Australia who have sought help from homelessness services in the last year. Over 15,000 of those have been reported to be from my home city of Melbourne, cementing our city as with the unenviable title of Youth Homelessness Capital of Australia. This is as devastating as it is avoidable. Housing is a human right, and everyone, no matter their income, postcode or age, should have access to safe and affordable housing. This right, however, has been eroded by successive governments prioritising the interests of banks, property developers and wealthy investors over everyday people. It has been eroded by successive governments hell-bent on treating housing as an investment vehicle rather than as a place to live or a home. The Victorian Labor government demonstrated this with their insidious plan to knock down 44 public housing towers and hand over swathes of public land to developers. I recently spoke with some residents of public housing towers in South Melbourne about this callous decision. Many of the people I talked to had been living in the towers for decades. Others had recently moved there after spending years of experiencing homelessness as a result of Victoria's public housing shortfall. Residents are terrified about what the Victorian Labor government's decision could mean for them, their families and their community. They are furious that the government is choosing to sell public land to wealthy investors instead of investing in quality public housing and repairing existing homes. When 15,000 kids are seeking homelessness support, why is the Victorian Labor government choosing to defund and destroy the limited public housing that we have? Labor, your policies are costing lives. It's time to listen to the Greens and the community and to invest in public housing. It's time to end unlimited rent increases and phase out negative gearing. It's time to start putting people ahead of corporate profits and to fix the housing crisis.
Thank you. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. This week in this chamber, Senator McDonald raised the pressing issue of falling iron ore prices and the massive impact on Australian finances. For decades, Western Australia has been the engine room of this nation's economy, with iron ore at the very heart of our prosperity. It's one of the reasons we've been able to invest in our schools, our hospitals, and more infrastructure. But as the iron ore price falls, we must confront challenges ahead. However, let us be clear, this does not mean we are powerless. Western Australia has weathered many storms with resilience, determination, and grit. Western Australia has always done the heavy lifting, and it's time the wise men and women from the East acknowledge the contribution we make, and not just in words but in action. In these difficult times, I call on the government to address the unfair tax system that sees billions of dollars pouring from Western Australia into other parts of the country, with the majority of our hard-earned money finding its way into the coffers of the East. Why are West Australians being discriminated against? Let's not forget, when the East goes to bed, Western Australians are still digging, drilling and shipping, because someone needs to pay the bills here. Western Australia has fought for years to secure our fair share of the GST, and in these challenging times, I call on the government and the wise men and women of the East to guarantee that you will not dip into our rightful share. The people of Western Australia deserve better. It's time we received our fair share.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Acting President. Well, today I was delighted to be part of Arthritis Australia's Parliamentary Summit on better care for arthritis and musculoskeletal conditions. Many of you would have seen the news the other day where we really saw the alarming rates of interventions on Australians through surgeries for chronic back and other osteoarthritis-type conditions that are basically ineffective relative to much less interventionist support. So Arthritis Australia today has brought together clinicians, researchers, peak groups, bureaucracies, and most importantly, consumers, to really look at how we address out-of-pocket costs, innovative models of care, research and workforce. Too many Australians are experiencing unnecessary pain and suffering because they're not getting the level of care that would make, and the type of care that would make the most difference to their quality of life. So I really want to thank all of those who gave evidence and participated in the summit today, with particular thanks to Professor David Hunter, Professor Rachel Bushbinder, Ms Jo Root, as someone with lived experience, and Associate Professor Jane Desborough. Thank you very much to everyone who's been part of today's successful summit.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. We'll move to question time. Senator Cash.
Thank you, and my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. On Tuesday night, when speaking at the AgriFutures Rural Women's Awards at Parliament House, the Prime Minister of Australia joked about a meal he had just shared with the Indonesian President-elect. He said this, don't make fun of it. When we had dinner, beautiful Australian beef, not the live export, we made sure it was dead. Minister, why did the Prime Minister joke about live exports when the live sheep export industry in Western Australia in particular is being shut down by your government, causing untold damage to farming families in my home state of Western Australia?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, I would first say that the Prime Minister and the government are very proud of Australia's beef industry and will often feature beef on the menu when we have visiting politicians, visiting leaders and ministers, because using those events to showcase great Australian produce is something I would have thought people would be pleased about.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Order, senators. Order. We are 2 minutes into question time and I'm having to sit a minister down. I'm asking you to listen in silence. please continue. Minister Wong.
Remind those opposite that it is this government which has worked very hard to ensure that beef markets which were closed to the industry were reopened. I would also note that exports of beef to Indonesia hit a record high in 2022-23. So I do find it interesting.
Minister Wong, order. I am asking senators on both sides to listen in respectful silence. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. And I do find it interesting that those opposite are not proud of the Prime Minister and others who make sure that they showcase Australian beef. We're proud of the beef industry. We're proud of the beef industry, and I'm disappointed that those opposite are not so proud of.
Minister, please resume your seat. Order. Minister, please resume your seat. Senator McGrath and Senator Cash. Listen in silence. Minister, please continue.
Thank you. As I said, when we came to government, we worked very hard with other countries, including China, to reopen beef markets. You know, we know, this is an important export industry for Australia, and it is surprising that there is not more bipartisanship around great Australian produce. Great Australian produce, and noting that, of course, that industry supports jobs and economic benefit into regional Australia, which I would have thought the National Party would have been supportive of.
Senator Watt. Senator Watt. Senator Cash, first supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, does the Prime Minister think it's acceptable to make farming families he's putting out of business the butt of a joke at an awards ceremony for rural women?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong. Minister Wong, I have not called you. I'm waiting for silence. Minister Wong, please continue.
Thank you, President. Look, I understand that the live sheep exports phase-out has been a difficult issue for many families. I understand that Senator Cash and others seek to make as much politics out of this as possible. That's right. I understand. I think we all understand that. I understand also that we went to the election with a very clear commitment on this. Now, Senator Cash may not agree with it. She may wish to get outraged, but the reality is that was a commitment made at the election. We have legislated for that trade to end in May 2028. That enables certainty and the rollout of a transition support package. $107 million transition support package will provide opportunities for individuals, communities and businesses to be ready for the ending of that particular trade. Now, I appreciate this is a change. It is also consistent with the government's election.
Thank you, Minister. The time has expired. I haven't called you yet, Senator Cash. I'm going to remind senators of Standing Order 203. I should not have to repeatedly call you, Senator Cash, you, Senator McGrath, and you, Senator McKenzie. I'm asking you to. I've asked and asked for respectful silence. I've called you individually, and you've completely ignored me. Senator Cash, second supplementary.
Thank you. And today, the Labor Premier of Western Australia, Roger Cook, said the joke, and I quote, "rub salt into the wounds of WA farmers," and he has called on the Prime Minister to apologise. Will the Prime Minister apologise for this poor taste joke at the expense of Western Australian farmers?
Just a moment, Senator Wong. Senator McKenzie, if I have to call you again, I'm going to invoke 203. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, Senator, I would make 3 points. First, that we do understand this is a big change for many farmers in Western Australia and the industry. Understand and it's not a funny. We understand that this is a big change and that this has been something that many people opposed. One of the things that we have done is put a very substantial amount of money on the table for transition. And I would make the final point that I've made earlier, that this was a very clear election commitment from the Albanese government.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Cash.
Thank you. And the point of order is in relation to relevance. The question was about, will the Prime Minister apologise for literally killing off an industry?
Senator Cash, thank you. The point of order, that's a debating point. The question also went to comments made by the WA Premier. I think that the Minister... Order! I think the Minister is being relevant, and I will continue to listen carefully. Minister.
Thank you. We also understand that Senator Cash and others are seeking to run a political campaign on this, and this question continues that.
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Birmingham.
President, you just reflected on the fact that these were comments from the WA Premier, a Labor Premier, and for the Minister to suggest that somehow we're playing politics with comments from somebody of her own side.
What is your point of order? There's no point of order. Please continue. Oh, you've finished. Thank you. Senator Darmanin? Senator...
Sorry. My question is to the Minister for Women, Senator Gallagher. Today, the Albanese Labor government delivered on its promise and introduced a bill to pay superannuation on paid parental leave, an issue very close to my heart. The government is removing yet another financial barrier for parents, predominantly mothers, who take time out of the workforce to care for their children. With the government scheme reaching 24 weeks next year as the super payment comes online, this scheme will make a real difference to parents in retirement. Minister, can you please explain why the government has taken the decision to provide super on paid parental leave and how it will benefit Australian families?
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. Minister Gallagher.
President, and I thank Senator Darmanin for the question and congratulate her on her inaugural speech yesterday, which was a wonderful speech, and also how appropriate it is that your first question be on paying super on PPL, which is something that your union, the ASU, and your colleague and our colleague and friend Senator Linda White campaigned on for many years. And it's a very exciting day for us and all of those who've been involved in the decades-long campaign to have super paid on paid parental leave. It is a workplace entitlement, and it is the only workplace entitlement that remained without superannuation being paid on it, President, and it took a Labor government to fix that, as it always does. It always falls to Labor governments to address unfairness, to make sure that women get a fair go, to make sure that we are driving women's equality through every aspect of life, including through the time that they spend bringing up and caring for young children. So I acknowledge all of those that have been involved in the campaign to date to do that. It really reminds us the importance of being in government and being able to implement these important reforms. With this change, eligible parents with babies born or adopted on or after the 1st of July 2025 will receive an additional 12% of their government-funded paid parental leave as a contribution to their superannuation fund. When the scheme reaches 26 weeks, as it will, another important Labor reform to expand PPL from 20 to 26 weeks, this will see around $3,000 flow into the parents' super accounts. Around 180,000 families across Australia will benefit every year, with extra dollars flowing into those superannuation accounts, President.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Darmanin, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Paid parental leave is a Labor legacy that has benefited families across the country. Paying super on PPL enriches this legacy. We want to support shared care because every parent deserves the opportunity to spend time with their newborn. Our policy supports both mums and dads to take time off to care for their children. Can you please explain how Labor's paid parental leave reforms are supporting both parents?
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Darmanin for the question. And again, she raises a very important point, which is about how do we encourage and improve the shared care when it comes to bringing up children, so that the responsibility doesn't just fall to one parent, traditionally and more often than not the mother. And so our reforms, again, the ones that we've introduced to expand PPL, have meant that we've introduced reserved leave so that each parent has leave that's just for them. And by 2026, this will be 4 weeks each. There's flexibility so that parents can share the remaining weeks however they want. Many of the men and second parents have told us that they want to be there in those early days after a baby is born. They want to set that pattern from the beginning of being a partner, not as an assistant to the child's mother. This is what modern families are asking for, and this is what our reforms have been able to achieve.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Darmanin, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. What other measures has the Albanese Labor government taken to boost economic security for Australian women and girls since coming to government? And how are the nation's women benefiting from having a government that puts women's economic security at the centre of its decision, supported by a record number of women at the Cabinet table?
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President. And again, this government has made no secret of the fact that we have put driving gender equality and ensuring women's economic empowerment is strengthened in this country since our first days of government. So super on PPL is one of those reforms. Obviously, helping close the gender pay gap is another. The 15% pay rise for aged care workers and our announcement recently about early childhood educators. The fact that we've dealt with some of the problems in our IR system so that it doesn't disadvantage women or those industries where women are the predominant numbers in workers. Things like banning pay secrecy, encouraging enterprise bargaining. And of course, when we reshaped the tax cuts, we know from the analysis we did then that it made much better sense, not only from a fairness point of view to all taxpayers, but it also improved the amount that women taxpayers were getting through those tax cuts.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Duniam.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. And I ask, following the Albanese Labor government's job-destroying decision to block the billion-dollar McPhillamys mine, Regis Resources yesterday wrote down the value of their project by $192 million, declaring it unfeasible. This company has been smashed and over 800 jobs will now be ripped from that community, all because of this decision by your Labor government. How does this minister defend her job-destroying decision during a cost-of-living crisis?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. And I think this question was asked the day before yesterday. And was that yesterday? The days blurred together. I'm sorry. And a number of points were made, I think, by Senator McAllister in response to this. The first is obviously that these decisions are made in accordance with the law by the Minister for the Environment. It is the case that the Minister did make a determination in relation not to the mine itself but to one of the locations for the tailings and waste dam, and obviously it's open to the company to consider an alternative site, and the advice I have is that more than 4 sites were investigated with a number of options in the mix. I would also make the point, Senator Duniam, back in 2021, the relevant minister then, which was the Deputy Liberal Leader, Minister Susan Lee, made a similar decision just down the road from the gold mine and also considered the views of the same traditional owner group. And protected the site under Section 10 of the Protection Act. Now, I would just say here the interjections I think are not on point, Senator Duniam. The point is that there's a legal framework. There's a legal framework. There is a legal framework, and ministers have a responsibility to
order. Thank you, Minister. Order. Order across the chamber. Minister, please continue.
Sure. You make me laugh. You do.
Yeah.
It was you. I think Senator Watt might dispute that, actually. But anyway, we'll leave that for another. What I would say is that there is a statutory responsibility the person occupying the role of the minister has to exercise, and that's what Minister.
Senator Duniam, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Given the minister has defended her job-destroying decision on the basis of a submission from a small Indigenous group of only 18 people, I refer the minister to the comments of grazier Ross Wills, who's farmed on the land of the proposed tailings dam for the Regis gold mine for nearly 2 decades, who says he's never heard from this group. He's now considering whether he discontinues grazing on this land in light of this Section 10 decision, further damaging this community's fragile economy. I wonder, how does the minister justify this disastrous decision?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. My advice is, and I'm always happy to provide further information if I'm incorrect, is that this is the same traditional owner group that Minister Lee took account of when she made her decision. Well, Senator, your proposition is that this group ought not be listened to.
Order.
Would you?
Order.
Do you think you might just wait for at least half a sentence to finish before you keep interrupting?
So rude.
Like, seriously. I'm trying to give you a decent answer. Well, you might not like it, but I am actually trying. Senator, your point seems to be it was okay for the minister in 2021 under a coalition government to listen to this group, but it's not okay now. Like, you either think they are that is not how the law works, and that is not how the appropriate exercise of ministerial responsibility works. It isn't how it works.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Duniam, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. It's unbelievable that we can draw a link between a go-kart track and a gold mine, but I again refer to this Labor government's job-destroying decision to block this much-needed mine and the 800 jobs that go with it near Blaney in New South Wales. Local butcher Tanya Cassell and her husband chose to set up shop in Blaney 8 years ago in the hopes that this gold mine would boost their business once operational. What does the minister say to Ms Cassell, who said, and I quote, "I'm angry at what this government has done to our little town"? Does the minister now concede she was wrong?
Your time has expired. Minister Wong.
I again note that the minister has not blocked the mine, and that was not correct. You keep asserting that. It is false. I know that never get the facts get in the way of a good scare campaign if you're the coalition. We see that from Mr Dutton all the time. Never let the facts get in the way of a good scare campaign. The minister has not blocked the mine. She has applied legislation that came from your governments, past governments, and she has applied it in accordance with the law, as Ms Lee did when she was the minister. You don't like the decision. You're entitled not to like the decision, but it was a decision made in accordance with the law, the same law that Ms Susan Lee, when she was a minister, applied, the same law that previous environment ministers has applied. As I said in my first answer, what the minister has said has made a finding in relation to the dam, the tailings dam, not the mine itself, and the falsehood should not continue to be peddled.
Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, President. My question is to Senator McAllister, representing the Minister for the Environment. Minister, fin whales are listed as vulnerable to extinction by the International Union for Conservation of Nature. What are your government's views on Japan's decision to add endangered fin whales to its commercial whaling program? And are you aware of disturbing reports that Japan has slaughtered its first fin whales in more than 50 years?
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. Well, Australia has been, as you know, a world leader in advocating for the protection and conservation of whales, and under this government we will continue to advocate for the protection and conservation of whales and the health of our ocean for future generations. Now, Minister Plibersek made a statement on the 1st of August indicating that we are deeply disappointed by Japan's decision to expand its commercial whaling program by adding fin whales. They are the second largest of all whales, and as you've indicated, they are considered vulnerable to extinction by the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. And I note that this decision expands Japan's commercial whaling program beyond the brides, the minke and sei whales that are already caught. We understand that Japan's whaling will continue to operate within its territorial waters and exclusive economic zone. We've made strong representations to the Japanese government, and I understand that an answer was recently tabled in response to a question you have asked Senator Whish-Wilson in estimates about this. But as at July 19 this year, the government had communicated on 8 occasions with Japan about its decision to add fin whales to its allowable catch list. The Foreign Minister and Australian officials have expressed disappointment at this proposal, and we've noted that we are opposed to all forms of commercial whaling. This has included multiple representations from Minister Wong and the Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. I can update you that in June, Australia led a united representation with our like-mindeds to express our serious concern about the Japanese government's proposal, and this included the EU, the UK, New Zealand and the United States. As I've already said, we are deeply disappointed by the decision.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whish-Wilson, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for your very strong and clear response. As you point out, Australia has been a leader in the International Whaling Commission to stop whaling over many decades, including successfully prosecuting a case against Japan for illegal whaling in the International Court of Justice in 2014. Minister, will you now be pursuing this issue through the International Whaling Commission or seeking a new action through the International Court of Justice?
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Minister McAllister.
Thank you very much, President. I understand that there will be a meeting of the International Whaling Commission in Peru in the coming months. Japan has withdrawn from the convention, and the matters raised are likely to occur within Japan's exclusive economic zone. Nonetheless, Australia will continue to play an active and vocal role in support of the whaling moratorium. We are continuing to build, in fact, on our strong record against whaling. We continue to invest in the work of the International Whaling Commission as the appropriate global body for the regulation of whaling and the conservation of cetaceans. Australia is Vice Chair of the Commission for 23-24, which increased Australia's influence and leadership in the global protection and management of whales and dolphins, and we have committed $1.5 million in addition to our regular annual contribution to support the effective functioning of the IWC, bolster its conservation agenda and to support Australia's role as Vice Chair.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Whish-Wilson, second supplementary.
Thank you again, Minister. I'm sure all Australians support the very strong stance you're taking to protect whales. Minister, conservationist Paul Watson was arrested in Greenland by Danish authorities on his way to the North Pacific 2 weeks ago to protect endangered fin whales from the Japanese fleet. He is currently awaiting potential extradition to Japan for his previous activism to protect whales in Antarctica. Given Paul and his supporters gave us such a helping hand with stopping cruel whaling in the Southern Ocean, will your government now return the favour and advocate for Paul's release and freedom?
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. I am aware of reports of Captain Watson's arrest, and I understand that officials are engaging with the Captain Paul Watson Foundations. There are some limits on what I would say in this forum because this concerns legal proceedings involving a foreign national in another jurisdiction. But I do wish to observe that Australia's role generally and our work with international partners has been extremely important. We, of course, stopped whaling in 1979 and we have been a global advocate for cetacean conservation, and our leadership has directly contributed to a whaling-free Southern Ocean. It is promising that as a result of that leadership and through global action, we are seeing some whale populations recover. For example, humpback whales, which migrate through our waters, and other populations, unfortunately, like blue whales, have been slower to recover. This is an ongoing role, and Australia intends to play our part.
Has expired. Senator Marielle Smith.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme, Senator McAllister. How do the Albanese government's reforms to the National Disability Insurance Scheme that passed the Senate today not only help participants who rely on the scheme, but also ensure the scheme fulfils its true purpose of supporting those who need it and ensures its sustainability for future generations?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Smith for the question. The National Disability Insurance Scheme is changing lives for the better. And with today's legislation passing the Senate, the Albanese government is returning the scheme to its true purpose. That is, to get support through to the people for whom it is meant to support. Now, these reforms have been the subject of extensive debate in this place, and they represent a significant step towards a stronger NDIS. Not only do the reforms put participants back in the centre of the National Disability Insurance Scheme, they are getting much-needed support directly to participants. And as the Minister for the National Disability Scheme has said on many occasions, the scheme cannot be the only lifeboat in the ocean. This is part of a long-term reform plan to ensure that the investments that we are making in the National Disability Insurance Scheme are focused on outcomes, not inputs. And part of it does mean stopping the waste. And it's important to say that this is not simply rorts. Every dollar of waste is a dollar could be spent on a person with a disability. The Albanese government will do all of this in co-design with people with disability. We know that there are a range of views. These reforms have been subjected to an extensive consultation process, and we know that not everyone will disagree or agree on every point. But our intention is to work closely with the community, and the aim of our reforms are to be able to assure people on the NDIS that it's here for the future, that it is fair, equitable and transparent.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Smith, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Can the Minister explain how the changes embedded in the Albanese Labor government's reforms to the National Disability Insurance Scheme that passed the Senate today will ensure that significant steps are made toward building a stronger National Disability Insurance Scheme in the best interests of those who are on the scheme?
Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President, and I thank the Senator for their supplementary question. As Minister Shorten said yesterday, the passing of this legislation is the construction of a scaffold which will allow the government to co-design the priority reforms recommended by the independent NDIS review. And the legislation does a few simple things. It stops the automatic top-up of participant plans that are exhausted early without change in circumstances. It creates the architecture to implement the NDIS review's recommendation to develop a total whole-of-person budget that is more flexible for all participants, and it allows for the exclusion of supports that are not consistent with the original intent of the NDIA and those that are supposed to be funded by other service systems. And this will provide the necessary legislative framework to improve the experience of participants and deliver decisions that are fair, transparent and consistent.
Senator Smith, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Can the Minister explain the consultation that was undertaken since the Albanese government came to government with people with a disability, their loved ones, carers, advocates and the disability sector to ensure that the reforms that passed the Senate today put people with disability at the centre of the scheme?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President, and I thank the Senator for her supplementary question. The Albanese government will continue to listen to people with disability, their loved ones and those who represent them. This legislation is in fact the culmination of a huge body of consultation with the disability sector since Labor came to government in May 2022. The NDIS review talked to over 10,000 people and organisations. It took over 4,000 submissions and it listened for over 2,000 hours to the experiences, ideas and feedback of people with disability. There were NDIS town halls, held around Australia with people with disability, NDIS providers, disability support workers and their unions, with over 10,000 attending in person and online. And the legislation also went through a 12-week Senate inquiry with more than 200 stakeholder submissions and 3 days of public hearings.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell.
President, my question is for the Minister representing the Minister for Early Childhood Education, Senator Watt. In Tasmania's northwest, there are 2 co-located family daycare centres. They provide care for 90 families in the region and have a healthy wait list for new families. Good business model that has the potential to expand, and it works. But they can't expand because, according to federal government rules, only 1 childcare centre is able to run per property title. This means the centres are at risk of being shut down. The State Education Minister says her hands are tied due to rules made in Canberra. Minister, is she right? And what do you have to say to Tasmanian families who may end up without childcare as a result of these rules?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Tyrrell, for the question. I will need to get some further information for you about the specific issue you've raised regarding the number of services per title, and I'm happy to come back with that information as soon as I can. But what I can certainly tell you is that not only is the Albanese government committed to providing much more accessible and affordable early childhood education services than we've seen in this country before, but ensuring those services are accessible and affordable in regional and rural Australia is a particular priority of our government. What we're trying to do is to make sure that regional services can open and stay open through a range of targeted funding measures. For example, we will shortly, through round 4 of the Community Childcare Fund, be providing around $80 million to over 430 early childhood education and care services that support disadvantaged and vulnerable communities, including in regional and rural areas. Happy to come back to you as well about whether that what that will exactly provide for regional Tasmania. Of course, our broader cheaper childcare reforms are also making early learning cheaper for over 1 million families, including 265,000 families in regional Australia. And I'd be confident that within that number there's a pretty significant number in regional Tasmania as well. We have recognised that the former coalition government simply did not invest enough in early childhood education and care. It meant that too many families were unable to access the care that they needed and that their kids needed. And we all know the wider economic benefits of ensuring that families have access to early childhood education and care, quite apart from the benefits that kids get from that as well. So as I say, if I've got any further information I can add about the specific issue that you've raised, I'll come back to you as soon as I can.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. The Tasmanian State Government says it can't do anything to save these centres. Their hands are tied because the federal government doesn't recognise a multi-educator model for family daycare. Centres have already shut. Will the government relax the rules around multi-educator family daycare centres to enable these facilities to share costs while also providing high-quality care for local families?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Again, I will need to come back to you on the specific question that you've asked that you've said the Tasmanian Minister has complained about. I would obviously want to make sure that the Tasmanian Minister's views are accurate and that it's not an example of a state government trying to pass the buck to a federal government. I think we do know that from time to time that occurs. But as I say, in general, the Albanese government is doing everything possible to ensure that families in regional parts of our country, including in your state, do have access to the early childhood system that they need. I've indicated already some of the funding that is going to be flowing soon, and in fact, all up, we've provided about $614 million in funding through the Community Childcare Fund, which is designed to address barriers to participation in early childhood education and care in disadvantaged regional and rural communities. I've got no doubt there's a need for more in rural Tasmania, and we'll be doing everything we can to make that happen.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. These family daycare centres are providing an essential service to families in a regional area of Tassie. We should be championing these daycares, not trying to shut them down. If they close, families will be left in the lurch, forced to find care elsewhere or give up the jobs that keep the lights on and food on the table. Will the government consider Tasmania as a suitable place to test a pilot project for this model of childcare that could help provide a solution for families around the country?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Tyrrell. Of course, it would be a matter for the Minister Ali, to determine what types of models that she is in a position to fund, but I'm sure she'll give your suggestions some consideration. I've been advised that Minister Ali's office have been working with you on these issues, so thank you for your constructive engagement on that. I'm told that actually Minister Ali hasn't heard anything from the Tasmanian Minister about this issue, so maybe it would be a good idea for the Tasmanian Minister and their office to pick up the phone if it is an issue of concern to them, and try to work constructively with Minister Ali's office in the way that you seem to be doing yourself.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Bragg.
Thanks very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Housing Minister, Senator Gallagher. In an extraordinary move, the Albanese government has today reneged on an agreement to refer the Housing Investment Probity Bill, a bill designed to protect taxpayer funds invested in the Housing Australia Future Fund from union corruption, to a Senate inquiry. The disgraced CFMEU has 3 members on the CBUS board, which has funnelled money back to the CFMEU, who have ultimately given more than $6 million to Labor. Minister, are the cosy ties between CBUS, the CFMEU and Labor the reason for the government opposing probity, transparency or safeguards to protect taxpayers and superannuation investors?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. And I think earlier this morning, and I thank Senator Bragg for the question, we sought to defer consideration of that, the referral of that bill. So, I mean, that is a matter that will remain before the Selection of Bills Committee. In relation to the Housing Australia Future Fund, I can advise the Senate that applications for that fund have been overwhelmingly positive. It is something that the housing sector more broadly is responding to and putting applications in. So, including, I think those opposite that voted against the HAF are pretty much the only people in Australia that think the HAF is a bad idea. We have many projects that are being considered through the appropriate processes now in terms of those applications. But in terms of the CFMEU, as you know, Senator Bragg, we have taken the strongest action possible to clean up the CFMEU. You've been part of that debate this week. We've passed the legislation to give the Minister power to put the construction division of the CFMEU under the control of an administrator, and we have made it clear that there is no place for criminality, corruption, thuggery, bullying or intimidation in any workplace in Australia, and that's why we brought legislation on to fix it. Senator Bragg would also know that there are requirements on superannuation funds to comply with strict governance standards and act in the best financial interests of members. But I'm sure Senator Bragg welcomes the fact that the HAF has been overly subscribed with loads of applications, hundreds of applications, which are seeking to build over 50,000 dwellings.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Bragg's first supplementary.
Thank you very much. So there are allegations that the CBUS and the CFMEU are using CBUS property to strong-arm and delay projects across the country. For example, projects in Western Sydney have been delayed as members of the CBUS affiliate, the ETU, or Electrical Trades Union, refuse to turn up on site to connect or disconnect from the grid. Why does the government defend unions and union-controlled super funds when they are crippling productivity in the construction sector?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I don't accept the question that the assertions that Senator Bragg has included in his question. I would say that I would trust APRA.
Senator Birmingham.
I would have more faith in APRA, the regulator, examining any concerns there may be about any particular superannuation group than Senator Bragg. So APRA have already announced the steps that they are taking. They are the regulator. They They have the authority to ensure that superannuation funds, whether it be CBUS or others, are acting in the best financial interests of their members. We know that Senator Bragg has an ideological obsession and hatred, particularly of industry super funds, and so I think these matters would be best left to APRA to work through their processes.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Bragg, second supplementary.
Political. The government's protection racket doesn't just wreck Labor's integrity, it is also wrecking the construction sector and making this housing crisis so much worse. In just 2 weeks, Labor's new housing minister, Ms O'Neill, has accomplished the unthinkable. She has made Labor's credibility on housing even worse. Minister, how could the Australian people ever trust this government with a housing crisis?
Order. 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 I'm waiting for silence, particularly on my right. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, again, that question reflects most poorly on you, Senator Bragg. The Minister for Housing is an extraordinarily capable minister. Right. She has hit the ground running in that portfolio, and I imagine that concerns Senator Bragg. She is out there examining how we can ensure that all of our policies are implemented, the $32 billion that we are putting in place, all of the measures that you have blocked in this place, that you have sought to delay, frustrate, and then you have the nerve to come in here and complain about housing. You didn't care about housing when you were in government. 10 years of ignoring housing. 10 years of ignoring it. We've come in and in 2 years done more to shift the dial in terms of Commonwealth involvement in housing than any government before us. We will continue to do that, and no doubt you will continue to block.
Minister, the time for answering has expired. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator McAllister, and is regarding the Sun Cable Industrial Solar Project in the Northern Territory. Minister, please advise the Senate of the total value of guarantees and, as a separate figure, the total value of subsidies available to the project.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. Look, I am aware that the Minister for the Environment has recently provided approval for the Sun Cable project. This is a project, as I understand, Senator, that seeks to establish renewable generation capability in the Northern Territory and also significant transmission capability, which will allow that generation to be able to be exported for the use, as I understand it, within the Australian grid, but potentially also to our Singaporean neighbours. This is an extremely important project potentially. It's also one that is a first of kind in the Australian context.
Oh, sorry, Minister McAllister. Senator Roberts.
A point of order, President. Under Standing Order 72, Clause 3C, answers shall be directly relevant to each question. I asked about the total value of guarantees and the total value of subsidies. What are they? If you don't know, please just say so.
I will draw the Minister to that part of your question, Senator Roberts. Minister McAllister.
Thanks, President. And the Senator asks me to comment, I think, on policies that exist in the Australian context to support the rollout of reliable renewables. And, of course—
Minister McAllister, please resume your seat. Senator Roberts.
I ask about the total value of guarantees and the total value of subsidies. That's it.
Minister Roberts. Sorry, Senator Roberts, the Minister had barely said 7 words, so let's just hear the question. I have reminded the Minister of the question and I will continue to listen carefully. Minister McAllister.
Thanks, President. And of course, the Australian government takes our advice about the future of the energy system from experts, and all of the advice that is provided to us is that the most cost-effective form of new generation and to replace the older ageing assets that are shortly to retire is reliable renewables. And We take our advice from experts because we believe that Australians deserve the most cost-effective form of energy that is available to us. And we can't actually go back to doing things the way that they were done
Minister,
under the previous
please resume
government.
your seat. Senator Roberts.
Mind the minister, I asked about the total value of guarantees and the total value of subsidies.
I have reminded the minister of the question, and I will remind her again, Senator Roberts. Minister McAllister.
Thanks.
Order. Thank you, Senator Henderson. Minister, please continue.
Thanks, President. My advice is that this project has
the
been...
time for answering that question has expired. Senator Roberts, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. The project proposes to generate electricity in the Northern Territory and send it to Singapore using a 4,300-kilometre long cable, mostly undersea. This is 5 times longer than Norway's 760-kilometre Viking Link, the current longest cable. Viking Link loses 3.5% of its generation to transmission loss. Minister, what percentage of the project's Australian-generated electricity will be lost on transmission to Singapore?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. Well, the senator asks about essentially the economics of the project that has been approved, and what I can advise the senator is that this is a matter for the project proponent. The government's role is not to assess the economics of this project. The minister has made a decision in relation to its environmental approvals. This is part of a broader transformation of the Australian economy. We are blessed with abundant sunshine, with abundant wind, with land, with skillful engineers, with skillful personnel, and frankly with a mature commercial and legal environment and a national electricity system that many other countries seek to talk to us about because of its strengths. These are strengths for Australian communities. They are strengths for Australian regions, and they are potentially a source of significant economic opportunity for Australians living in regional communities.
Senator Roberts, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. The minister can't or won't tell me about guarantees and subsidies, nor a core project assumption. So, Minister, my supplementary question is, how much is Sun Cable lodging as a rehabilitation bond for the 12,400 hectares of land that will be covered in solar panels?
Thank you. I'm waiting for silence. Minister McAllister.
Thanks, President. Well, the senator asks about the terms on which the approval for the Sun Cable project has been provided. And I can tell the senator that Minister Plibersek applies the terms of the Environment Protection, Conservation, Biodiversity Act to all of the matters that come before her. This is a project proposal.
Just don't like Australian business.
This is a project proposal that intends to establish a significant source of new generation in the Northern Territory, as you've indicated in your first supplementary question.
Please resume your seat. Senator Roberts.
Minister, is there a rehabilitation bond in place to cover the desecration of the environment?
Senator Roberts, it's your responsibility to seek a point of order, not to re-ask your question. So if you have a point of order, I invite you to make it. If you don't, I'll ask the minister to continue. Thank you.
President, the point of order is one of relevance.
Thank you. I believe the minister is being relevant. She has outlined to you the approval processes, so I will ask her to continue. Order. Order. Senator Cash, which bit of order doesn't apply to you? Minister McAllister, please continue.
Thanks, President. Well, the minister's responsibility, of course, is to apply the law when a project is put before her. And since coming to government, we have sought to do so in relation to all of the projects before us, but we are pleased to see new renewable projects coming online. And since coming to government, we have given the green light to more than 55 of those under the National
The time
Environment
for answering has expired. Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing Minister for Housing, Senator Gallagher. Minister, the great Australian dream of owning a home has turned into a nightmare, particularly for young Australians. Successive governments have introduced schemes aimed at making homes affordable, but these ill-conceived interventions often do more harm than good. The latest Help to Buy scheme is just another band-aid solution that will pour more money into an already overheated real estate market.
Order.
When will this
Order.
government address the real villain of housing unaffordability, which is negative gearing, and make the necessary changes to our tax system to stop wealthy investors from hoarding our precious housing stock and making it easier for Australians to own a home?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Payman for the question, and I see that Senator Payman has changed her position on policies like Help to Buy from when she sat on this side of the chamber. We took, well, that is...
Order. Order.
It's the first I've heard. It's the first I've heard.
Order.
Because...
Minister Gallagher, please resume your seat. Order on my left. Senator Canavan, I've called order. Minister Gallagher, please continue.
Thank you. Because it was part of the suite of policies that we took to the election campaign, as you know, Senator Payman. And when we go to the election with a series of policies, we implement them in government, and that is what we are doing. But we are doing more than that. And whilst I acknowledge Senator Payman's speech, I think yesterday or earlier today, on negative gearing, we have no plans to change negative gearing arrangements, and I have to say that would not deliver one extra house right now, which is what needs to happen. What needs to happen is we need to build more houses, we need to increase the supply of housing, and that will allow more people to buy housing, which is why those opposite might think it's funny. They may think it's hilarious that people are struggling to buy housing, but we think it needs policies.
Please resume. Order on my left. Order. Minister, please continue.
We have set ourselves a target of 1.2 million homes by the end of the decade. We are backing that up with policies. We are backing that up with working with the states and territories on their planning reforms, on ensuring that they're getting rid of bottlenecks for approvals, through our Housing Australia Future Fund, through our Social Housing Accelerator with new housing opening all the time. That is the focus that this government brings to housing. We will continue to implement our policies. We will continue to work with the states and territories, because we know that it's supply that we need to address to make sure that people can get into the housing market.
Answering has expired. Senator Payman, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, I've heard from many constituents, including Claire from Perth, who's a single parent working part-time and raising her son, and she's told me that she feels there has been no progress in alleviating the housing crisis. Will this government at least act on this rort by capping negative gearing to investment in new housing?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, as I said, and I refer to my previous answer, we have no plans to change negative gearing arrangements, but we have investing $32 billion into increasing the supply of housing in this country that those opposite think is so funny. It is important investments that the Commonwealth Government need to make into housing after a decade of complete and total utter failure of the former government to invest or show any interest at all in housing, particularly social housing, particularly housing for single parents like the ones that you raised, Senator Payman, because it's going to be through social and affordable housing and the increase in supply of social and affordable housing that we're able to help constituents like the one that you raise.
Just a moment, Senator Payman. Senator McGrath, your constant interjections are incredibly disorderly and disrespectful. I've called for silence numerous times. Senator Payman, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, another constituent, Victoria, who lives in the seat of Hasluck, reached out about how the current housing market is rigged against young people and working families. When will the government address the issue of foreign investors buying up large numbers of Australian homes, driving prices beyond the reach of everyday working families.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister Gallagher. Order. Order.
Expect that question, Senator Payman, I have to say that. And it's a very similar question to the question that Senator Roberts, One Nation, asked me earlier in the week about foreign ownership of housing. And the evidence is very clear on that. It is a very, very small percentage of housing that is born, less than one, I think. I can't recall the number I gave Senator Roberts, but it was absolutely minuscule in terms of housings. There are also strict conditions on it about if you are to purchase housing that you need to live in it, for example. I'm much used to those sorts of questions coming to the government from One Nation. Foreign ownership and foreign investment in housing, well, it's true. On that issue, it is, because it's a very small part and it's often thrown out there as a cause of housing pressure for Australian people to buy into housing. It is simply not the case. We need to build more housing in this country, and that's what the government will do.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Birmingham.
Well, thanks, President. President, my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Minister,
Senator
the
Wong.
Reserve Bank of Australia has confirmed that Australians are going to face interest rates that stay higher for longer. Meanwhile, markets are predicting a roughly 100 basis point easing of interest rates in the United States over the remainder of this year alone. Does the government expect Australians to benefit from a comparable rate cut by Christmas, or any rate cut by Christmas, or any alleviation in interest rate pressures by Christmas? And if not, why is Australia not only out of step with the United States, but with so many other comparable economies who are seeing interest rates already coming down?
Minister Wong.
Thank you, President, and I thank the senator for his question, and it gives me the opportunity to remind him where inflation was when we came to government under him, how much higher it was under him. It also gives me the opportunity to remind him that Senator Gallagher and the Treasurer have turned Liberal deficits into Labor surpluses. I would remind him of these facts. It also gives me the opportunity to remind him. It also gives me the opportunity to remind him of the various cost of living measures that he and his colleagues voted against. It gives me the opportunity to remind him that they were going to go to an election because they so opposed the revamp of the Stage 3 tax cuts, because they didn't want all Australians to get a tax cut. It gives me the opportunity to remind him that under the government of which he was a part, low wages were a deliberate design feature of the Australian economy. So I would say to the Leader of the Opposition, if you truly are interested in looking at Australians' cost of living, if you are truly interested in backing in support for Australians in the time of rising cost of living, you know what you could do? You could stop doing what Peter Dutton tells you to do. That's what you could do. You could actually behave, or Mr Dutton, you could stop doing what he tells you to do, because that bloke always wants to divide, always wants to oppose, even when it's in the national interest.
Just a moment, Senator Birmingham. Senator O'Sullivan, I am tired of calling you to order, and I'm tired of calling you to order, Senator Hume. I've asked you a number of times to listen in respectful silence. Senator Birmingham, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Supplementary question. Media reports of today revealed that the consumption of chicken, the cheapest and most popular protein for Australians, has dropped for the first time in decades under the Albanese government. Just how bad is it going to get for Australians under the Albanese Labor government as interest rates stay higher for longer, inflation remains persistent, and Australian families are now cutting back on even the most basics of food?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. The time for answering has expired. Minister Wong.
Well, I would again remind the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate that inflation is less than half its peak and certainly much lower than we inherited from him and other members of the government. Now,
Senator Canavan.
Those of us on this side understand acutely that Australians are doing it tough. We know the pressures that Australians are under, and of course, inflation is still higher than we would like, and it is proving to be much stickier than we would like. We all understand that, which is why so much of the work that we have been doing has been focused on how it is we go about trying to alleviate some of that cost of living pressure where we can without adding to inflation. And I, for one, find it really interesting that the opposition come in here and say to us, oh, it's really bad, this cost of living issue. What are you doing about it? It's really bad, this inflation issue.
Senator Birmingham, second supplementary.
Well, thanks, President. The Reserve Bank has described the very policies, Minister, that you're citing as being, by their nature, time-limited and temporary, as being one-off and that are going to be reversed. Minister, aren't your policies that you pretend are out to help Australians just band-aids to get the Albanese Labor government through an election and to cover up any sense of the Labor government having any type of real policy to tackle persistent inflation and interest rates staying higher for longer?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. The time has expired. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, so the logic of Senator Birmingham's question is that we didn't like it and voted against it in the first place, but now we're having a go at you because it's not ongoing. That's the logic. We didn't vote for it in the first time, but now we're going to have a go at you because it ends. You didn't want it in the first place. I mean, this shows the hypocrisy of the opposition who come in here and seek to play a bit of politics with cost of living but don't do anything other than oppose measures that this government seeks to put in place to assist Australians and their families with cost of living. You have no credibility on this issue and Australians know it. And, President, I seek leave to move a motion concerning a variation to the routine of business.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Senator Wong.
Pursuant to contingent notice, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to allow motion concerning a variation to the routine of business to be moved and determined immediately, and I move that the question be now put.
Order. 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 So the question is that the question as moved by Senator Wong be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Order. Order. Lock the door. So the question is that the question be now put on the motion to suspend standing orders. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as tellers for the noes. Senator Birmingham, you need to be in your seat. I've called the tellers. Order. There being 34 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the motion to suspend standing orders be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion to suspend standing orders be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Minister.
Thank you, President. I move that a motion concerning a variation to the routine of business may be moved immediately and determined without amendment or debate, and I move that the question be now put.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the question be now put on the procedural motion moved by the Minister. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the question we now put on the procedural motion moved by the minister. Those of that opinion say aye. Oh, I beg your pardon, we've done that bit. Sorry. We haven't? Yes, we have. So we now move to a motion, account. So the question is that the question now be put on the procedural motion. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the procedural motion moved by the minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Order. Lock the doors. The question now is that the procedural motion moved by the minister be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Minister.
I move the motion as circulated.
Senators, the procedural motion just agreed to requires that the substantive motion be put without amendment or debate, so I'll now put the question. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative.
Questions be placed on notice.
Yes, you did.
Thank you. Well, I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Senators, in accordance with the resolution just agreed to, the time for consideration of various bills has expired. I will now put the question before the chair and all remaining stages of the bill. I will first deal with the Net Zero Economy Authority Bill of 2024 and a related bill, starting with the second reading amendment circulated by the opposition. The question is that the opposition second reading amendment on sheet 2700 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the opposition second reading amendment on sheet 2700 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Ciccone as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I call the question now is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the bills be now read a second time. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 35 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Net Zero Economy Authority Bill 2024, Net Zero Economy Authority Transitional Provisions Bill 2024.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment, starting with the amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that the Australian Green amendments on sheet 2835 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the Australian Greens amendments on sheet So the question is that the Australian Greens amendments on sheet 2835 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Guillotine as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 35 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Senator Thorpe. So the question is that the Senator Thorpe amendments on sheet 2707 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. The whips have asked for more time to do. They've got a change sheet. Lock the doors. Senator Wong?
By leave, President, I understand the whips needed more time. We're happy to wait once the doors are closed, but if the time is allotted for the division has expired, the door should be closed.
Yes, that was my mistake, Senator Wong. So the question is that the Senator Thorpe amendments on sheet 2707 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 40 ayes and 20 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bills be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. The ayes shall go to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Senator Canavan, the whips have been called. Okay, sure. Order. There being 35 ayes and 28 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Net Zero Economy Authority Bill 2024, Net Zero Economy Authority Transitional Provisions Bill 2024.
I will now deal with the Treasury Laws Amendment Financial Market Infrastructure and Other Measures Bill of 2024. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the bill be now read a second time. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 35 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to corporations and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments, starting with the amendments circulated by the government. I understand the minister has a document to table. Minister.
And I table 2 supplementary explanatory memoranda relating to the government amendments to be moved to this bill.
Thank you. The question is that government amendments 1 and 4 to 7 on sheet PC 111 revised be agreed to. Those of that opinion, Senator Ruston.
Yeah. Could we ask that you put amendments 1 and 5 to 7? We wish to vote differently on 4.
Okay, I'll just advise the chamber. So Senator Ruston has asked for that question to be split. So it will be split. So the question is that government amendments 1 to 5. Oh. 1 and no, the opposition wanted to vote differently on 7. Senator Ruston, can you just, yeah.
To clarify, President, we are asking for sheet PC 111 revised amendments 1 and 5 to 7 be put separately to 4.
Okay, right. So let's deal with 4 because that's the easiest one. So the question is that government amendment 4 be on sheet PC 111 revised be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that government amendment 4 on sheet PC 111 revised be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 35 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that government amendments 1 and 5 to 7 on sheet PC 111 revised be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The question now is that Part 4 and item 127 of Schedule 2 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the noes have it. Division required. I'm going to put it again. I would ask senators to pay attention. This is difficult. So the question now is that Part 4 and item 127 of Schedule 2 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question now is that Part 4 and item 127 of Schedule 2 stand as printed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by the opposition. The question is that opposition amendments on sheet 2692 and 2693 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that opposition amendments on sheet 2692 and 2693 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with amendments circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that the Australian Greens amendments on sheet 2571 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the Australian Green amendments on sheet 2571 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Yes. Order. There being 12 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with amendments circulated by Senator David Pocock. The question is that Senator David Pocock amendments on sheet 2561 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that Senator David Pocock amendments on sheet 2561 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Goodell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 14 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. lock the doors. So the question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. The ayes should move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator Goodell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 25 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Bill for an Act to amend the law relating to corporations and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Public Service Amendment Bill number 22024. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Act to amend the Public Service Act 1999 and for other purposes.
The question now is that this bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
The bill for an Act to amend the Public Service Act 1999 and for other purposes.
Senators, that concludes consideration of the bills. The Senate will now proceed to motions to take note of answers. And I'll Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, President. Well, President, I move to take note of all answers asked by opposition senators today. And, President, you've got to wonder, is it Dirty Deal Thursday or Clearing the Decks Thursday? I wonder. Or is it a little bit of both going on? Is it the dirty deals scattered around the chamber, or the clearing the decks? Because apparently there's quite a lot of deck clearing going on, both here and in the other place. I hear while we've been here toiling away, doing the Senate's business, of course under another outrageous guillotine by those opposite, that in the other place it's been valedictory speeches. Labor MPs are saying farewell. They're saying goodbye. Do they know something that we don't know? Is there a reason why there's been such a rush from the Albanese government to clear the decks, to deal with legislation, to guillotine after guillotine and get it all done, but also to have their Labor MPs say ta-ta, farewell, or Wiedersehen, goodbye, as they leave this place? Absolutely. Is the Prime Minister really that worried that the Australian economy is about to crash that he is willing to give up 10 months of his term? Is Mr Albanese really that worried that interest rates staying higher for longer, inflationary pressures on Australians staying as high as they are, a cost of living crisis that Australians are facing, means he should run scared to the polls? Is that what he's thinking? Well, perhaps that is what he should be thinking. Mr Albanese perhaps should be worried about the fact that his policies continue to make life harder for Australians, and that every single day that goes by, Australians see how those policies are making life harder for them, and as they keep feeling that pain of the higher interest rates, of the higher inflation, of not even being able to afford the basics of life anymore. Acting Deputy President, as we saw in question time today, revelations that Australians are buying less chicken meat. That's right. Less chicken meat. Yep. The most consumed and most affordable protein in Australia, and people are cutting back on it. If Australians are to the point that they're cutting back on chicken meat, what else are they foregoing in the day-to-day lives? Just how stretched are their budgets? And this was a government elected promising that Australian families would be better off. They promised Australians would be better off. They promised, indeed, that electricity bills would be down some $275. What happened to the $275? Trashed, gone, abandoned by the government. Instead, they say, oh, but we're giving people $300 this year. What has the Reserve Bank said about that? Well, they've called it out as trickery, the trickery that it is. It's one-off, bills will spike right back afterwards, and Australians are left worse off as always. This government promised Australians would be better off, and yet real household disposable income is down 7.5% under the Albanese Labor government. 7.5% down. Prices are up, electricity's up, household costs are up, but household disposable income is down. No wonder Australians are cutting back on the raw essentials like chicken meat. No wonder they are cutting back indeed on even just a basic night out at Macca's or at KFC. The reports that are coming in now across Australia show just how tough Australians are doing. And this is a government, of course, that hasn't just broken those promises. They promised that Stage 3 tax cuts would be delivered in full, but no, junked that for a temporary Band-Aid measure. That's, of course, what everything this government has done. Temporary Band-Aid measures just to get them through the next election. And what today is igniting is the question is, just how soon will that election be? How scared is Mr Albanese that things are going from bad to worse? How worried is Mr Albanese that Australians feeling the pain are going to give his government the boot? How concerned is Mr Albanese that Australian households are going to keep feeling that pressure mounting and mounting and mounting? So here we are, a government clearing the decks, a government rushing through and guillotining legislation sight unseen, a government clearly panicked and letting Australians down.
Senator Sheldon.
One of the most ridiculous speeches I've ever heard. Here we have an opposition talking about cost of living and pressures on the Australian public. They're the ones that voted against every initiative that we've brought into this place to turn around and take cost of living pressures off the Australian public. Now, we know it's tough out there, but they want to make it tougher because they vote down every initiative, whether it's medicines, whether it's turning around and supporting Medicare, whether it's to turn around and give cheaper energy prices out there. They vote it down every single time. When it comes to labour rights, when it comes to actually being able to negotiate a better wage increase. These are the people that don't support minimum wage increases. And they're talking to us about cost of living. They have no understanding of the responsibility they have coming into this place to the Australian public. Because if they did, they'd be voting with us. And then they have the audacity to complain about the fact that we want to get on with business and make sure that we've got legislation going through this parliament to support people right across the economy. Because they want to bog it down with either saying no or doing nothing. And guess what? They're consistently saying no and they're consistently doing nothing. And you look at the things that they've turned around and supported, and one of the craziest things, of course, is HAF, opposing the Housing Australia Future Fund. You know, we've got 50,000 homes that can be built, and what does Senator Bragg do? He starts bagging the whole concept of turning around and making sure that we give some of the most disadvantaged people in our community and people that can't afford housing less of an opportunity to turn around and have the security of housing. And who are the people they turning around and making it difficult for? They're making it difficult for people that are victims of domestic violence. They just simply don't like the idea that governments are here to support through difficult times, to support the community, to make sure things are better. They are simply about saying no and doing nothing. Now, we've seen the fact that we want to make sure that essential workers also don't get priced out of their own communities, and they vote against it. So these are the people that have it in their DNA. They just can't help themselves. Whenever it comes to supporting somebody, whenever it comes to supporting the community, they simply vote against it. And then they complain about things being tough because they always want to make it tougher. They consistently make it tougher. And then you have to look at what happened in their DNA question, because in my home state of New South Wales, we saw that the housing for the 12 long years that Liberals and Nationals were in government, that they turned around, that $3.5 billion worth of social housing that the community desperately needs right now, that those $3.5 billion worth of social housing was taken out of the market. 4,205 homes. That's what they did. They don't care about the Australian community. They don't care about doing good policy. They care about figures on a sheet of paper that doesn't add up. Because if they really cared, they'd be supporting the policies that this government has been putting in place to make the difference. Now, you turn around and look at, again, about what's in Labor's DNA to make sure that we tackle the issue of housing. Because, again, in my home state in New South Wales, the New South Wales government has made the largest single investment in social housing in the state's history. The 2024 to 35, over 8,400 new homes will be for women and children fleeing domestic violence. And of course, again, those people opposite just don't like that idea. I mean, don't they actually talk to people out there in the community? The community is actually against what you're saying because it makes no sense. It's heartless. It makes no sense. It's bad policy. It doesn't actually lift the country. It doesn't lift my home state. And of course, when you start looking at the initiatives that have been happening in that front, you know, this like lunacy, this obsession about what's happening with CBUS. Well, you might be surprised to know, I know they actually know, but they just don't like saying it. These superannuation funds are actually duly owned by and managed. They're owned by their members and they're managed by both employers and unions. And many of them have other directors on there. Many of them have different, some of them have different independent chairs. They're all accountable to APRA. All these and other agencies, all these things happen. But they've got this obsession about CBUS. Well, the fund that's turned around and was found last year, it actually received the Specialist Fund of the Year for 2024, the Best Fund for Members' Services and the Best Fund for Responsible Investment last year. That's what they actually don't like.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy President. Well, the question really has to be asked, doesn't it? What is actually going on here? But the one thing you can be assured with this government is you won't know what's going on with this government until after it's probably happened. Because if ever there was a government that can go down in history as being the most opaque government I have ever known or seen, it has got to be this one. And probably what's most gruelling about this is that they went to the last election telling everybody that they were going to be transparent. Well, you are the antithesis of transparency, absolutely antithesis of transparency. As we saw just a few minutes ago at the 11th Ab, they come into this place and they guillotine legislation. Not one word about these three particular pieces of legislation all week in discussions with the government about facilitating the sensible and calm passage of legislation through this place as the government are required. Oh no, we'll do that, and then at the last minute we'll come in here and we'll just crunch a whole heap of legislation. So the question has to be why? Why did they need to guillotine stuff this afternoon? Well, I'll tell you why the government guillotines. The government guillotines because it does not have the capacity or the capability to control the management of this chamber. They can't control the chamber. We've seen guillotine after guillotine after guillotine after guillotine. But what Australians probably should be asking is why are they doing it today? Why have we seen the kind of speeches we've seen in the other place? Why have we seen all of the valedictory speeches? This government probably needs to actually be honest. What are they up to? Stop treating Australians like mugs and stop keeping them in the dark. But one of the things Australians should be very, very fearful of, if you have a look at what happened today, the alliance between the Labor Party and the Greens. The next government that this government over here will seek to form, if they are fortunate enough at the election, and I'm not sure the electorate's so stupid as to re-elect you, and I'm certainly do everything I can to make sure the electorate knows what an awful government you are. But the worst of it is that every time they want to get something, they jump back into bed with the Greens. They fight like cat and dog. Never seen anybody fight like cat and dog like they have all week. But when the going really gets tough and the rubber hits the road, who jumps into bed with who? The Labor Party and the Greens, one bed, two parties, every single time. We are seeing this government move more and more to the left. But the other thing that I think is really worth mentioning is they are all talk and no action. We've heard contributions in this place on many occasions about all of these amazing things the government's apparently done. All you've done is issued press releases and headline announcements. How many houses have you built? Absolutely zero. How much have you got electricity prices down? No, you don't have got electricity prices down. You've actually sent them through the roof. You know, how many times have you come in here and pretended that you've delivered things? I mean, yesterday, how disingenuous in relation to the response to domestic violence for what you've done. What you've done, as you've done with every other portfolio, you've written reports, you've done plans, and you've delivered absolutely nothing. But the one thing the Prime Minister is very good at doing is insulting Australians. And we saw the other night. What a massive insult to Australian farmers. Coming from rural and regional Australia, our farmers are absolutely amazing. If it wasn't for our communities outside of the capital city, Mr Chalmers wouldn't be backing a surplus. It's a windfall surplus on the back of our farmers and on the back of our mining sector. He has not done one thing to contribute towards his surplus. It has actually been our rural and regional communities. But Mr Albanese thought it was okay the other night to be so unbelievably insulting as to say at the AgriFutures Rural Women's Gala or not. I mean, like, you couldn't have picked a worse audience, really. I mean, what an absolutely tin-eared, inner-city, woke Prime Minister we have, who would then absolutely insult every single woman from the regions, and particularly those women from the regions that were in that great hall who actually come from farming communities but come from livestock communities. I mean, it was just absolutely insulting to AT. And then we've seen, you know, the CFMEU shoved through here this week, pretending that we were actually doing something. But the reality is Australians aren't so stupid. They know that they are worse off under this government. There would not be one person in this country who would be able to stand up and say that they feel better off than they were when this government was elected. And I believe that when this government goes to the election, when they go to the ballot box, Australians will tell them exactly what they think, that they think that all the stuff that they have done to them, and then to come in here and pat themselves on the back as if they've done some wonderful job. I think the electorate will realise that you are all talk and no action. You are sneaky, you are tricky, and you are weak.
Senator Darman.
I too rise to make my contribution this afternoon, and I think this government has a really proud history and are working hard every day for working Australians and all Australians, and far from some concern about why we are seeing valedictory speeches in the other House, I think we should absolutely be celebrating Linda Burney and my friend Brendan O'Connor for the outstanding contributions that they've made to the Australian community over many, many years. In terms of no talk or all talk, no action, Australians are better off under this government, and in terms of inflation, these are the facts. Inflation peaked later here than most other comparable nations. Rates started rising here later than most other comparable nations, and they rose by less in Australia than most of these nations. We've seen around the world that inflation can zigzag on the way down, and the last push is always the hardest. Our budget is putting downward pressure on inflation, not upward pressure. Inflation is now much lower than the 6.1% we had, which was inherited at the election. This government has turned big Liberal deficits into Labor surpluses by banking the majority of revenue upgrades, finding savings and restraining spending in the budget. Those opposite promised to deliver a surplus in each and every year. That's right, promised a surplus to deliver each and every year, but delivered none. That's right, delivered none. The RBA Governor has been clear that our back-to-back surpluses are helping our fight against inflation. The forecast from the RBA also confirms that our cost of living relief from this year's budget will directly reduce inflation in our economy. And I referenced Michelle Bullock, the RBA Governor, when she spoke to estimates on the 5th of June 2024. I think fiscal policy has been running a surplus the last couple of years, so I would say that has been helping. The ABS has shown our cost of living policies are helping take some of the edge off inflation, and the revised RBA forecasts expect that too. We are willing partners in the fight against inflation, and we are doing our bit. With the responsible way we are delivering the cost of living help, and with the 2 consecutive surpluses which the RBA Governor said are helping. Our job as the government is to recognise the weaknesses in the economy and the pressures people are under, which we deeply do, as we go about getting on top of inflation in a way that doesn't smash the economy, smash people, which is also very soft. The Leader of the Opposition can't front up and explain his risky nuclear gamble, so there's a bit of a lack of transparency there, I would say, or how his dangerous supermarket policies would work without pushing up prices. I'd also just like to make a couple of points on the comments around our government doing nothing about family and domestic violence leave and our response in that regard. I take real issue with that because I know firsthand about the work this government has done to help women and children escaping family violence, with the very important decision to provide paid family violence leave to all workers in this country. That's 10 days of paid family violence leave. And family and domestic violence leave for people in work is extremely important because I have spoken to workers across Victoria who, because of job insecurity, whilst facing family violence in their workplace, because they may have been unable to get to work because of family violence, unable to deal with the pressures of moving house, looking after their children, changing school, whilst maintaining that connection to the workplace. Economic security for women who are facing family violence is extremely critical to enable them to leave a violent relationship. And providing paid family violence leave provides that economic security to ensure that women can leave and they can keep their jobs rather than be in a situation where they have to choose between staying in a violent relationship, making sure their kids are looked after, having a roof over their head, or their own personal safety. So I applaud this government for the work that they have done on that issue alone, let alone the many others in the national plan to address issues of family violence in our country. Thank you.
Senator Fawcett.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, as has become apparent, Australians will most likely be going to the polls sooner rather than later. And the question they need to be asking themselves is, who do they trust to lead this country based on facts as opposed to ideology? Who do they trust to put the interest of the Australian people and the national interest ahead of ideology? I rise today to take note of the answers that were given to a question about Minister Plibersek's decision to lead to the failure of a project to create a gold mine which was going to be delivering jobs. Now, this is a government that said that they were going to be transparent and they cared about workers. But what we see last week, a project that had passed all of the federal and state planning approvals, had the support of the Environment Department that Minister Plibersek oversees, and had the support of the local Aboriginal Land Council near Orange, who are the statutory body with cultural authority under New South Wales legislation. All those groups said this should go ahead and there are no cultural issues for Indigenous Australians, but Minister Plibersek was persuaded to rule against the proposal for this mine, a $1 billion gold mine, after listening to a dissident Aboriginal corporation that's registered with just 18 members who only list their first names on the website of the Office of the Registrar of Indigenous Corporations. And this is a corporation that has had complaints made about it before because of a lack of transparency. Now, not only does this deny Australians jobs in that case, but what it does is it introduces sovereign risk at a time when we need investors to come to Australia to invest in projects that will help in terms of growing our resources base, because they're the things, if we look at Australia's GDP, it's actually our resources that are a large part of what funds good healthcare, good education, roads, infrastructure, defence and a range of other things. But this is a consistent pattern we see where ideology drives the actions of this government. The cost of living is a huge issue for Australians. And so you would think that the constraints that drive up the cost of things like electricity, such as availability of gas, that the government would be going all out to make sure that we got more gas into the system. And yet, the Environmental Defender's Office has received more funding from this government so that they can continue their activities against resource sector companies like Santos. And eventually, the court system works, and so in January this year, the courts found that the EDO actually tutored their witnesses and relied on conflicted evidence, and so the case was thrown out, and so eventually the Santos development of a new gas field in the Barossa Fields can go ahead. But it's at great cost and great delay, which ultimately will be passed on to the Australian people. So the Albanese government's prepared to fund that. They're not prepared to challenge the decisions that were made on similar grounds when the environmental site, the waste repository at Kimber was knocked back by a court, and everyone was flabbergasted because it changed the whole basis, that decision, of freehold land and the rights that an owner had to dispose of that land as they saw fit. But on this issue of mining, if we see sovereign risk rising in the areas of energy and the areas of mining, we also see sovereign risk rising to our ability to be the reliable partner to our alliance partners, to like-minded nations, where we talk about things like critical minerals. And for those who aren't aware, gold mines are often the same places where we see reserves of things like aluminium, which is a critical element in semiconductors and electronic EVs and other defence and modern technology-related issues. And so if we can't get investors to invest in things like the Hillgrove deposits and others because of this sovereign risk, then we will not be able to be a reliable supplier of the critical minerals that are needed to overcome the kind of coercive supply we see coming out of the Chinese Communist Party. So when we go to the polls, Australian people should ask, who do we trust to govern transparently and in the national interest?
Put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no, the ayes have it. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of responses to the questions I asked to Senator McAllister. Australians love whales. As we speak in the Australian Senate right now, on both the east and west coastline of this beautiful big country, thousands of whales are breaching and frolicking off our beaches. And Australians come out in numbers and receive so much joy from seeing these whales. And we are so proud that we as a nation have protected all cetaceans in our territorial waters. We're also fighters for the conservation of whales. Australians and their governments have shown leadership on the international stage now for decades to protect whales and to end cruel and barbaric commercial whaling. And Senators, that's why we owe a debt of gratitude to Captain Paul Watson and his supporters. Paul is languishing in a jail in Greenland, being detained by the Danish authorities on behalf of the Japanese, apparently relating to incidents in 2010 when he was down in the Southern Ocean, protecting the exact same whales that we now see off our coastlines. And because We've fought so hard as a nation to protect whales. We owe him a debt of gratitude. And we need to repay that debt now by standing up for Paul and for the fact that he was on his way to protect endangered fin whales in the North Pacific, which are again being hunted by Japanese harpoon boats with grenade-tipped harpoons. Let me tell you, it is a simple fact that the Danish government is detaining Paul Watson for the Japanese government. We'll get a decision on the 5th of September as to whether he will be extradited to Japan, facing potentially 14 years in a Japanese prison. I mentioned earlier this week in the Senate about the irregularities around the legal processes so far in relation to this extradition. And we're very concerned that he hasn't received fair and just treatment. And I would, on behalf of many Australians, call on our Australian government to do everything it can, either behind the scenes, through quiet diplomacy, through the International Whaling Commission, who we've been leaders in that forum for many years, or through the International Court of Justice, or through direct diplomatic means with both the Japanese government and the Danish government, to end this potential extradition and to free Paul Watson and send a really important message that we support the conservation of whales, because it was very clear in Senate question time today that we do. Minister McAllister spoke very strongly and very clearly about the work that the current government and previous governments in this country have done to protect whales. So it would mean a lot if our government was to make direct representations on behalf of the Australian people to the Danish government to free Paul Watson. And it's not that difficult to do. President Macron from France has openly and publicly called on the Danish government to free Paul and has said that the French are trying to actively intervene in this case to make sure he doesn't get extradited to Japan. European Parliament, parliamentarians from nations in the EU have come together to write to the Danish Prime Minister saying do not extradite Paul Watson to Japan. I'm optimistic that parliamentarians in this Parliament will also sign a joint letter that they will receive soon from the Paul Watson Foundation to also show solidarity and support for Paul and see that he is freed. I've written to the Danish ambassador myself asking for him to be freed. Disappointingly, I haven't had a response. But it's good to hear that our government are doing active, constructive, strong things to protect whales. And all I ask today, and I know that so many people around this country would support myself and other senators in this chamber who feel the same way, to show solidarity for Paul, stand up for him, make representation to the Danish government and let him get on with a job of protecting endangered fin whales in the North Pacific.
Thank you, Senator Bush. And the question is that the motion to take note of answers be agreed to. All those opinions say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. We'll now move to tabling and consideration of committee reports and government responses. Whip.
I present additional information received by the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee relating to estimates. And on behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present Human Rights Scrutiny Report number 7 of 2024 and its annual report for 2023.
Nobody seeking the call to speak on those? Okay, we will move to consideration of documents. We'll now proceed to the consideration of documents listed on pages 9 to 11 of the notice paper. Any document to which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. Anyone wishing to speak? Senator Wilson.
Yes, Acting Deputy President, I rise to take note of item 25 on page 11, item 26 on page 11, item 27 on page 11, item 28 on page 11, item 32 on page 12, item 33 on page 12, and item 35 on page 12, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Leave granted. Leave is granted. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. In the name of, yeah. I also seek leave to take note of the following documents on page 9, documents 1, 2 and 3.
Leave granted. Leave's granted.
More on page 10.
I'll let you run through the whole list and then...
documents 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 16. It's like Powerball numbers. I'll wait for committee reports later, but those documents, thank you, Chair.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I'll seek leave to continue remarks on page 10.
Go ahead.
10, and that's it.
Thank you. The Senate will now proceed to the consideration of committee reports and government responses, which are listed on page 11 to 12 of the notice paper. Any report or response to which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. Note that Senator Whish-Wilson did take note of some that were already there, jumping ahead, but I think we can handle that. We will go Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I take note and seek leave to continue my remarks on committee reports and government responses on page 11, numbers 19, 21, 23 and 28. And on page 12, items 31 and 34.
Leave granted. Leave is granted. Senator McKim.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. Could I please take note of report number 24 on page 11, excuse me, and report number 29 on page 12, and seek leave to continue my remarks on both of those reports.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
And I also seek the call again.
Yes.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to take note of report number 34 on page 12, which is the Select Committee into supermarket prices. And I want to start by thanking all of my colleagues on this Select Committee, and I know Senator Cadell is in the chamber as well, and I want to say to my colleagues on the Select Committee into supermarket prices that it was a committee that worked really hard. It worked in a very collegial way in the main, and all senators, as chair I can say all senators who participated in that committee participated in good faith and added significant value to the work that the committee did and to the final report of the committee. Acting Deputy President, the Greens initiated this inquiry here in the Senate because we listened to the millions of Australians who've experienced skyrocketing food and grocery prices over the last few years. And of course that's coming on top of a cost of existence crisis in this country. Wherever you look these days, whether it's food or grocery prices, rents, mortgages, power bills, transport costs, they are spiking, and millions of Australians are genuinely struggling just to exist in our society and in the communities in which they choose to live. This inquiry heard heart-rending stories of people, single mums, skipping meals so they could put enough food on the table for their kids, people having to dumpster dive to be able to keep their nutrition levels up. Make no mistake, the evidence that we heard was heart-rending and it was real. It was real evidence given to our committee by real people. And we initiated this inquiry because we had a very strong view that the supermarket corporations, each of whom Coles and Woolworths are raking in annual profits of over $1 billion, are doing over their consumers, but also doing over their suppliers, who in the main are farmers and folks on the land in this country. I've thanked all my colleagues, but I do also want to make sure that I thank the Secretariat for their outstanding support that they provided to us. The evidence that was provided to the inquiry was clear. Coles and Woolworths together have nearly a 2/3 share of the supermarket sector, which is a share that is significantly a sector that is significantly more concentrated than comparable international jurisdictions. And as a result of their market power, Coles and Woolworths are able to hike prices for their consumers, and they're also able to suppress prices for their suppliers. And in doing so, they're raking in billion-dollar profits, each of them, in the previous 12 months, and their CEOs are making multiple millions of dollars in salaries. Experts to the inquiry agreed that to bring down the cost of food and groceries, we need to rein in the market power of supermarket corporations. That is, we need greater competition in the supermarket sector. That is why the inquiry recommended making price gouging illegal and introducing divestiture powers to break up the supermarket duopoly. Now, these are not radical or controversial reforms. They already exist in many comparable so-called free market economies around the world. The US and the UK, for example, have had divestiture powers for decades, and the European Union has banned price gouging. Both of these recommendations are backed by leading competition experts, including former ACCC Chair Professor Alan Fels. Now, there is, since the opposition, the Liberals and the Nationals have announced that they do support divestiture powers in the supermarket sector, there is one mob standing in between Australian shoppers and cheaper food and grocery prices, and that is the Australian Labor Party. There is one mob in here who stand hand in hand with Coles and Woolworths, hand in hand supporting their billion-dollar profits, hand in hand with their CEOs and their multi-million-dollar salary packages, and that is the Australian Labor Party. And there is only one mob that is saying to Australian shoppers, we don't understand your pain, and even if we did pretend to understand your pain, we're not going to do anything about it, and that is the Australian Labor Party. The numbers are here now, off the back of this inquiry, to have divestiture powers in the supermarket sector. It is only Labor who's standing in the way of that reform.
Thank you. Is there anybody else seeking a call? No? We shall move on. Are there any ministerial statements? Minister.
Table documents relating to orders for the production of documents concerning the National Housing Accord, Land Transport Infrastructure Project funding and VISI.
Thank you. Minister, Senate.
Continue our remarks on those.
Thank you. Does he need to seek leave? No. The President has received letters nominating senators to be members of committees. I call the Minister.
I seek leave to move a motion to appoint senators to committees.
Leave granted. Leave is granted.
I move that senators be appointed to committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed on the dynamic read.
The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Better and Fairer Schools Information Management Bill 2024 for concurrence. Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
The question is that the bill be read a first time. All those of opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Student Identifiers Act 2014 and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. In accordance with Standing Order 111, further consideration of this bill is now adjourned to 18th November 2024. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the Taxation Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Bill 2024 and two related bills for concurrence. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
The question is that the bill be read a first time. All those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clerk.
Taxation, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Bill 2024, Taxation, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Imposition Bill 2024, Treasury Laws Amendment, Multinational, Global and Domestic Minimum Tax Consequential Bill 2024.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Leave granted. Leave is granted.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
Question is that the debate be now adjourned. All those in opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clerk.
General business debate, notice of motion number 591, standing in the name of Senator Van, related to emissions reduction.
So we're at general business, so we'll now move to Senator Van.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Last year, Daniel Westerman, CEO of AEMO, said that, and I quote, "Curtailment of renewable projects has jumped almost 40% in the past year." I'm sure you won't be shocked to hear that he attributes this to insufficient transmission capacity. AEMO is, after all, in the transmission business, along with myriad foreign-owned monopoly transmission companies that can only grow their revenues by growing their regulated asset base. Curtailment of energy is when energy generating site delivers less energy to the grid than the amount of generation the equipment could generate at that time. What AEMO leave out of the curtailment discussion is that curtailment occurs not just because of network constraints and local limits, but also because of economic reasons. That is, large solar farms are not bidding in their electricity into the National Electricity Market, the NEM, because of the oversupply of energy in the middle of the day means that electricity prices are negative. Negative prices means that a generator must pay to send their electricity into the grid. Yes, renewables are cheap energy, often free, as we can see, or you get paid to take the energy if it is bid into the market, which it isn't being. The popular argument about transition to net zero focuses almost solely on the needing to increase our supply of green energy generation into the network to meet our renewable energy targets. Yet we can see the problem is not the amount of energy being generated, but the timing of when it's being generated. As we're discovering, bringing deep structural change to the energy market in the form of more renewable energy generation projects, ideology must be tempered against the reality of the Australian energy system. The NEM is a physical system. It is governed by the laws of physics and requires certain inputs to maintain the network's stability. These don't just include security of supply, but also inertia and frequency control. We cannot just increase supply ad nauseum and expect to stay within the technical envelope of the grid. Case in point, the rhombus of regret, an area in northwest Victoria where large solar farms have built their generation and which is being curtailed up to 50% of the time. And this is due to 50% caps on capacity placed by AEMO due to low system strength in this region. Put simply, the solar farms are too geographically remote. This is a classic example of a major failing in the Australian energy market history, where ideology has run its course by building large amounts of generation with no actual ability to transmit it. This is uneconomical, impractical, and risks investor interest in our market. And most importantly, it risks Australia not reaching our 2030 green energy targets. The rhombus of regret is not the only area in Australia where curtailment of solar farms occurs. It happens in all states. Yet Victoria seems to be the place where AEMO are fast-tracking projects known in the ISP as actionable projects to build billions of dollars worth of transmission. Transmission appears to be the $100 billion totemic energy policy that is being championed to fix all energy system problems. An obscene amount that lines the pockets of some, but at the cost of all Australian taxpayers and energy users.
Recently, the Australian Energy Regulator Chair, Claire Savage, described this as a, and I quote, a wall of capex coming at consumers that will offset the lower costs of wholesale energy as we make the switch to renewables. We must find ways to be more efficient. She added, these network capex costs will be baked in not just for today, but for many years to come. The problem we must solve is not the amount of electricity in the system, though we will need to increase this in coming decades. The problem we must solve is how do we shift the glut of energy during the middle of the day to other times of the day when electricity is scarce and expensive. Firstly, we should be incentivising energy-hungry businesses to relocate to near the curtailed generators to make economic use of the curtailed energy. The promise that Australia will be a green hydrogen superpower will not come to pass if we waste all this zero-emissions energy. Secondly, we need to incentivise or force proponents of large renewable farms to co-locate battery storage with their farms to manage this increase of supply and the network constraints we are facing. We should be using this excess energy that can be stored and dispatched into the market later in the day when prices are much higher. This approach will turn these sites into functioning, economical sites as intended. This is not my idea. It is the subject of a study by ARENA in its report titled Unlocking Curtailed Solar Energy on the NEM Through Storage. This report states that curtailment across the years 2019 to 2022 was approximately 980 gigawatt hours, or 16% of the annual energy generation across the 44 solar farms it studied. This is the equivalent of the annual generation of 7 average large-scale solar farms, enough generation to power 168,000 Melbourne suburban homes for the year. ARENA suggests that curtailment across those solar farms is approximately 20 to 30%. Therefore, a 50 megawatt solar farm would only need a 10 to 15 megawatt 3-hour battery outputting 30 to 45 megawatt hours. These would cost downwards of 2 to 3 million per megawatt. It later concluded that this loss of energy represents $119 million lost by not arbitraging curtailed electricity by shifting the time it is bid to the NEM. I agree with Claire Savage on one thing, and I quote what she said. It is vital that before we build more network, we use more network. Yet I'm sure that we'll see a wave through billions of dollars directed at transmission lines such as the $4 billion being spent on VNI West project and the $1.5 billion on the Australia-New South Wales Victoria Energy Connect line. 2 transmission projects set up to manage the excess glut from the rhombus of regret. It makes you wonder why we are sailing with blinkers on towards more poles and wires. Particularly when the Victoria University Energy Policy Centre states that a large network won't alleviate the curtailment problem. Using AEMO's modelling analysis of VNI West, they find AEMO's results only show a slight reduction in renewable curtailment in those renewable energy zones affected by VNI West in the decade after VNI West is commissioned. So what we can see is transmission costs more and would not remedy the pressing problem of curtailment. Poles and wires are, after all, a 1920s technology not fit for Australia in 2024. The questionable choices from the transmission mascots is compounded even further when we begin to look at Australia's capacity to have solar panels and battery storage situated at every home across Australia. This would create millions of virtual power plants that can be coordinated via technology to act as coordinated energy resources, providing local economic benefits and cementing consumer energy autonomy, as well as building independence into the fabric of the energy system. The recent 3-year virtual power project, Project Edge, shows that only 320 residential customers equipped with a VPP in regional Victoria provided 3.5 megawatt of flexible capacity. To put that in perspective, the final report on Project Edge highlighted that if we utilise the roles and market arrangements seen in this project, we could avoid more than 15 terawatt hours of rooftop solar curtailment by 2030 across the NEM. This is enough energy to power 2.5 million houses today, or almost half the country's inhabitants for this year. It baffles me that we continue to prioritise a technology that isn't popular among the populace over technologies that make us energy secure and allows us to put Australian citizens back in control as the primary decision makers in this space. It's time we start having an honest conversation on the real need of more transmission wires, an outdated solution plagued with cost blowouts. Let's be clear, transmission doesn't generate one single watt, not an electron, or store a single kilowatt of electricity, yet it costs billions, which we will all end up paying. Utilising batteries, either based at every home across Australia in a coordinated VPP format or co-located with wind and solar generation, must be part of the solution, especially when over the last 15 years you can see that the cost of batteries has declined by 90%, one of the fastest cost declines in the clean energy market. We can meet our 2030 energy targets faster and cheaper while reducing the technical limitations of our energy system at the same time. We're asking for the most rapid change in how energy is generated and transported across our country. A worthwhile change, but one that needs intelligent governance. Thank you.
Senator Ayres.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The government supports the motion as it aligns with the government's program of policy action in this area. Our reliable renewables plan includes a focus on storage, especially batteries, and is the only plan backed by experts to deliver affordable energy where and when we need it. Household batteries have increased from around 1 in 60 households to around 1 in 40. And there is a record 21% growth from 2023 on the previous year. The Albanese government is on track to roll out more than 420 large-scale batteries through the $200 million Community Batteries for Household Solar program, exceeding the election commitment to deliver 400 batteries. The government's also supporting batteries and virtual power plants through the First Capacity Investment Scheme. The First Capacity Investment Scheme auction in New South Wales is underwriting 3 batteries and 3 virtual power plants. The government's also working with the states and territories to accelerate the delivery of dispatchable renewable energy, storage and nationally significant transmission projects. These actions are already supporting Australia's rollout of renewable energy and helping us reach our broader Future Made in Australia and net zero objectives. The government commends Senator Van for recognising the critical role that these technologies will play this decade and for Australia's future.
So the question is that the motion moved by Senator Van be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Senator Askew.
The PFAS Select Committee.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that senators be appointed to the PFAS Select Committee as set out in the document available in the chamber.
So the question is that the motion moved by Senator Askew is agreed. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. There being no more speakers, I propose that the Senate now adjourn. Senator Polley.
Thank you. I rise to talk about energy policy and the Albanese government's plans for a renewable future compared to Mr Dutton. Reckless, uncosted and frankly unfathomable nuclear pipe dream of a policy. Tasmania has a proud renewable history, and as I've spoken in this place before, we have a plan for a new offshore wind zone in the Bass Strait off Tasmania's north coast, which has the potential to unlock secure regional job opportunities and clean, cheaper energy for Tasmanians. It is an exciting opportunity for jobs in education, training and cheaper power bills through renewable energy. The world is already decarbonising, and Australia will benefit from this by joining with the rest of the world and investing in jobs of the future and renewable future at that. My home state of Tasmania is a place of opportunity, and we need to ensure every Tasmanian understands this sentiment. Understand our clean, green image serves our state for the better, and this project is clean, green and job ready. In stark contrast, as I have been saying for some time, we have a nuclear pipe dream from those opposite. Yes, Mr Peter Dutton's nuclear plan has it been costed? No. Do they have a nuclear industry in Australia? No. Do we know where their nuclear power stations will be located? No. Are those opposite aware that 1 in 3 Australians have said no to a nuclear power plant in their neighbourhood? They don't seem to understand that. What do you do with the said nuclear waste? Those opposite have no idea. Now, very recently I wrote an op-ed about our energy plan versus the 23 failed energy policies of those opposite and critiqued Mr Dutton's energy plan. Admittedly, I did use some hyperbole to get my point across, but I think Senator Askew missed my point altogether. My point, Senator Askew, was there is no feasible plan for a nuclear power industry in Australia. Therefore, why should that policy and Mr Dutton ever be taken seriously? There is no debate to be had. Almost every scientific expert has said that nuclear energy is not feasible in Australia. The CSIRO, our science and energy experts, have said that nuclear power was more expensive than renewables and would take at least 15 years to develop, including construction. The CSIRO also said that nuclear power does not currently provide the most competitive solution for low-emission electricity in Australia. It would take almost 2 decades to create an industry and potential power plants, and even if you could make this happen, where would you put the nuclear reactors? Well, the current owners of old and to-be decommissioned coal-fired power stations have said no to nuclear energy on such sites. So, my point was, if Mr Dutton can't find anywhere to put a nuclear power plant, we may indeed find that Tasmania would be sent one from a future Liberal government. Nobody in the rest of the country wants them. So I say to you, Senator Askew, Tasmania doesn't want one either. The whole point of my argument was that Mr Dutton's nuclear plan is ridiculous. There is no actual plan. There's no costings, no practical application plan for the nuclear pipe dream. So why should Tasmanians or Australians take Mr Dutton seriously? Australians want leadership, and they are not receiving that. There's no hint of that from Mr Dutton, but what they are getting is leadership from Mr Albanese. But what is really interesting is that it's Senator Askew who is sent out to try and have a go at the wicked Senator Polly about nuclear plans. The reality is, if you vote for Bridget Archer, you will get Mr Dutton.
Thank you, Senator
No
Polly.
to that, I say.
Senator Little.
Thank you. Well, one of the great divides is that of city and regional
rural communities. You appreciate that more when your postcode is or has ever been one that is regional, rural or remote. Cities have scale and therefore greater access and anonymity in relation to services and choice. More than 77% of South Australia's population lives in Adelaide. We are proud, though, of our food and beverages, globally recognised brands and regions, the Barossa, the Coonawarra, McLaren Vale, I'm sure I forgot some, Thomas Foods, Coopers, Swanport Harvest, and on the West Coast, incredible seafood from Coffin Bay, Smoky Bay and Ceduna. We've got breathtaking tourism destinations. We've got the Flinders Ranges, Kangaroo Island and so much more. We love our way of life. I'm here tonight for the 23% of the population living regionally, rurally or remotely, and because the country keeps the city going. Regional Australians are this Albanese government's forgotten people. There are warnings that the 3G shutdown will disproportionately impact phones, FPOS, medical and security devices in regional areas. In June, Sky Regional News ended its free-to-air broadcast to regional South Australia, and there's been the closure of more regional bank branches. I helped fight for the one in Coober Pedy, but lost that one. While the Labor state government continues to trash the health system, the impact is worse in the country. In Millicent, a young child was told it was an 8-hour wait to see a doctor and that there were no local GPs in training. The Whyalla Hospital that has no birthing unit. Port Lincoln Hospital is restricted in delivering only some babies. Family violence services in the country are desperate for special attention, but without it, they've had to close their doors to new clients. There was an announcement only this week of more job cuts related to steelworks at Whyalla. Yes, just days ago. The Water Buybacks Bill creates uncertainty for agricultural producers relying on the River Murray for growing crops. Sheep farmers in SA confirm the end of the live sheep export from WA will, without question, impact them. 14 of 19 of the Closing the Gap targets are not improving, and you can bet that outcomes are, of course, worse in the country. Ceduna and surrounds, well, locals have experiencing the devastating impact of the end of the cashless debit card, thanks to the Australian Labor Party and the Australian Greens. The Albanese government's report provided just recently included nothing on alcohol consumption, emergency presentations, gambling increases, an increase in children out-of-home care, because South Australia didn't provide it. In a separate report on missing and murdered women, the police data for South Australia is absent, so SA's experience won't now even inform the recommendations. The Prime Minister does not care about the regions and trivialises issues important to them. Its policies and actions prove it. I joined the AgriFutures Rural Women's Awards this week to hear the room filled with gasps, not laughs, when the PM's joke on live animal export was just plain not funny. It was great to join SA finalist Nikki Atkinson from the Flinders Ranges and to congratulate the national winner, Northern Territorian Tanya Egerton. The Albanese government cannot provide any assurance that the interest rate would be heading down any time soon, unlike comparable overseas countries. This week alone, the Net Zero Authority Bill, Regional Broadcasting Continuity Bill and Environment Protection Australia Bill will no doubt hurt regional Australians more. The Net Zero Authority Bill, for instance, leaves Canberra bureaucrats in charge of how the region's transition to renewable energy, a plan destined to fail. Just like during Voice, when Canberra thought they had all the answers for improving outcomes for Indigenous Australians when they were the only place to vote yes. South Australia has the highest unemployment rate in the country at 4.2%. No other state in the country is above 4%, and there's been a decline in the growth of the state's economic output. The Made in Australia legislation, soon to reach the Senate, is an affront to rural mining communities. Regional Australians deserve better. It's time to hold the Albanese Labor government to account and call them out for their continued disregard for the millions of Australians who don't live in the capital cities.
Senator Duniam.
Acting Deputy President. I rise tonight on behalf of the entire Tasmanian Federal Liberal team to address recent commentary that's occurred in certain media outlets relating to membership matters of the Tasmanian division of the Liberal Party of Australia. In doing so, we join with our state colleagues who tonight have issued a statement to our membership about the matters I've just mentioned, stating the importance of strong reporting processes, ensuring that any complainant that comes forward can do so without fear of subsequent reprisals or of adverse consequences as a result of raising genuine concerns. People in our party must feel safe to come forward with their concerns. That is paramount. And so much work has been done to ensure that this is the case, but more must be done. And the Premier's statement tonight is one our members, and I know my federal colleagues, can take heart from. No matter where a report is made, in what forum or by whom, it's our commitment, along with our state colleagues, that these reports are taken seriously, not just swept aside. There is no space in our party for threatening or unwelcoming behaviour against anyone. There is no space in our party for intimidating behaviour. And while issues of membership of the division are of course members for the organisational wing of the party, we as elected members of our party express our unequivocal support for our state president, Mr Michael McKenna, and the members of his state executive in their decision-making. We deplore personal attacks on the President and the Executive of the party and the implications and motives contained in those attacks. Such action has simply no place in our party, not now, not ever.
There being no additional speakers, the Senate stands adjourned and will meet again on Monday the 9th of September 2024 at 10 a.m.